Story 31 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 31. The Birdcage Maker. In a town of the ancient kingdom of Castile there lived, in former ages, a youth called Bartolo, who tried to eke out a living by making cages for birds, and taking them round to sell at the neighbouring villages. But his trade was a poor one, and he judged himself in luck if he sold one cage in the day, and, as may be supposed, he knew what sorrow and privation were. One day, as he was proceeding to a village, he heard sounds of revelry, the buzz of many people, and the strains of a band of music. This merrymaking was a procession of children dressed in white, carrying in their midst a beautiful child crowned with roses, in a chariot covered with white satin, and ornamented with acacia and myrtle. This procession was in honour of Maya, the personification of spring, and took place to announce the entry of spring. In front of the little chariot some children danced, and held in their hands tin platters for contributions, and, as may be imagined, all, or nearly all, the spectators dropped their coins into them. Bartolo moved away in a desponding mood, saying to himself as he walked on, "Is this the justice of the world? There they are, flinging their money into these platters just because these children come in procession to announce to them that it is the month of May, as though they could not know it by looking in an almanac. They barter and grind me down to the lowest price for my cages, even when I chance to sell one." Full of bitter thoughts he walked on sadly, for the voices of two importunate enemies were making themselves heard within him. These were hunger and thirst. The one clamoured for food and the other for drink. Bartolo had nothing in his wallet but his clasp knife, and had had naught for his breakfast but hopes, and these made him sharp and active. He had reached a plantation when he perceived a well-dressed individual coming toward him. Pressed by hunger, Bartolo, taking his cap off respectfully, approached and said, "Excuse me, sir, but could you kindly give me a trifle? I promise I will return it as soon as I earn some money." "Don't you think that it is a shameful thing for a man like you, young and with a good, healthy appearance, to be demanding charity of people? Does it not strike you that you have a duty to earn your living by working at your trade?" "Yes, sir, certainly, but my trade does not fulfil its own duty. Most people like to see the birds flying about free, rather than in cages, and, therefore, day by day I find myself poorer than before." At first the stranger doubted what he had heard, but the birdcage maker gave him so detailed an account of his work and the small profits he derived, that he became interested and sympathized with his ill fortune. Bartolo was a man who always knew how to excite great interest in himself. "Come, come," the stranger said, smiling, "I will do something for you. As I cannot find customers for your cages, I will afford you a powerful means by which you shall never more be in want." He then blew a whistle, and Bartolo saw flying before him a bird blue as the sky, which came and perched on one of his cages. "See here," added the stranger, "what will compensate for all your past misery. From this day forward You have only to formulate a wish, and say slowly and distinctly, 'Bluest of bluebirds, do your duty,' and your wish will be granted to you." "By my faith!" cried the bird cage maker, "but I will try it at once. For the last 20 years I have wished to kill hunger. Bluest of bluebirds, do your duty." Scarcely were the words out of his mouth than he saw suddenly spread before him on the grass a breakfast fit got a prince, laid on a service of exquisite silver and glass, and the whitest of cloths. Bartolo, astonished, flung himself on his knees before his benefactor to thank him, but he raised him up, saying, "I am the good genius of the honest workingmen of Castile. Sit down and eat without fear. Take advantage of your lucky star," and then suddenly disappeared. Bartolo reverently bent down and kissed the spot upon which he had stood, unable to find adequate expression of his gratitude. He then sat down and ate his breakfast. After his meal, Bartolo judged that a man who had feasted in such an elegant manner ought to have other, better clothing than his well-worn working suit, and lifting his staff, he cried to the bird, "Bluest of bluebirds, do your duty." In an instant his old suit became transformed into one of richest velvet, embroidered in gold and silver, and his rough staff into a splendid horse, fully caparisoned, and having round its neck a collar of silver bells. More astonished than ever, Bartolo suspended to the saddle the cage with the blue bird, leaped on the horse, and went his way, as proud of his dress as a donkey of its ears. Setting spurs to his horse, he soon reached the gates of a splendid castle. Some feast was taking place within. The guests were all seated under a shady bower, deploring that they had been disappointed of the minstrels who were to have played. Bartolo, on learning this, advanced to the bower, and, after elegantly saluting the lord and lady of the castle in a most refined voice, said, "If it be right for a simple knight to offer his services to such a distinguished company of rank and beauty, I think I could promise to provide what you are requiring." "Oh, do, at once, please!" cried all the ladies, who were longing to dance. "Bluest of bluebirds, do your duty," said Bartolo. Suddenly, in the distance, was heard the noise of many feet, and a troop of musicians with their instruments appeared, to the great delight of the company. The lord of the castle thanked the stranger, and desired him to open the ball with his eldest daughter, a maiden fair and lovely like a snowbird. When the ball was at its height, the bird cage maker ordered an elegant banquet to be served, during which the bluest of bluebirds were commanded to sing some songs, which were very much admired. Games of chance followed, and Bartolo, taking advantage of his good fortune, distributed among the ladies pearls, bracelets, and rings of precious stones. All those present were surprised beyond measure, because the lord of the castle was known to be extremely niggardly and mean. The lord of the castle, who knew how all this had been done through the agency of the bird, and being himself of an inordinately avaricious nature, thought he might do a fine stroke of business were he to buy the creature. Hence, calling his unknown guest away to his study, he proposed to him to purchase the bird for what price he should quote. "You would never give me my price," replied Bartolo. "For it I would give my castle with its 9 forests," said the lord of the castle. "It is not enough." Very well, I will add my olive plantations and vineyards. This is still insufficient, cried Bartolo. I will add the orchards, gardens, and houses. I want something else. What? Still more? Why, man, you must want paradise itself. Not so. I want what you can give me this very moment. I want your daughter with whom I danced just now. Let her be my bride. What, my daughter? Cried the old miser, in an ecstasy of joy. By my faith, we shall soon conclude the bargain. Why did you not say so before? He went to seek the girl, and told her of the engagement he had entered into. But his daughter, in utter amazement, cried out, "But what if he be a wicked elf, and all he does be witchcraft? You have an amulet of coral hanging from your neck. It is an antidote against all witchery. And what if he be Satan himself? I will give you a piece of blessed candle, and he will have no power over you," replied the unrelenting father. Taking her hand, he led her to the stranger, who was already on his horse, and assisted her to mount behind her future husband. Taking the cage with the bluest of birds, he watched the retreating forms of the pair as the horse carried them away swifter than the wind, and when out of sight, he proceeded to join his guests. The company were all gathered in knots, discussing the extraordinary powers of the bird, and all the events which had taken place. "Peace, peace!" cried the lords of the castle, as he entered. "I will perform more marvellous things than ever he did. I have given him my daughter to wed in exchange for the bird, and this blue bird will render me more wealthy than the King of Aragon. Approach, and see the wonders I will work with it." He took the cage, and lifted it up to look at the bird, was astonished to find that it was not blue at all, but a large grey bird, which turned to stare at him in an insolent manner, gave a fierce peck at the door of the cage with its beak, flung it open, and flew out of the window uttering a terrible screech. The lord of the castle stood with open mouth, not knowing what to do or say. His guests broke out in peals of laughter at his discomfiture, and the well-deserved punishment for his unseemly avarice in exchanging his beautiful daughter for a worthless bird. Meanwhile, Bartolo was galloping on with his bride to the nearest town to be married, and when he arrived at the first hostelry, he wished to dismount and engage the most splendid suite of apartments for his intended wife, but he found himself utterly penniless. He had not calculated that in parting with the bird he had parted with his luck, and therefore, as soon as he dismounted the horse disappeared, and his elegant dress became changed for the shabby one he had worn before he met the kind individual who had wished to befriend him. When the beautiful daughter of the lord of the castle beheld the transformation which had taken place, she ran back to her father as fast as she could, fright lending wings to her feet. Bartolo had to return to his old life of making cages, and to his miserable existence. End of the Bird Cage Maker.
Story 32 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 32. The Bee, the Harp, the Mouse, and the Bum Clock. Once there was a widow, and she had one son called Jack. Jack and his mother owned just 3 cows. They lived well and happy for a long time, but at last hard times came down on them, and the crops failed, and poverty looked in at the door. And things got so sore against the poor widow that for want of money and for want of necessities she had to make up her mind to sell one of the cows. Jack, she said one night, go over in the morning to the fair to sell the branny cow. Well and good. In the morning my brave Jack was up early and took a stick in his fist and turned out the cow, and off to the fair he went with her. And when Jack came into the fair he saw a great crowd gathered in a ring in the street. He went into the crowd to see what they were looking at, and there in the middle of them he saw a man with a wee harp, a mouse and a bum clock and a bee to play the harp. And when the man put them down on the ground and whistled, the bee began to play the harp, and the mouse and the bum clock stood up on their hind legs and took hold of each other and began to waltz. And as soon as the harp began to play and the mouse and the bum clock to dance, and there wasn't a man or a woman or a thing in the fair that didn't begin to dance also. And the pots and pans and the wheels and reels jumped and jigged all over the town, and Jack himself and the branny cow were as bad as the next. There was never a town in such a state before or since. And after a while the man picked up the bee, the harp, and the mouse, and the bum clock, and put them into his pocket. And the men and women, Jack and the cow, the pots and pans, wheels and reels that had hopped and jigged now stopped, and every one began to laugh as if to break its heart. Then the man turned to Jack. "Jack," says he, "how would you like to be master of all these animals?" "Why," says Jack, "I should like it fine." "Well then," says the man, "how will you and me make a bargain about them?" "I have no money," says Jack. "But you have a fine cow," says the man. "I will give you the bee and the harp for it." "Oh, but," Jack says he, "my poor mother at home is very sad and sorrowful entirely, and I have this cow to sell and lift her heart again." "And better than this she cannot get," says the man, "for when she sees the bee play the harp she will laugh if she never laughed in her life before." "Well," says Jack, says he, "that will be grand." He made the bargain. The man took the cow, and Jack started home with the bee and the harp in his pocket. And when he came home his mother welcomed him back. "And Jack," says she, "I see you have sold the cow." "I have done that," says Jack. "Did you do well?" says the mother. "I did well, and very well," says Jack. "How much did you get for her?" says the mother. "Oh," says he, "it was not for money at all I sold her, but for something far better." "Oh, Jack, Jack," says she, "what have you done?" "Just wait till you see, mother," says he, "and you will soon say I have done well." Out of his pocket he takes the bee and the harp and sets them in the middle of the floor and whistles to them. And as soon as he did this the bee began to play the harp, and the mother she looked at them and let a big great laugh out of her. And she and Jack began to dance, the pots and pans, the wheels and reels began to jig and dance over the floor, and the house itself hopped about also. When Jack picked up the bee and the harp again, the dancing all stopped, and the mother laughed for a long time. But when she came to herself she got very angry entirely with Jack, and she told him he was a silly, foolish fellow, that there was neither food nor money in the house, and now he had lost one of her good cows also. "We must do something to live," says she. "Over to the fair you must go tomorrow morning and take the black cow with you and sell her." And off in the morning at an early hour brave Jack started, and never halted until he was in the fair. When he came into the fair he saw a big crowd gathered in a ring in the street. Said Jack to himself, "I wonder what they are looking at." Into the crowd he pushed, and saw the wee man this day again, with a mouse and a bum clock, and he put them down in the street and whistled. The mouse and the bum clock stood up on their hind legs, and got hold of each other and began to dance there and jig, and as they did, there was not a man or woman in the street who didn't begin to jig also. And Jack and the black cow and the wheels and the reels and the pots and pans, all of them were jigging and dancing all over the town, and the houses themselves were jumping and hopping about, and such a place Jack or anyone else never saw before. When the man lifted the mouse and the bum clock into his pocket, they all stopped dancing and settled down, and everybody laughed right hearty. The man turned to Jack. "Jack," said he, "I'm glad to see you. How would you like to have these animals?" "I should like well to have them," says Jack, says he, "only I cannot." "Why cannot you?" says the man. "Oh," says Jack, says he, "I have no money, and my poor mother is very downhearted. She sent me to the fair to sell this cow and bring some money to lift her heart." "Oh," says the man, says he, "if you want to lift your mother's heart, I will sell you the mouse, and when you set the bee to play the harp and the mouse to dance to it, your mother will laugh if she ever laughed in her life before." "But I have no money," says Jack, says he, "to buy your mouse." "I don't mind," says the man, says he, "I will take your cow for it." Poor Jack was so taken with the mouse, and had his mind so set on it, that he thought it was a grand bargain entirely, and he gave the man his cow and took the mouse and started off for home. And when he got home his mother welcomed him. "Jack," says she, "I see you have sold the cow." "I did that," says Jack. "Did you sell her well?" says she. "Very well indeed," says Jack, says he. "How much did you get for her?" "I didn't get money," says he, "but I got value." "Oh, Jack, Jack," says she, "what do you mean?" "I will soon show you that, mother," says he, taking the mouse out of his pocket, and the harp and the bee, and setting all on the floor. And when he began to whistle, the bee began to play, and the mouse got up on its hind legs and began to dance and jig, and the mother gave such a hearty laugh as she never laughed in her life before, to dancing and jigging herself, and Jack fell, and the pots and pans and the wheels and reels began to dance and jig all over the floor, and the house jigged also. And when they were tired of this, Jack lifted the harp and the mouse and the bee, and put them in his pocket, and his mother she laughed for a long time. But when she got over that, she got very downhearted and very angry entirely with Jack. "And oh, Jack," she says, "you are a stupid, good for nothing fellow. We have neither money nor meat in the house, and here you have lost 2 of my good cows, and I have only 1 left now. Tomorrow morning," says she, "you must be up early and take this cow to the fair and sell her. See you get something to lift my heart up." "I will do that," says Jack, says he. So he went to his bed, and early in the morning he was up and turned out the spotty cow and went to the fair. When Jack got to the fair he saw a crowd gathered in a ring in the street. "I wonder what they are looking at anyhow," says he. He pushed through the crowd, and there he saw the same wee man he had seen before, with a bum clock, and when he put the bum clock on the ground he whistled, and the bum clock began to dance, and the men, women and children in the street, and Jack and the spotty cow began to dance and jig also, and everything on the street and about it, the wheels and reels, the pots and pans began to jig, and the houses themselves began to dance likewise. And when the man lifted the bum clock and put it in his pocket, everybody stopped jigging and dancing, and everyone laughed aloud. The wee man turned and saw Jack. "Jack, my brave boy," says he, "you will never be right fixed until you have this bum clock, for it is a very fancy thing to have." "Oh, but," says Jack, says he. I have no money. No matter for that, says the man. You have a cow, and that is as good as money to me. Well, says Jack, I have a poor mother who is very downhearted at home, and she sent me to the fair to sell this cow and raise some money and lift her heart. Oh, but Jack, says the wee man, this bum clock is the very thing to lift her heart. For when you put down your harp and bee and mouse on the floor and put the bum clock along with them, she will laugh if she never laughed in her life before. Well, that is surely true, says Jack, says he, and I think I will make a swap with you. So Jack gave the cow to the man and took the bum clock himself and started for home. His mother was glad to see Jack back, and says she, Jack, I see that you have sold the cow. I did that, mother, says Jack. Did you sell her well, Jack? Says the mother. Very well indeed, mother, says Jack. How much did you get for her? Says the mother. I didn't take any money for her, mother, but value, says Jack, and he takes out of his pocket the bum clock and the mouse and set them on the floor and began to whistle. And the bee began to play the harp, and the mouse and the bum clock stood up on their hind legs and began to dance. And Jack's mother laughed very hearty, and everything in the house, the wheels and the reels and the pots and pans, were jigging and hopping over the floor, and the house itself went jigging and hopping about likewise. When Jack lifted up the animals and put them in his pocket, everything stopped, and the mother laughed for a good while. But after a while, when she came to herself and saw what Jack had done, and how they were now without either money or food or a cow, she got very, very angry at Jack and scolded him hard, and then sat down and began to cry. Poor Jack, when he looked at himself, confessed that he was a stupid fool entirely. And what, says he, shall I now do for my poor mother? He went out along the road thinking and thinking, and he met a wee woman who said, Good morrow to you, Jack, says she. How is it you are not trying for the king's daughter of Ireland? What do you mean, says Jack. Says she, didn't you hear what the whole world has heard, that the King of Ireland has a daughter who hasn't laughed for 7 years, and he has promised to give her in marriage and to give the kingdom along with her to any man who will take 3 laughs out of her? If that is so, says Jack, says he, it is not here I should be. Back to the house he went, and gathers together the bee, the harp, the mouse, and the bum clock, and putting them into his pocket, he bade his mother good-bye, and told her it wouldn't be long till she got good news from him, and off he hurries. When he reached the castle, there was a ring of spikes all around the castle, and men's heads on nearly every spike there. What heads are these? Jack asked one of the king's soldiers. Any man that comes here trying to win the king's daughter and fails to make her laugh 3 times loses his head and has it stuck on a spike. These are the heads of the men that failed, says he. A mighty big crowd, says Jack, says he. Then Jack sent word to tell the king's daughter and the king that there was a new man who had come to win her. In a very little time the king and the king's daughter and the king's court all came out, and sat themselves down on gold and silver chairs in front of the castle, and ordered Jack to be brought in until he should have his trial. Jack, before he went, took out of his pocket the bee, the harp, the mouse, and the bum clock, and gave the harp to the bee, and he tied a string to one of the other, and took the end of the string himself, and marched into the castle yard before all the court, with his animals coming on a string behind him. When the queen and the king and the court and the princess saw poor ragged Jack with his bee and mouse and bum clock hopping behind him on a string, they set up one roar of laughter that was long and loud enough. And when the king's daughter herself lifted her head and looked to see what they were laughing at, and saw Jack and his paraphernalia, she opened her mouth, and she gave such a laugh as was never heard before. Then Jack dropped a low courtesy and said, "Thank you, my lady. I have one of the 3 parts of you won." Then he drew up his animals in a circle and began to whistle, and the minute he did the bee began to play the harp, and the mouse and the bum clock stood up on their hind legs, got hold of each other and began to dance, and the king and the king's court and Jack himself began to dance and jig, and everything about the king's castle, pots and pans, wheels and reels, and the castle itself began to dance also. And the king's daughter, when she saw this, opened her mouth again and let out of her a laugh twice louder than she did before. And Jack, in the middle of his jigging, drops another courtesy and says, "Thank you, my lady. That is 2 of the 3 parts of you won." Jack and his menagerie went on playing and dancing, but Jack could not get the 3rd laugh out of the king's daughter, and the poor fellow saw his big head in danger of going on the spike. Then the brave mouse came to Jack's help, and wheeled round upon its heel, and as it did so its tail swept into the bum clock's mouth, and the bum clock began to cough and cough and cough. And when the king's daughter saw this, she opened her mouth again, and she laughed the loudest and hardest and merriest laugh that was ever heard before or since. And "Thank you, my lady," says Jack, dropping another courtesy. "I have all of you won." Then when Jack stopped his menagerie, the king took himself and the menagerie within the castle. He was washed and combed and dressed in a suit of silk and satin, with all kinds of gold and silver ornaments, and then was led before the king's daughter. And true enough she confessed that a handsomer and finer fellow than Jack she had never seen, and she was very willing to be his wife. Jack sent for his poor old mother and brought her to the wedding, which lasted 9 days and 9 nights, every night better than the other. All the lords and ladies and gentry of Ireland were at the wedding. I was at it too, and got brogues, broth and slippers of bread, and came jigging home on my head. End of The Bee, the Harp, the Mouse and the Bum Clock. Read by Lars Rolander.
Of The Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Williams. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 33, The Long Leather Bag. Once on a time, long, long ago, there was a widow woman who had 3 daughters. When their father died, their mother thought they never would want, for he had left her a long leather bag filled with gold and silver. But he was not long dead when an old hag came begging to the house one day and stole the long leather bag filled with gold and silver, and went away out of the country with it. No one knew where. So from that day the widow woman and her 3 daughters were poor, and she had a hard struggle to live and bring up her 3 daughters. But when they were grown up, the eldest said one day, "Mother, I'm a young woman now, and it's a shame for me to be here doing nothing to help you or myself. Bake me a bannock and cut me a callop, till I go away to push my fortune." The mother baked her a whole bannock, and asked her if she would have half of it with her blessing, or the whole of it without. She said to give her the whole bannock without. So she took it and went away. She told them if she was not back in a year and a day from that, then they would know she was doing well and making her fortune. She travelled away and away before her, far farther than I could tell you, and twice as far as you could tell me, until she came into a strange country, and going up to a little house, she found an old hag living in it. The hag asked her where she was going. She said she was going to push her fortune. Said the hag, "How would you like to stay here with me, for I want a maid?" "What will I have to do?" said she. "You will have to wash me and dress me and sweep the hearth clean, but on the peril of your life never look up the chimney," said the hag. All right, she agreed to this. The next day, when the hag arose, she washed her and dressed her, and when the hag went out, she swept the hearth clean. And then she thought it would do no harm to have one wee look up the chimney. And there, what did she see but her own mother's long leather bag of gold and silver? So she took it down at once, and getting it on her back, started away for home as fast as she could run. But she had not gone far when she met a horse grazing in a field, and when he saw her he said, rub me, for I haven't been rubbed these 7 years." But she only struck him with a stick she had in her hand and drove him out of her way. She had not gone much farther when she met a sheep, who said, "Oh, shear me, for I haven't been shorn these 7 years." But she struck the sheep and sent it scurrying out of her way. She had not gone much farther when she met a goat tethered, and he said, "Oh, change my tether, for it hasn't been changed these 7 years." But she flung a stone at him and went on. Next she came to a lime kiln, and it said, "Oh, clean me, for I haven't been cleaned these 7 years." But she only scowled at it and hurried on. After another bit she met a cow, and it said, "Oh, milk me, for I haven't been milked these 7 years." She struck the cow out of her way and went on. Then she came to a mill. The mill said, "Oh, turn me, for I haven't been turned these 7 years." But she did not heed what it said, only went in and lay down behind the mill door with the bag under her head, for it was then night. When the hag came into her hut again and found the girl gone, she ran to the chimney and looked up to see if she had carried off the bag. She flew into a great rage, and started to run as fast as she could after her. She had not gone far when she met the horse, and she said, "Oh, horse, horse of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the horse, "it is not long since she passed here." So on she ran, and it was not long till she met a sheep, and said she, "Sheep, sheep of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the sheep, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the goat, and she said, "Goat, goat of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the goat, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the lime kiln, and she said, lime kiln of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the lime kiln, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the cow, and said she, "Cow, cow of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the cow, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the mill, and said she, "Mill, mill of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" And the mill said, "Yes, she is sleeping behind the door." She went in and struck her with a white rod, and turned her into a stone. She then took the bag of gold and silver on her back, and went away back home. A year and a day had gone by after the eldest daughter left home, and when they found she had not returned, the second daughter got up, and she said, "My sister must be doing well and making her fortune, and isn't it a shame for me to be sitting here doing nothing, either to help you, mother, or myself? Bake me a bannock," she said, "and cut me a callop till I go away to push my fortune." The mother did this, and asked her if she would have half the bannock with her blessing, or the whole bannock without. She said the whole bannock without, and set off. Then she said, "If I am not back here in a year and a day, then you may be sure that I am doing well and making my fortune," and then she went away. She travelled away and away before her, far farther than I could tell you, and twice as far as you could tell me, until she came into a strange country, and going up to a little house, she found an old hag living in it. The old hag asked her where she was going. She said she was going to push her fortune. Said the hag, "How would you like to stay here with me, for I want a maid?" "What will I have to do?" says she. "You will have to wash me and dress me, and sweep the hearth clean, and on the peril of your life never look up the chimney," said the hag. All right, she agreed to this. The next day, when the hag arose, she washed her and dressed her, and when the hag went out, she swept the hearth clean, and she thought it would do no harm to have one wee look up the chimney, And there, what did she see but her own mother's long leather bag of gold and silver? So she took it down at once, and getting it on her back, started away for home as fast as she could run. But she had not gone far when she met a horse grazing in a field, and when he saw her he said, rub me, for I haven't been rubbed these 7 years." But she only struck him with the stick she had in her hand, and drove him out of her way. She had not gone much farther when she met a sheep, who said, "Oh, shear me, for I haven't been shorn in 7 years." But she struck the sheep, and sent it scurrying out of her way. She had not gone much farther when she met a goat tethered, and he said, "Oh, change my tether, for it hasn't been changed in 7 years." But she flung a stone at him and went on. Next she came to a lime kiln, and that said, "Oh, clean me, for I haven't been clean these 7 years." But she only scowled at it and hurried on. Then she came to the cow, who said, "Oh, milk me, for I haven't been milked these 7 years." She struck the cow out of her way and went on. Then she came to the mill. The mill said, "Oh, turn me, for I haven't been turned these 7 years." But she did not heed what it said, only went in and lay down behind the mill door with the bag under her head, for it was then night. When the hag came into her hut again and found the girl gone, she ran to the chimney and looked up to see if she had carried off the bag. She got into a great rage and started to run as fast as she could after her. She had not gone far when she met the horse, and she said, "Oh, horse of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the horse, "it is not long since she passed here." So she ran on, and it was not long until she met the sheep, and said she, "Oh, sheep of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the sheep, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the goat, and said, Goat of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the goat, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the lime kiln, and she said, Lime kiln of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the lime kiln, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the cow, and says she, Cow of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" "Aye," said the cow, "it is not long since she passed here." So she goes on, and it was not long before she met the mill, and said she, Mill of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" And the mill said, "Yes, she is sleeping behind the door." So she went in and struck her with a white rod, and turned her into stone. She then took the bag of gold and silver on her back, and went home. When the second daughter had been gone a year and a day, and she hadn't come back, the youngest daughter said, "My 2 sisters must be doing very well indeed, and making great fortunes when they're not coming back, and it's a shame for me to be sitting here doing nothing, either to help you, mother, or myself. Bake me a bannock and cut me a callop, till I go away and push my fortune." The mother did this, and asked her if she would have half of the bannock with her blessing, or the whole bannock without. She said, "I will have half the bannock with your blessing, mother." The mother gave her a blessing and half a bannock, and she set out. She travelled away and away on before her, far farther than I could tell you, and twice as far as you could tell me, until she came into a strange country, and going up to a little house, she found an old hag living in it. The hag asked her where she was going. She said she was going to push her fortune. Said the hag, "How would you like to stay here with me, for I want a maid?" "What will I have to do?" said she. "You'll have to wash me and dress me, and sweep the hearth clean, and on the peril of your life never look up the chimney," said the hag. "All right," she agreed to this. The next day when the hag arose, she washed her and dressed her, and when the hag went out she swept the hearth, and thought it would do no harm to have one wee look up the chimney. And there what did she see but her own mother's long leather bag of gold and silver. So she took it down at once, and getting it on her back, started away for home as fast as she could run. When she got to the horse said, rub me, for I haven't been rubbed these 7 years." "Oh, poor horse," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she laid down her bag and rubbed the horse. And then she went on, and it wasn't long before she met the sheep, who said, "Oh, shear me, for I haven't been shorn these 7 years." "Oh, poor sheep," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she laid down the bag and sheared the sheep. On she went until she met the goat, who said, "Oh, change my tether, for it hasn't been changed these 7 years." "Oh, poor goat," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she laid down the bag and changed the goat's tether. Then she went on till she met the lime kiln. The lime kiln said, "Oh, clean me, for I haven't been clean these 7 years." "Oh, poor lime kiln," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she laid down the bag and cleaned the lime kiln. Then she went on and met the cow. The cow said, "Oh, milk me, for I haven't been milked these 7 years." "Oh, poor cow," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she laid down the bag and milked the cow. At last she reached the mill. The mill said, "Oh, turn me, for I haven't been turned these 7 years." "Oh, poor mill," she said, "I'll surely do that." And she turned the mill too. As night was on her, she went in and lay down behind the mill door to sleep. When the hag came into her hut again and found the girl gone, she ran to the chimney to see if she had carried off the bag. She got into a great rage and started to run as fast as she could after her. She had not gone far until she came up to the horse and said, "Oh, horse of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" The horse said, "Do you think I have nothing to do but watch your maids for you? You may go somewhere else and look for information." Then she came upon the sheep. "Oh, sheep of mine, have you seen this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" The sheep said, "Do you think I have nothing to do but watch your maids for you? You may go somewhere else and look for information." Then she went on until she met the goat. "Oh, goat of mine, have you seen this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" The goat said, "Do you think I have nothing to do but watch your maids for you? You may go somewhere else and look for information." Then she went on till she came to the lime kiln. "Oh, lime kiln of mine, did you see this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" Said the lime kiln, "Do you think I have nothing to do but watch your maids for you? You may go elsewhere and look for information." Next she met the cow. "Oh, cow of mine, have you seen this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" The cow said, "Do you think I have nothing to do but watch your maids for you? You may go somewhere else and look for information." Then she got to the mill. "Oh, mill of mine, have you seen this maid of mine, with my tig, with my tag, with my long leather bag, and all the gold and silver I have earned since I was a maid?" The mill said, "Come nearer and whisper to me." She went nearer to whisper to the mill, and the mill dragged her under the wheels and ground her up. The old hag had dropped the white rod out of her hand, and the mill told the young girl to take this rod and strike the 2 stones behind the mill door. She did that, and her 2 sisters stood up. She hoisted the leather bag on her back, and the 3 of them set out and travelled away and away till they reached home. The mother had been crying all the time while they were away, and was now ever so glad to see them, and rich and happy they all lived ever after. End of The Long Leather Bag. Recording by Sarah Williams.
Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 34, The Widow's Daughter. There was once a poor widow woman living in the north of Ireland, who had one daughter named Nabla, and Nabla grew up both idle and lazy, till at length, when she had grown to be a young woman, she was both thriftless and useless, fit only to sit with her heels in the ashes and croon to the cat the day long. Her mother was annoyed with her, so that one day, when Nabla refused to do some little trifle about the house, her mother got out a good stout sally rod and came in and thrashed her soundly with it. As her mother was giving Nabla the whacking she had so richly earned, who should happen to be riding past but the king's son himself. He heard the mother beating and scolding, and Nabla crying and pleading within, so he drew rein, and at the top of his voice shouted to know what was the matter. The widow came to the door, curtsying when she saw who he was. Not wishing to give out a bad name on her daughter, she told the king's son that she had a daughter who killed herself working the long day, and refused to rest when her mother asked her, so that she always had to be beaten before she would stop. "What work can your daughter do?" the prince asked. "She can spin, weave, and sew, and do every work that ever a woman did," the mother replied. Now, it so happened that a 12-month before, the prince had taken a notion of marrying, and his mother, anxious he should have none but the best wife, had, with his approval, sent messengers all over Ireland to find him a woman who could perform all a woman's duties, including the 3 accomplishments the widow named, spinning, that is, weaving, and sewing. But all the candidates whom the messengers had secured were found unsatisfactory on being put to trial, and the prince had remained unwedded. When now the king's son heard this account of Nabla from her own mother, he said, "You are not fit to have the charge of such a good girl. For 12 months, through all parts of my mother's kingdom, search was being made for just such a young woman that she might become my wife. I'll take Nabla with me." Poor Nabla was rejoiced, and her mother astonished. The king's son helped Nabla to a seat behind him on the horse's back, and bidding adieu to the widow, rode off. When he had got Nabla home, he introduced her to his mother, telling the queen that by good fortune he had secured the very woman they had so long sought in vain. The queen asked what Nabla could do, and he replied that she could spin, weave, and sew, and do everything else a woman should. And, moreover, she was so eager for work that her mother was beating her within an inch of her life to make her rest herself when he arrived on the scene at Nabla's own cottage. The queen said that was well. She took Nabla to a large room, and gave her a heap of silk and a golden wheel, and told her she must have all the silk spun into thread in 24 hours. Then she bolted her in. Poor Nabla, in amazement, sat looking at the big heap of silk and the golden wheel, and at length she began to cry, for she had not spun a yard of thread in all her life. As she cried, an ugly woman, having one of her feet as big as a bolster, appeared before her. "What are you crying for?" she asked. Nabla told her, and the woman said, "I'll spin the silk for you if you ask me to the wedding." "I'll do that," Nabla said. And then the woman sat down to the wheel, and working it with her big foot, very soon had the whole heap spun. When the queen came and found all spun, she said, "That is good." Then she brought in a golden loom, and told Nabla she must have all that thread woven in 24 hours. When the queen had gone, Nabla sat down and looked from the thread to the loom, and from the loom to the thread, wondering, for she had not in all her life even thrown a shuttle. At length she put her face in her hands and began to cry. There now appeared to her an ugly woman with one hand as big as a pot hanging by her side. She asked Nabla why she cried. Nabla told her, and then the woman said, "I'll weave all that for you if you'll give me the promise of your wedding." Nabla said she would surely, so the woman sat down to the golden loom, and very soon had all the thread woven into webs. When again the queen came and found all woven, she said, "That is good." And then she gave Nabla a golden needle and thimble, and said that in 24 hours more she must have all the webs made into shirts for the prince. Again, when the queen had gone, Nabla, who had never even threaded a needle in all her life, sat for a while looking at the needle and thimble, and looking at the webs of silk, and again she broke down and began to cry heartily. As she cried, an ugly woman with a monstrously big nose came into the room and asked, "Why do you cry?" When Nabla had told her, the ugly woman said, "I'll make up all those webs into shirts for the prince if you'll promise me the wedding." "I'll do that," Nabla said, "and 1,000 welcomes." So the woman with the big nose, taking the needle and thimble, sat down, and in a short time had made all the silk into shirts and disappeared again. When the queen came a third time and found all the silk made up in shirts, she was mightily pleased, and said, "You are the very woman for my son, for he'll never want a housekeeper while he has you." Then Nabla and the prince were betrothed, and on the wedding night there was a gay and a gorgeous company in the hall of the castle. All was mirth and festivity. But as they were about to sit down to a splendid repast, there was a loud knock at the door. A servant opened it, and there came in an ugly old woman with one foot as big as a bolster, who, amid the loud laughter of the company, hobbled along the floor and took a seat at the table. She was asked of which party was she, the bride or the groom's, and she replied that she was of the bride's party. When the prince heard this, he believed that she was one of Nabla's poor friends. He went up to her and asked her what had made her foot so big. "Spinning," she said. "I have been all my life at the wheel, and that's what it has done for me." "Then, by my word," said the prince, striking the table a great blow, "my wife shall not turn a wheel while I am here to prevent it." As the party were again settling themselves, another knock came to the door. A servant opening it let in a woman with one hand as big as a pot. The weight of this hand hanging by her side gave her body a great lean over, so that as she hobbled along the floor the company at the table lay back, laughing and clapping their hands at the funny sight. This woman, taking a seat at the table, was asked by whose invitation she was there, to which she replied that she was of the bride's party. Then the prince went up to her and inquired what caused her hand to be so big. "Weaving," she said. "I have slaved at the shuttle all my life. That's what has come on me." "Then," said the prince, striking the table a thundering blow, "by my word, my wife shall never throw a shuttle again while I live to prevent it." A third time the guests were ready to begin the repast, when again there came a knock to the door. Every one looked up, and they saw the servant now admit an ugly old woman with the most monstrous nose ever beheld. This woman likewise took a chair at the table. She was then asked who had invited her, the bride or the groom. She said she was one of the bride's party. Then the prince, going up to her, asked her why her nose had come to be so very big. "It's with sewing," she said. "All my life I've been bending my head over sewing, so that every drop of blood ran down into my nose, swelling it out like that." Then the prince struck the table a blow that made the dishes leap and rattle. "By my word," he said, "my wife shall never either put a needle in cloth again, or do any other sort of household work while I live to prevent it." And the prince faithfully kept his word. He was always on the lookout to try and catch Nabla spinning, weaving, or sewing, or doing any other sort of work, for he thought she might at any time try to work on the sly. Poor Nabla, however, never did anything to confirm his uneasiness, but, taking her old mother to stay in the castle with her, lived happy and contented, and as lazy as the day was long, ever after. End of The Widow's Daughter. Recording by Bridget.
Story 35 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas, WIGGIN, and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 35. Munachar and Manachar. There once lived a Munachar and a Manachar, a long time ago, and it is a long time since it was, and if they were alive now, they would not be alive then. They went out together to pick raspberries, and as many as Munachar used to pick, Manachar used to eat. Munachar said he must go look for a rod to make a gag to hang Manachar, who ate his raspberries every one, and he came to the rod. "What news today?" said the rod. "It is my news that I am seeking. Good looking for a rod to make a gad to hang Manachar, who ate my raspberries every one." "You will not get me," said the rod, "until you get an axe to cut me." He came to the axe. "What news today?" said the axe. "It is my own news I am seeking. Going looking for an axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang Manachar, who ate my raspberries every one." "You will not get me," said the axe, until you get a flag to edge me. He came to the flag. What's the news today? Says the flag. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a flag. Flag to edge axe. Axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You'll not get me, says the flag, till you get water to wet me. He came to the water. What news today? Says the water. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You will not get me, said the water, until you get a deer who will swim me. He came to the deer. What news today? Says the deer. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You'll not get me, said the deer, until you get a hound who will hunt me. He came to the hound. What news today? Says the hound. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You will not get me, said the hound, until you get a bit of butter to put in my claw. He came to the butter. What news today? Says the butter. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for butter to go in claw of hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You will not get me, said the butter, until you get a cat who shall scrape me. He came to the cat. What news today? Said the cat. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a cat to scrape butter to go in claw of hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You will not get me, said the cat, until you get milk which you will give me. He came to the cow. What news today? Said the cow. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a cow to give me milk I will give to the cat to scrape butter to go in claw of hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang my chair, who ate my raspberries every one. You will not get any milk from me, said the cow, until you bring me a wisp of straw from those threshers yonder. He came to the threshers. What news today? Said the threshers. It's my own news I am seeking. Going looking for a wisp of straw to give to the cow to give me milk I will give to the cat to scrape butter to go in claw of hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag flag to edge axe, axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang Manachar, who ate my raspberries, every one. You'll not get any wisp of straw from us, said the threshers, until you bring us the makings of a cake from the miller over yonder. He came to the miller. What news today? Said the miller. It is my own news I am seeking, going looking for the makings of a cake which I will give to the threshers. The threshers to give me a wisp of straw. The wisp of straw I will give to the cow to give me milk. Milk I will give to the cat to scrape butter to go in claw of hound to hunt deer to swim water to wet flag to edge axe to cut a rod to make a gad to hang Manachar, who ate my raspberries, every one. You'll not get any makings of a cake from me, said the miller, till you bring me the full of that sieve of water from the river over there. He took the sieve in his hand and went over to the river, but as often as ever he would stoop and fill it with water. The moment he raised it, the water would run out of it again. And sure, if he had been there, from that day till this, he never could have filled it. A crow went flying by him over his head. Daub, daub, said the crow. My blessings on ye, then, said Manachar, but it's the good advice you have. And he took the red clay and the daub that was by the brink, and he rubbed it to the bottom of the sieve until all the holes were filled. And then the sieve held the water, and he brought the water to the miller, and the miller gave him the makings of a cake, and he gave the makings of the cake to the threshers, and the threshers gave him a wisp of straw, and he gave the wisp of straw to the cow, and the cow gave him milk. The milk he gave to the cat scraped the butter. The butter went into the claw of the hound hound hunted the deer swam the water wet the flag sharpened the axe cut the rod, and the rod made a gad, and when it had ready to hang Manachar, he found that Manachar had burst. End of Munachar and Manachar. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Story 36 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn Francis. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 36, The Wild Swans. Far away in the land to which the swallows fly when it is winter, dwelt a king who had 11 sons and 1 daughter named Eliza. The 11 brothers were princes, and each went to school with a star on his breast and a sword by his side. They wrote with diamond pencils on gold slates, and learned their lessons so quickly and read so easily that everyone might know they were princes. Their sister Eliza sat on a little stool of plate glass and had a book full of pictures which had cost as much as half a kingdom. Oh, these children were indeed happy, but they were not to remain so always. Their father, who was king of the country, married a very wicked queen, who did not love the poor children at all. They knew this, from the very first day after the wedding. In the palace there were great festivals, and the children played at receiving company. But instead of having, as usual, all the cakes and apples that were left, she gave them some sand in a teacup, and told them to pretend it was cake. The week after, she sent little Eliza into the country to a peasant and his wife, and then she told the king so many untrue things about the young princes that he gave himself no more trouble respecting them. "Go out into the world and get your own living," said the queen. "Fly like great birds who have no voice." But she could not make them ugly as she wished, for they were turned into 11 beautiful swans. Then, with a strange cry, they flew through the windows of the palace, over the park to the forest beyond. It was yet early morning when they passed the peasant's cottage, where their sister Eliza lay asleep in her room. They hovered over the roof, twisted their long necks and flapped their wings, but no one heard them or saw them, so they were at last obliged to fly away high up in the clouds, and over the wide world they flew till they came to a thick, dark wood, which stretched far away to the seashore. Poor little Eliza was alone in her room, playing with a green leaf, for she had no other playthings, and she pierced a hole through the leaf and looked through it at the sun, and it was as if she saw her brother's clear eyes, and when the warm sun shone on her cheeks, she thought of all the kisses they had given her. One day passed just like another. Sometimes the winds rustled through the leaves of the rose bush and would whisper to the roses, "Who can be more beautiful than you?" But the roses would shake their heads and say, "Eliza is." And when the old woman sat at the cottage door on Sunday and read her hymn book, the wind would flutter the leaves and say to the book, "Who can be more pious than you?" And then the hymn book would answer, "Eliza." And the roses and the hymn book told the real truth. At 15, she returned home, but when the queen saw how beautiful she was, she became full of spite and hatred towards her. Willingly would she have turned her into a swan, like her brothers, but she did not dare to do so yet, because the king wished to see his daughter. Early one morning the queen went into the bathroom. It was built of marble and had soft cushions trimmed with the most beautiful tapestry. She took 3 toads with her and kissed them and said to one, "When Eliza comes to the bath, seat yourself upon her head that she may become as stupid as you are." Then she said to another, "Place yourself on her forehead that she may become as ugly as you are, and that her father may not know her." "Rest on her heart," she whispered to a third. "Then she will have evil inclinations and suffer in consequence." So she put the toads into clear water, and they turned green immediately. She next called Eliza and helped her to undress and get into the bath. As Eliza dipped her head under the water, one of the toads sat on her hair, a second on her forehead, and a third on her breast. But she did not seem to notice them, and when she rose out of the water, there were 3 red poppies floating upon it. Had not the creatures been venomous or been kissed by the witch, they would have been changed into red roses. At all events, they became flowers, because they had rested on Eliza's head and on her heart. She was too good and too innocent for witchcraft to have any power over her. When the wicked queen saw this, she rubbed her face with walnut juice so that she was quite brown. Then she tangled her beautiful hair and smeared it with disgusting ointment, till it was quite impossible to recognize the beautiful Eliza. When her father saw her, he was much shocked and declared she was not his daughter. No one but the watchdog and the swallows knew her, and they were only dumb animals and could say nothing. Then poor Eliza wept, and thought of her 11 brothers who were all away. Sorrowfully she stole away from the palace and walked the whole day over fields and moors till she came to the great forest. She knew not in which direction to go, but she was so unhappy and longed so for her brothers who had been, like herself, driven out into the world, that she was determined to seek them. She had been but a short time in the wood when night came on, and she quite lost the path. So she laid herself down on the soft moss, offered up her evening prayer, and leaned her head against the stump of a tree. All nature was still, and the soft, mild air fanned her forehead. The light of hundreds of glowworms shone amidst the grass and the moss, like green fire. And if she touched a twig with her hand ever so lightly, the brilliant fireflies fell down around her like shooting stars. All night long she dreamed of her brothers. She and they were children again, playing together. She saw them writing with their diamond pencils on golden slates, while she looked at the beautiful picture book which had cost half a kingdom. They were not writing lines and letters as they used to do, but descriptions of the noble deeds they had performed, and of all they had discovered and seen. In the picture book, too, everything was living. The birds sang, and the people came out of the book and spoke to Eliza and her brothers. But as the leaves turned over, they darted back again to their places, that all might be in order. When she awoke, the sun was high in the heavens, yet she could scarcely see him, for the lofty trees spread their branches thickly over her head, and his beams were glancing through the leaves here and there like a golden mist. There was a sweet fragrance from the fresh verdure, and the birds almost perched upon her shoulders. She heard water rippling from a number of springs, all flowing into a lake with golden sands. Bushes grew thickly around the lake, and at one spot an opening had been made by a deer, through which Eliza went down to the water. The lake was so clear that, had not the wind rustled the branches of the trees and the bushes so that they moved, they would have appeared as if painted in the depths of the lake, for every leaf was reflected in the water, whether it stood in the shade or the sunshine. As soon as Eliza saw her own face, she was quite terrified at finding it so brown and ugly. But when she wetted her little hand and rubbed her eyes and forehead, the white skin gleamed forth once more. And after she had undressed and dipped herself in the fresh water, a more beautiful king's daughter could not be found in the wide world. As soon as she had dressed herself again and braided her long hair, she went to the bubbling spring and drank some water out of the hollow of her hand. Then she wandered far into the forest, not knowing whither she went. She thought of her brothers, and felt sure that God would not forsake her. It is God who makes the wild apples grow in the wood to satisfy the hungry, and he now led her to one of these trees, which was so loaded with fruit that the boughs bent beneath its weight. Here she held her noonday repast, placed props under the boughs, and then went into the gloomiest depths of the forest. It was so still that she could hear the sound of her own footsteps, as well as the rustling of every withered leaf, which she crushed under her feet. Not a bird was to be seen. Not a sunbeam could penetrate through the large, dark boughs of the trees. The lofty trunks stood so close together that when she looked before her, it seemed as if she were enclosed within trellis work. Such solitude she had never known before. The night was very dark. Not a single glowworm glittered in the moss. Sorrowfully, she laid herself down to sleep, and after a while it seemed to her as if the branches of the trees parted over her head, and that the mild eyes of angels looked down upon her from heaven. When she awoke in the morning, she knew not whether she had dreamed this, or if it had really been so. Then she continued her wandering, but she had not gone many steps forward when she met an old woman with berries in her basket, and begged a few to eat. Then Eliza asked her if she had seen 11 princes riding through the forest. "No," replied the old woman, "but I saw yesterday 11 swans, with gold crowns on their heads, swimming on the river close by." Then she led Eliza a little distance farther to a sloping bank, at the foot of which wound a little stream. The trees on its banks stretched their long leafy branches across the water towards each other, and where the growth prevented them from meeting naturally, the roots had torn themselves away from the ground so that the branches might mingle their foliage as they hung over the stream. Eliza bade the old woman farewell, and walked by the flowing river till she reached the shore of the open sea. And there, before the young maiden's eyes, lay the glorious ocean, but not a sail appeared on its surface, not even a boat could be seen. How was she to go farther? She noticed how the countless pebbles on the seashore had been smoothed and rounded by the action of the water. Glass, iron, stones, everything that lay there mingled together had taken its shape from the same power, and felt as smooth, or even smoother, than her own delicate hand. "The water rolls on without weariness," she said, "till all that is hard becomes smooth. So will I be unwearied in my task. Thanks to your lessons, bright rolling waves, my heart tells me you will lead me to my dear brothers." On the foam-covered seaweeds lay 11 white swan feathers, which she gathered up and placed together. Drops of water lay upon them. Whether they were dewdrops or tears, no one could say. Lonely as it was on the seashore, she did not observe it, for the ever-moving sea showed more changes in a few hours than the most varying lake could produce during a whole year. If a black heavy cloud arose, it was as if the sea said, "I can look dark and angry too," and then the wind blew, and the waves turned to white foam as they rolled. When the wind slept and the clouds glowed with the red sunlight, then the sea looked like a rose leaf. But however quietly its white glassy surface rested, there was still a motion on the shore, as its waves rose and fell like the breast of a sleeping child. When the sun was about to set, Eliza saw 11 white swans with golden crowns on their heads flying toward the land, one behind the other, like a long white ribbon. Then Eliza went down the slope from the shore and hid herself behind the bushes. The swans alighted quite close to her and flapped their great white wings. As soon as the sun had disappeared under the water, the feathers of the swans fell off, and 11 beautiful princes, Eliza's brothers, stood near her. She uttered a loud cry, for, although they were very much changed, she knew them immediately. She sprang into their arms and called them each by name. Then how happy the princes were at meeting their little sister again, for they recognized her, and although she had grown so tall and beautiful, they laughed and they wept, and very soon understood how wickedly their mother had acted to them all. "We brothers," said the eldest, "fly about as wild swans so long as the sun is in the sky. But as soon as it sinks behind the hills, we recover our human shape. Therefore must we always be near a resting place for our feet before the sunset. For if we should be flying towards the clouds at the time we recover our natural form as men, we should fall deep into the sea. We do not dwell here, but in a land just as fair that lies beyond the ocean, which we have to cross for a long distance. There is no island in our passage upon which we could pass the night, nothing but a little rock rising out of the sea, upon which we can scarcely stand with safety, even closely crowded together. If the sea is rough, the foam dashes over us. Yet we thank God even for this rock. We have passed whole nights upon it, or we should never have reached our beloved fatherland, for our flight across the sea occupies 2 of the longest days of the year. We have permission to visit our home once in every year, and to remain 11 days, during which we fly across the forest to look once more at the palace where our father dwells and where we were born, and at the church where our mother lies buried. Here it seems as if the very trees and bushes were related to us. The wild horses leap over the plains as we have seen them in our childhood. The charcoal burners sing the old songs to which we have danced as children. This is our fatherland to which we are drawn by loving ties. And here we have found you, our dear little sister. 2 days longer we can remain here, and then must we fly away to a beautiful land which is not our home. And how can we take you with us? We have neither ship nor boat." "How can I break this spell?" said their sister. And then she talked about it nearly the whole night, only slumbering for a few hours. Eliza awakened by the rustling of the swans' wings as they soared above. Her brothers were again changed to swans, and they flew in circles wider and wider till they were far away. But one of them, the youngest swan, remained behind and laid his head in his sister's lap, while she stroked his wings, and they remained together the whole day. Toward evening the rest came back, and as the sun went down they resumed their natural forms. "Tomorrow," said one, "we shall fly away, not to return again till a whole year has passed. But we cannot leave you here. Have you courage to go with us? My arm is strong enough to carry you through the wood, and will not all our wings be strong enough to fly with you over the sea?" "Yes, take me with you," said Eliza. Then they spent the whole night in weaving a net with the pliant willow and rushes. It was very large and strong. Eliza laid herself down on the net, and when the sun rose and her brothers again became wild swans, they took up the net with their beaks and flew up to the clouds with their dear sister who still slept. The sunbeams fell on her face. Therefore one of the swans soared over her head, so that his broad wing might shade her. They were far from the land when Eliza awoke. She thought she must still be dreaming. It seemed so strange to her to feel herself being carried so high in the air over the sea. By her side lay a branch full of beautiful ripe berries and a bundle of sweet roots. The youngest of her brothers had gathered them for her and placed them by her side. She smiled her thanks to him. She knew it was the same who had hovered over her to shade her with his wings. They were now so high that a large ship beneath them looked like a white seagull skimming the waves. A great cloud floating beneath them appeared like a vast mountain, and upon it Eliza saw her own shadow and those of the 11 swans looking gigantic in size. Altogether, it formed a more beautiful picture than she had ever seen, but as the sun rose higher and the clouds were left behind, the shadowy picture vanished away. Onward the whole day they flew through the air like a winged arrow, yet more slowly than usual, for they had their sister to carry. The weather seemed inclined to be stormy, and Eliza watched the sinking sun with great anxiety, for the little rock in the ocean was not yet in sight. It appeared to her as if the swans were making great efforts with their wings. Alas, she was the cause of their not advancing more quickly. When the sun set, they would change to men, fall into the sea, and be drowned. Then she offered a prayer from her inmost heart, but still no appearance of the rock. Dark clouds came nearer. The gusts of the wind told of a coming storm, while from a thick, heavy mass of clouds the lightning burst forth, flash after flash. The sun had reached the edge of the sea when the swans darted down so swiftly that Eliza's head trembled. She believed they were falling, but they again soared onward. Presently she caught sight of the rock just below them, and by this time the sun was half hidden by the waves. The rock did not appear larger than a seal's head thrust out of the water. They sank so rapidly that at the moment their feet touched the rock, the sun shone only like a star, and at last disappeared like the last spark in a piece of burned paper. Then she saw her brothers standing closely around her with their arms linked together. There was but just room enough for them, and not the smallest space to spare. The sea dashed against the rock and covered them with spray. The heavens were lighted up with continual flashes, and peal after peal of thunder rolled. But the sister and brother sat holding each other's hands and singing hymns, from which they gained hope and courage. In the early dawn, the air became calm and still, and at sunrise the swans flew away from the rock with Eliza. The sea was still rough, and from their high position in the air, the white foam on the dark green waves looked like millions of swans swimming on the water. As the sun rose higher, Eliza saw before her, floating in the air, a range of mountains with shining masses of ice on their summits. In the center rose a castle apparently a mile long, with rows of columns rising one above another, while around it palm trees waved and flowers bloomed as large as mill wheels. She asked if this was the land to which they were hastening. The swans shook their heads, for what she beheld were the beautiful, ever-changing cloud palaces of the Fata Morgana, into which no mortal can enter. Eliza was still gazing at the scene when the mountains, forests, and castles melted away, and 20 stately churches rose in their stead, with high towers and pointed Gothic windows. Eliza even fancied she could hear the tones of the organ, but it was the music of the murmuring sea which she heard. As they drew nearer to the churches, these also changed into a fleet of ships, which seemed to be sailing beneath her. But as she looked again, she found it was only a sea mist gliding over the ocean. So there continued to pass before her eyes a constant change of scene, till at last she saw the real land to which they were bound, with its blue mountains, its cedar forests, and its cities and palaces. Long before the sun went down, she sat on a rock in front of a large cave, on the floor of which the overgrown yet delicate green creeping plants looked like an embroidered carpet. "Now we shall expect to hear what you dream of tonight," said the youngest brother as he showed his sister her bedroom. "Heaven grant that I may dream how to save you," she replied. And this thought took such hold upon her mind that she prayed earnestly to God for help, and even in her sleep she continued to pray. Then it appeared to her as if she were flying high in the air toward the cloudy palace of Fata Morgana, and a fairy came out to meet her, radiant and beautiful in appearance, and yet very much like the old woman who had given her berries in the wood, and who had told her of the swans with golden crowns on their heads. "Your brothers can be released," she said, "if you have only courage and perseverance. True water is softer than your own delicate hands, and yet it polishes stones into shapes. It feels no pain as your fingers would feel. It has no soul, and cannot suffer such agony and torment as you will have to endure. Do you see the stinging nettle which I hold in my hand? Quantities of the same sort grow about the cave in which you sleep, but none will be of any use to you unless they grow upon the graves in a churchyard. These you must gather, even while they burn blisters on your hands. Break them to pieces with your hands and feet, and they will become flax, from which you must spin and weave 11 coats with long sleeves. If these are then thrown over the 11 swans, the spell will be broken. But remember that from the moment you commence your task until it is finished, even should it occupy years of your life, you must not speak. The first word you utter will pierce through the hearts of your brothers like a deadly dagger. Their lives hang upon your tongue. Remember all I have told you." And as she finished speaking, she touched her hand lightly with the nettle, and a pain of burning fire awoke Eliza. It was broad daylight, and close by where she had been sleeping lay a nettle like the one she had seen in her dream. She fell on her knees and offered her thanks to God. Then she went forth from the cave to begin her work with her delicate hands. She groped in among the ugly nettles, which burned great blisters on her hands and arms, but she determined to bear it gladly if she could only release her dear brothers. So she bruised the nettles with her bare feet and spun the flax. At sunset her brothers returned, and were very much frightened when they found her dumb. They believed it to be some new sorcery of their wicked stepmother. But when they saw her hands, they understood what she was doing on their behalf, and the youngest brother wept, and where his tears fell the pain ceased, and the burning blisters vanished. She kept at her work all night, for she could not rest till she had released her dear brothers. During the whole of the following day, while her brothers were absent, she sat in solitude, but never before had the time flown so quickly. One coat was already finished, and she began the second when she heard a huntsman's horn, and was struck with fear. The sound came nearer and nearer. She heard the dogs barking, and fled with terror into the cave. She hastily bound together the nettles she had gathered into a bundle and sat upon them. Immediately a great dog came bounding toward her out of the ravine, and then another and another. They barked loudly, ran back, and then came again. In a very few minutes all the huntsmen stood before the cave, and the handsomest of them was the king of the country. He advanced toward her, for he had never seen a more beautiful maiden. "How did you come here, my sweet child?" he asked. But Eliza shook her head. She dared not speak at the cost of her brothers' lives, and she hid her hands under her apron, so that the king might not see how she must be suffering. "Come with me," he said. "Here you cannot remain. If you are as good as you are beautiful, I will dress you in silk and velvet. I will place a golden crown on your head, and you shall dwell and rule and make your home in my richest castle." And then he lifted her on his horse. She wept and wrung her hands, but the king said, "I wish only your happiness. A time will come when you will thank me for this." And then he galloped away over the mountains, holding her before him on his horse, and the hunters followed behind him. As the sun went down, they approached a fair royal city with churches and cupolas. On arriving at the castle, the king led her into marble halls where large fountains played, and where the walls and the ceilings were covered with rich paintings. But she had no eyes for all these glorious sights. She could only mourn and weep. Patiently she allowed the women to array her in royal robes, to weave pearls in her hair, and draw soft gloves over her blistered fingers. As she stood before them in all her rich dress, she looked so dazzlingly beautiful that the court bowed low in her presence. Then the king declared his intention of making her his bride, but the archbishop shook his head and whispered that the fair young maiden was only a witch who had blinded the king's eyes and enchanted his heart. But the king would not listen to this. He ordered the music to sound, the daintiest dishes to be served, and the loveliest maidens to dance. Afterwards he led her through fragrant gardens and lofty halls, but not a smile appeared on her lips or sparkled in her eyes. She looked the very picture of grief. Then the king opened the door of a little chamber in which she was to sleep. It was adorned with rich green tapestry, and resembled the cave in which he had found her. On the floor lay the bundle of flax which she had spun from the nettles, and under the ceiling hung the coat she had made. These things had been brought away from the cave as curiosities by one of the huntsmen. "Here you can dream yourself back again in the old home in the cave," said the king. "Here is the work with which you employed yourself. It will amuse you now in the midst of all this splendor to think of that time." When Eliza saw all these things which lay so near her heart, a smile played around her mouth, and the crimson blood rushed to her cheeks. She thought of her brothers, and their release made her so joyful that she kissed the king's hand. Then he pressed her to his heart. Very soon the joyous church bells announced the marriage feast, and that the beautiful dumb girl out of the wood was to be made queen of the country. Then the archbishop whispered wicked words in the king's ear, but they did not sink into his heart. The marriage was still to take place, and the archbishop himself had to place the crown on the bride's head. In his wicked spite, he pressed the narrow circlet so tightly on her forehead that it caused her pain. But a heavier weight encircled her heart, sorrow for her brothers. She felt not bodily pain. Her mouth was closed. A single word would cost her brothers their lives. But she loved the kind, handsome king, who did everything to make her happy, more and more each day. She loved him with her whole heart, and her eyes beamed with the love she dared not speak. Oh, if she'd only been able to confide in him and tell him of her grief! But dumb she must remain till her task was finished. Therefore at night she crept away into her little chamber, which had been decked out to look like the cave, and quickly wove one coat after another. But when she began the 7th, she found she had no more flax. She knew that the nettles she wanted to use grew in the churchyard, and that she must pluck them herself. How should she get out there? "Oh, what is the pain in my fingers to the torment which my heart endures?" said she. "I must venture. I shall not be denied help from heaven." Then, with a trembling heart, as if she were about to perform a wicked deed, she crept into the garden in the broad moonlight, and passed through the narrow walks and the deserted streets till she reached the churchyard. Then she saw on one of the broad tombstones a group of ghouls. These hideous creatures took off their rags as if they intended to bathe, and then, clawing open the grassy graves with their long skinny fingers, pulled out the bones and threw them about. Eliza had to pass close by them, and they fixed their wicked glances upon her, but she prayed silently, gathering the burning nettles, and carried them home with her to the castle. One person only had seen her, and that was the Archbishop. He was awake while everybody was asleep. Now he thought his opinion was evidently correct. All was not right with the Queen. She was a witch, and had enchanted the king and all the people. Secretly he told the king what he had seen and what he feared, and as the hard words came from his tongue, the carved images of the saints shook their heads as if they would say, "It is not so. Eliza is innocent." But the Archbishop interpreted it in another way. He believed that they witnessed against her and were shaking their heads at her wickedness. 2 large tears rolled down the king's cheeks, and he went home with doubt in his heart, and at night pretended to sleep. But there came no real sleep to his eyes, for he saw Eliza get up every night and disappear in her own chamber. From day to day his brow became darker, and Eliza saw it and did not understand the reason, but it alarmed her and made her heart tremble for her brothers. Her hot tears glittered like pearls on the regal velvet and diamonds, while all who saw her were wishing they could be queens. In the meantime, she had almost finished her task. Only 1 coat of mail was wanting, but she had no flax left, and not a single nettle. Once more only, and for the last time, must she venture to the churchyard and pluck a few handfuls. She thought with terror of the solitary walk, and of the horrible ghouls, but her will was firm, as well as her trust in Providence. Eliza went, and the king and the Archbishop followed her. They saw her vanish through the wicket gate into the churchyard, and when they came nearer, they saw the ghouls sitting on the tombstone, as Eliza had seen them, and the king turned away his head, for he thought she was with them, she whose head had rested on his breast that very evening. "The people must condemn her," said he, and she was very quickly condemned by everyone to suffer death by fire. Away from the gorgeous regal halls was she led to a dark, dreary cell, where the wind whistled through the iron bars. Instead of the velvet and silk dresses, they gave her the coats of mail which she had woven to cover her, and the bundle of nettles for a pillow, but nothing they could give her would have pleased her more. She continued her task with joy and prayed for help, while the street boys sang jeering songs about her, and not a soul comforted her with a kind word. Toward evening, she heard at the grating the flutter of a swan's wing. It was her youngest brother. He had found his sister, and she sobbed for joy, although she knew that very likely this would be the last night she would have to live. But still she could hope, for her task was almost finished, and her brothers were come. Then the Archbishop arrived, to be with her during her last hours, as he had promised the king. But she shook her head, and begged him by looks and gestures not to stay, for in this night she knew she must finish her task. Otherwise, all her pain and tears and sleepless nights would have been suffered in vain. The Archbishop withdrew, uttering bitter words against her. But poor Eliza knew that she was innocent, and diligently continued her work. The little mice ran about the floor. They dragged the nettles to her feet to help as well as they could, and the thrush sat outside the grating of the window and sang to her the whole night long, as sweetly as possible, to keep up her spirits. It was still twilight, and at least an hour before sunrise, when the 11 brothers stood at the castle gate and demanded to be brought before the king. They were told it could not be, it was yet almost night, and as the king slept they dared not disturb him. They threatened, they entreated. Then the guard appeared, and even the king himself, inquiring what all the noise meant. At this moment the sun rose. The 11 brothers were seen no more, but 11 wild swans flew away over the castle. And now all the people came streaming forth from the gates of the city to see the witch burned. An old horse drew the cart on which she sat. They had dressed her in a garment of coarse sackcloth. Her lovely hair hung loose on her shoulders. Her cheeks were deadly pale. Her lips moved silently, while her fingers still worked at the green flax. Even on the way to death, she would not give up her task. The 10 coats of mail lay at her feet. She was working hard at the 11th, while the mob jeered her and said, "See the witch, how she mutters! She has no hymn book in her hand. She sits there with her ugly sorcery. Let us tear it in 1,000 pieces." And then they pressed toward her, and would have destroyed the coats of mail, but at the same moment 11 wild swans flew over her and alighted on the cart. Then they flapped their large wings, and the crowd drew on one side in alarm. "It is a sign from heaven that she is innocent," whispered many of them, but they ventured not to say it aloud. As the executioner seized her by the hand to lift her out of the cart, she hastily threw the 11 coats of mail over the swans, and they immediately became 11 handsome princes. But the youngest had a swan's wing instead of an arm, for she had not been able to finish the last sleeve of the coat. "Now I may speak," she exclaimed. "I am innocent." Then the people, who saw what had happened, bowed to her as before a saint. But she sank lifeless in her brother's arms, overcome with suspense, anguish, and pain. "Yes, she is innocent," said the eldest brother. And then he related all that had taken place, and while he spoke there rose in the air a fragrance as from millions of flowers. Every piece of faggot in the pile had taken root, and thrown out branches, and appeared a thick hedge, large and high, covered with roses, while above all bloomed a white and shining blossom that glittered like a star. This flower the king plucked and placed in Eliza's bosom, when she awoke from her swoon with peace and happiness in her heart. And all the church bells rang of themselves, and the birds came in great troops, and a marriage procession returned to the castle such as no king had ever before seen. End of The Wild Swans. Recording by Carolyn Francis.
The Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jandon Doronilla. The Fairy Ring. Edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 37. The Road to Fortune. One fine morning, two young men were strolling together through the fields, when they perceived at a great distance a very high hill, on the top of which stood a beautiful castle, which sparkled so brightly in the sunshine that the youths were quite delighted, and could not help gazing at it. "Let us go to it," said one of the lads. "It is easy to say 'let us go,' but how can we walk so far?" retorted the other, who was a lazy fellow. "You may do it easily," replied a clear voice behind them. On looking around to see whence these words came, they perceived a beautiful fairy standing on a large ball, which rolled along with her upon it in the direction of the castle. "It is no very difficult task for her, at all events. Look, she can get forward without moving a limb," said the lazy one, throwing himself down on the grass. The other, however, was not so easily satisfied, for without stopping to reflect, he started off after the fairy as fast as he could run, and catching hold of the skirts of her robe, cried, "Who art thou?" "I am Fortune," answered the fairy, "and yonder is my castle. Follow me there. If thou reachest it before midnight, I will receive thee as a friend. But remember, shouldest thou arrive 1 moment later, my door will be closed against thee." With these words the fairy drew her robe from the hand of the young man, and went off so quickly upon her ball that she was soon out of sight. The youth immediately ran back to his companion and told him all that had happened, adding, "I intend taking the fairy's advice. Will you accompany me?" "Are you mad?" inquired the other. "For my part, if I had a good horse I should not mind the journey, but as for walking all that way, I certainly shall not attempt it." "Farewell, then," answered his comrade, who started off at a brisk pace in the direction of the castle. The lazy one, however, reasoned thus to himself, "Exert yourself as much as you please, my worthy friend. Good fortune often comes while we are dozing. Perhaps it may be my case today." And without more ado he stretched himself on the grass, and fell fast asleep, not, however, before he had cast a longing glance at the beautiful castle on the hill. After sleeping some time, he felt as though there were a warm wind blowing on his ear, and when he had stretched his slothful limbs and rubbed his sleepy eyes, he perceived a beautiful milk-white horse, ready saddled, standing beside him, shaking his mane, and neighing lustily in the clear morning air. "Ah, did I not say as much?" cried the youth. "Oh, if people would but trust to fate! Come here, you fine creature, we must be good friends." So saying, he threw himself into the saddle, and the steed galloped off with him, as swift as the wind. Thus mounted, our lazy friend very soon overtook his industrious companion, and hailing him as he passed, cried, "Show respect to my horse's heels." The other, however, continued on at a steady pace, without paying much heed to his satire. About midday, on arriving at the summit of a beautiful hill, the horse suddenly stopped. "Quite right," cried his rider. I find you are a very sagacious creature. Soft and fairly is a good proverb. The castle is now not very far off, but my appetite is a great deal nearer." So dismounting, he sought out a shady slope, and having laid down in the moss with his feet against the stump of a tree, he began to take some refreshment, for happily he had a good supply of bread and sausage in his pocket, and a pleasant drink in his flask. As soon as the youth had satisfied his appetite, he began to feel rather drowsy, and, as is usual with indolent people, he gave full vent to the inclination, stretched himself on the moss, and fell into a sound sleep. Never had man a more pleasant sleep, nor accompanied with more delightful dreams. He imagined that he was already in the castle, reposing on silken cushions, and that all that he desired came to him immediately upon his beckoning with his little finger. After thus enjoying himself for some time, it seemed as though a firework went off with a great explosion. This was followed by strains of soft music, which went to the tune of a song he had often heard, every verse of which terminated with these words: "Healthful limbs and spirits gay bear the traveller on his way." This continued some time, when he awoke with the song still ringing in his ears. Then, rubbing his eyes, he perceived that the setting sun was fast sinking behind the castle, and heard the voice of his companion singing from the valley before him the very words he had heard in his dream. "What a time I have slept!" cried the lazy fellow. "It is high time that I was getting on my way. Come here, my steed, where are you?" But no steed was to be found. The only creature that he could see, after looking all around, was an old grey donkey grazing at the top of a hill at some distance. He shouted and whistled with all his might, but the horse was gone quite out of hearing, and the old donkey did not seem to pay the least attention. So, after exerting his lungs to no purpose, the lazy fellow was obliged to go and try to make friends with the grey old beast, which allowed itself to be quietly mounted, and then trudged slowly on with him. But our youth found this kind of travelling very different from the previous stage, for then he not only proceeded at a much quicker pace, but had a more comfortable seat, which was by no means an unimportant consideration with him. In the course of a short time it began to grow dark, and heavy clouds overspread the sky. Already he could perceive that the castle was being lighted up, and now he began to be very frightened and anxious to get forward. The donkey, however, did not seem in any way to partake of his feelings, but continued on at even a slower pace than before. At length it became quite dark, and the donkey, after going slower and slower, came to a dead stand in the midst of a thick wood. All his entreaties were of no use, nor were threats and kicks of more avail. The donkey would not move. At last the rider became so exasperated that he struck it with his fist, but this did not much improve our lazy friend's condition, for the obstinate brute instantly flung up its hind legs, and by that process released itself of its burden, which fell heavily on the ground. It required much less violence than our youth experienced in his fall to prove to him that he was not lying on a satin couch, for his legs and arms were dreadfully bruised. He remained some time in this miserable plight, but the bright and inviting appearance of the lights in the castle at length attracted his attention. "Ah," thought he, "what beautiful beds must there be in that fine building!" This thought alone aroused for a moment his sluggish energies, and he managed to get on his feet. "Perhaps," thought he, "the grey old donkey may by this time have got into a better temper." So he searched about for him in every direction, but after knocking his head against the trees here, tearing his face with the thorns there, and stumbling over roots and stones for a full quarter of an hour without finding it, he gave up the search as hopeless. It was high time, however, that he made some effort to get out of this dismal wood, which every now and then resounded with dreary howls, sounding very much as though they proceeded from the throats of hungry wolves. At last, when quite bewildered with fear, he suddenly stumbled against something soft and slimy. He knew by the touch that it was not a donkey, but fancying it to be in the form of a saddle, he was about to bestride it at once, yet shuddered at the thought. He was still hesitating when the castle clock struck, and he counted 11. Recollecting that it was drawing near to the eventful time, and that he had no other hope, he threw himself on what appeared to be the saddle. He found his seat tolerably easy, as it was very soft, and at his back was something to lean against. Another great advantage was that the creature in which he was mounted seemed to be very sure-footed. There was, however, one great objection to it, and that was the creeping pace at which it moved, for it went along much slower than even the obstinate donkey. Proceeding thus for some time, he got so near to the castle that he could count the windows, and in this occupation he was engaged, when suddenly the moon shone out from between the clouds, and, oh horror! What did he behold? The creature in which he sat was neither a horse nor a donkey, but an enormous snail, quite as large as a calf, and its house which it carried upon its back had served him to lean against. Now he could well understand why he had come at such a creeping pace. He turned as cold as death, and his hair stood on end with fright. But there was now no time for fear, for the castle clock had already made the woods resound with the first stroke of the midnight hour, just as his steed crawled out of the wood. Then how great was the young man's astonishment when he beheld the castle of fortune in all its grandeur! Hitherto he had sat quietly on the snail, without hastening it, or in any way interfering with its pace. At the sight of the castle, however, he dashed both his heels into its sides, and attempted to urge it on. To this treatment the snail was quite unaccustomed, and instantly it drew its head into its shell and left the youth sprawling on the ground. The castle clock rang out the second stroke. Had the lazy fellow but mustered up resolution, and trusted to his feet even then, he might have reached the castle in time. But no. There he stood crying bitterly and screaming out, "A beast, a beast, of whatever kind it may be, to carry me to yon castle." The inmates of the building had already begun to extinguish the lights, and the moon being hidden by the clouds, he was again in total darkness. As the clock struck the third time, he heard something moving near him, and, as well as he could make out in the dark, it seemed like a saddled horse. "Ah, that is my long-lost steed," cried he, "that heaven has kindly sent to me at the needful moment." As quickly as his lazy limbs would enable him, he leaped on the back of the creature. There was now only a little elevation to be surmounted, and he could easily see his companion standing at the open door of the castle, waving his cap and beckoning him on. The clock chimed out the fourth stroke, when the creature whereon he sat began to move slowly. Then went the fifth and sixth strokes, and it began to advance a little at a very awkward pace. At the seventh, the creature began to move, first sideways and then went backward. To his great horror and surprise, the rider found out that he could not throw himself off, though he struggled with all his might. By a passing ray of the moon, he discovered that the new steed on which he was riding was a horrid monster with 10 legs, and from either side there extended a large claw with which it held him fast by the arms. The youth screamed loudly for help, but all to no purpose. The animal still kept receding farther and farther from the castle, while the eventful moment approached nearer and nearer, until the 12th stroke proclaimed the midnight hour. A flitting ray of the moon displayed the castle once more to his view in all its splendor, but in the same moment the youth heard the door shut, and the rattling noise of chains and bolts. The entrance to the castle of fortune was closed against him forever. The moon now shone again in full lustre, and discovered the horrid monster that still kept carrying him away to be nothing more nor less than an enormous crab. Where he went to on this uncommon steed I cannot tell, for the fact is, nobody ever troubled themselves further about the lazy fellow. End of The Road to Fortune. Recording by Jandon Doronilla.
Story 38 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring. Edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 38. The Golden Crab. Once upon a time there was a fisherman who had a wife and 3 children. Every morning he used to go out fishing, and whatever fish he caught he sold to the king. One day, among the other fishes, he caught a golden crab. When he came home he put all the fishes together into a great dish, but he kept the crab separate because it shone so beautifully, and placed it upon a high shelf in the cupboard. Now, while the old woman, his wife, was cleaning the fish, and had tucked up her gown so that her feet were visible, she suddenly heard a voice, which said, let down thy petticoat, that lets thy feet be seen." She turned around in surprise, and then she saw the little creature, the golden crab. "What? You can speak, can you, you ridiculous crab?" she said, for she was not quite pleased at the crab's remark. Then she took him up and placed him on a dish. When her husband came home and they sat down to dinner, they presently heard the crab's little voice saying, "Give me some too." They were all very much surprised, but they gave him something to eat. When the old man came to take away the plate which had contained the crab's dinner, he found it full of gold, and as the same thing happened every day, he soon became very fond of the crab. One day the crab said to the fisherman's wife, "Go to the king and tell him I wish to marry his younger daughter." The old woman went accordingly, and laid the matter before the king, who laughed a little at the notion of his daughter marrying a crab, but did not decline the proposal altogether, because he was a prudent monarch, and knew that the crab was likely to be a prince in disguise. He said, therefore, to the fisherman's wife, "Go, old woman, and tell the crab I will give him my daughter, if by tomorrow morning he can build a wall in front of my castle much higher than my tower, upon which all the flowers of the world must grow and bloom." The fisherman's wife went home and gave this message. Then the crab gave her a golden rod and said, "Go and strike with this rod 3 times upon the ground on the place which the king showed you, and tomorrow morning the wall will be there." The old woman did so and went away again. The next morning, when the king awoke, what do you think he saw? The wall stood there before his eyes, exactly as he had bespoken it. Then the old woman went back to the king and said to him, "Your Majesty's orders have been fulfilled." "That is very well," said the king, "but I cannot give away my daughter until there stands in front of my palace a garden in which there are 3 fountains, of which the first must play gold, the second diamonds, and the third brilliants." So the old woman had to strike again 3 times upon the ground with the rod, and the next morning the garden was there. The king now gave his consent, and the wedding was fixed for the very next day. Then the crab said to the old fisherman, "Now take this rod, go and knock with it on a certain mountain. Then a black man will come out and ask you what you wish for. Answer him thus: 'Your master, the king, has sent me to tell you that you must send him his golden garment that is like the sun. Make him give you, besides, the queenly robes of gold, and precious stones, which are like the flowery meadows, and bring them both to me, and bring me also the golden cushion.'" The old man went and did his errand. When he had brought the precious robes, The crab put on the golden garment, and then crept upon the golden cushion, and in this way the fisherman carried him to the castle, where the crab presented the other garment to his bride. Now the ceremony took place, and when the married pair were alone together, the crab made himself known to his young wife, and told her how he was the son of the greatest king in the world, and how he was enchanted, so that he became a crab by day and was a man only at night, and he could also change himself into an eagle as often as he wished. No sooner had he said this than he shook himself and immediately became a handsome youth, but the next morning he was forced to creep back again into his crab shell. And the same thing happened every day. But the princess's affection for the crab, and the polite attention with which she behaved to him, surprised the royal family very much. They suspected some secret, but though they spied and spied, they could not discover it. Thus a year passed away, and the princess had a son, whom she called Benjamin. But her mother still thought the whole matter very strange. At last she said to the king that he ought to ask his daughter whether she would not like to have another husband instead of the crab. But when the daughter was questioned, she only answered, "I am married to the crab, and him only I will have." Then the king said to her, "I will appoint a tournament in your honour, and I will invite all the princes in the world to it, and if any one of them pleases you, you shall marry him." In the evening the princess told this to the crab, who said to her, "Take this rod, go to the garden gate, and knock with it. Then a black man will come out and say to you, 'Why have you called me, and what do you require of me?' Answer him thus, 'Your master the king has sent me hither to tell you to send him his golden armour, and his steed, and the silver apple, and bring them to me.'" The princess did so, and brought him what he desired. The following evening the prince dressed himself for the tournament. Before he went he said to his wife, "Now mind you do not say, when you see me, that I am the crab, for if you do this evil will come of it. Place yourself at the window with your sisters. I will ride by and throw you the silver apple. Take it in your hand, but if they ask you who I am, say that you do not know." So saying, he kissed her, repeated his warning once more, and went away. The princess went with her sisters to the window, and looked on at the tournament. Presently her husband rode by and threw the apple up to her. She caught it in her hand and went with it to her room, and by her husband came back to her. But her father was much surprised that she did not seem to care about any of the princes. He therefore appointed a second tournament. The crab then gave his wife the same directions as before, only this time the apple which she received from the black man was of gold. But before the prince went to the tournament he said to his wife, "Now I know you will betray me today." But she swore to him that she would not tell who he was. He then repeated his warning and went away. In the evening, while the princess, with her mother and sisters, was standing at the window, the prince suddenly galloped past on his steed and threw her the golden apple. Then her mother flew into a passion, gave her a box on the ear, and cried out, "Does not even that prince please you, you fool?" The princess in her fright exclaimed, "That is the crab himself." Her mother was still more angry because she had not been told sooner, ran into her daughter's room where the crab shell was still lying, took it up and threw it into the fire. Then the poor princess cried bitterly, but it was of no use. Her husband did not come back. Now we must leave the princess, and turn to the other persons in the story. One day an old man went to a stream to dip in a crust of bread which he was going to eat, when a dog came out of the water, snatched the bread from his hand, and ran away. The old man ran after him, but the dog reached a door, pushed it open and ran in, the old man following him. He did not overtake the dog, but found himself above a staircase, which he descended. Then he saw before him a stately palace, and entering, he found in a large hall a table set for 12 persons. He hid himself in the hall behind a great picture, that he might see what would happen. At noon he heard a great noise, so that he trembled with fear. When he took courage to look out from behind the picture, he saw 12 eagles flying in. At this sight his fear became still greater. The eagles flew to the basin of a fountain that was there and bathed themselves, when suddenly they were changed into 12 handsome youths. Now they seated themselves at the table, and one of them took up a goblet filled with wine and said, "A health to my father," and another said, "A health to my mother," and so the healths went round. Then one of them said, "A health to my dearest lady, long may she live and well, but a curse on the cruel mother who burned my golden shell." And so saying, he wept bitterly. Then the youths rose from the table, went back to the great stone fountain, turned themselves into eagles again, and flew away. Then the old man went away too, returned to the light of day, and went home. Soon after he heard that the princess was ill, and that the only thing that did her good was having stories told to her. He therefore went to the royal castle, obtained an audience of the princess, and told her about the strange things he had seen in the underground palace. No sooner had he finished than the princess asked him whether he could find the way to that palace. "Yes, certainly," he answered. And now she desired him to guide her thither at once. The old man did so, and when they came to the palace, he hid her behind the great picture, and advised her to keep quite still, and he placed himself behind the picture also. Presently the eagles came flying in, and changed themselves into young men, and in a moment the princess recognized her husband among them all, and tried to come out of her hiding place, but the old man held her back. The youths seated themselves at the table, and now the prince said again, while he took up the cup of wine, "A health to my dearest lady, long may she live and well, but a curse on the cruel mother who burned my golden shell." Then the princess could restrain herself no longer, but ran forward and threw her arms around her husband, and immediately he knew her again and said, "Do you remember how I told you that day that you would betray me? Now you see that I spoke the truth, but all that evil time is past. Now listen to me. I must still remain enchanted for 3 months. Will you stay here with me till that time is over?" So the princess stayed with him, and said to the old man, "Go back to the castle and tell my parents that I am staying here." Her parents were very much vexed when the old man came back and told them this. But as soon as the 3 months of the Prince's enchantment were over, he ceased to be an eagle, and became once more a man, and they returned home together. And then they lived happily, and we who hear the story are happier still. End of The Golden Crab.
Story 39 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 39. The Table, the Ass and the Stick. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there lived a tailor and his 3 sons. But they only had 1 goat, which, as it had to give milk enough for all, had to feed well every day. The sons had to lead it to pasture in turns, and one morning when it was the turn of the eldest, he took it into the churchyard, where grew the richest grass, and let it eat its fill. In the evening, when it was time to return, he said, "Goat, have you eaten well?" And the goat answered, "'Tis said that enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough for a wise little beast." "Then we will go home," said the youth, and he led the goat home by its halter, and tied it up in the stable for the night. "Well," said the tailor, "has the goat eaten well?" "It has eaten as much as it can," answered the boy. But the father wanted to make sure, so he went into the stable and stroked the goat, saying, "Goat, have you eaten well?" The wicked goat replied, "How can I have eaten well? I wandered where the dead lie, but nothing found to feed upon." "What do you say?" cried the tailor, and running in to his son he cried, "Oh, you wicked boy! You told me the goat had eaten well, and I find him shivering in the stable almost famished." And seizing his yard measure he chased the boy out of the house in great wrath. The next day it was the second son's turn, and he chose a place under the hedge in the garden where there grew some fine rich grass, which the goat was not long in eating up completely. When the evening came and it was time to go home, this lad too asked the goat if it had had enough, and it answered as before, "'Tis said that enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough for a wise little beast." "Then we will go home," said the boy, and he took it to the stable and tied it up. He went into the house. The tailor met him and asked him, "Has the goat eaten well?" "It has eaten as much as it can," answered his son. But the tailor would make sure for all that, and nothing would satisfy him but that he should go to the stable and ask the goat for himself. "How can I have eaten well? I roamed all day long along the hedge, and nothing found to feed upon," answered the goat. "You bad rascal, to starve such a splendid animal!" cried the tailor, running back to the house and catching up his yard measure. Then with cuffs and blows he chased his second son out of the house. The next day it was the third boy's turn, and he found a spot where there was some lovely young grass, and when it was time to go home he asked the goat the same question and obtained the same answer. "'Tis said that enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough for a wise little beast." So the lad led the goat home, and he put it in the stable, and soon the tailor came and asked if the goat had had enough. "Yes," replied the boy. But the old man would go and make sure for all that. "How can I have eaten well? I sought all day among the leaves, and nothing found to feed upon," was the wicked goat's answer. "The scamp," cried the tailor in a fury, "he is as bad as the others. and out he shall go." And he drove the poor boy out with the yard measure, dealing him fearful blows. Now the tailor was left alone to look after the goat, and next day he went to it and said, "Come, pretty creature, I will take you myself to pasture." And he took it to the lettuce bed, and there it fed all day. When night came he asked it, as the boys had done, if it had eaten well, and it said, "'Tis said that enough is as good as a feast, and I've had enough for a wise little beast." So they went home, and he put it in the stable, but as he was going he said once more, "Goat, have you eaten well?" The wicked animal, not thinking for the moment to whom he was replying, answered with his usual complaint, "How can I have eaten well? I only frisked about the bed, and nothing found to feed upon." When the old man heard this he was horrified, for he saw at once how things had stood all the time, and that he had driven his boys away for no reason whatever. "Oh, you brute," he said, "you too shall be driven out, and I will take care that you never dare to appear among honest tailors again." So he rushed into the house for his razor, and shaved the goat's head as smooth as your face, and because the yard measure was too good to use upon him, he fetched his whip and gave the goat such a sound thrashing that it was only too glad to scamper out of the stable and make off as fast as its legs could carry it. When the tailor returned into his house he was overcome with sorrow for the 3 sons whom he had driven from home, and who were wandering no one knew where. However, the eldest boy had apprenticed himself to a carpenter, and he worked with him well and merrily till his time was out. Then his master gave him a table, which, though it looked only like an ordinary common wooden one, yet if its owner stood before it and said, "Table, table, spread yourself," it at once became covered with all sorts of good things, meat and wine and everything necessary for a splendid meal. "Now I shall never want again," the young man said to himself, and he went on journeying merrily, never troubling himself whether his lodging was good or bad, or whether there was anything to eat or not. Sometimes he did not go to an inn at all, but just stopped where he was, under a hedge or in a wood, and there he would put down his table and cry, "Table, table, spread yourself," and then in the twinkle of an eye he had before him as much as he liked to eat and drink. One day he made up his mind to turn his steps homeward, as his father's anger he knew was sure to have died down by then, and they could live very comfortably together with his lucky table. It happened that one evening he came to an inn that was full of people who invited him to eat in their company. "No, not a mouthful unless you consent to be my guests," answered the boy. The people of course laughed and thought he was joking, but their mirth soon changed to wonder when he set down his table in their midst and saw that at his command, "Table, table, spread yourself," it at once covered itself with all sorts of delicious things, quite as good as the host could have given them, and smelling very tempting to the hungry guests. "Pray be seated, friends," said the carpenter cheerily, and the people, seeing he really meant it, sat down at once and began to ply their knives and forks very merrily. The thing that surprised them the most was that whenever they emptied one dish, another full one always appeared immediately in its place. And the innkeeper, who was looking on, said to himself, "My friend, you could do very well with such a table as that in your own kitchen." But he kept his own counsel. The guests sat up very late that night, but at last they went to bed. The carpenter lay down too, with his magic table beside him. Now the landlord couldn't get to sleep that night at all for thinking and wishing, till suddenly he remembered that in the lumber room there was a table that he didn't use, and which was as like the one he coveted as 2 pins. Breathlessly and very cautiously he made his way to the garret and fetched it, and put it beside the lad's bed in place of the lucky table, which he carried away and hid in a safe place. The next day the carpenter paid for his lodging and went on his way, not noticing any difference in the table, which he hoisted on his back. At midday he reached his home, and his father was overjoyed to see him. "Well, my dear boy," said the old man, "what have you been doing all these months?" "I have been apprenticed to a carpenter," answered the lad. "And a very good trade too. And what have you brought home with you?" "The most wonderful thing I ever set eyes on," said his son, setting down the table. I don't think much of that. It looks a very common piece of furniture," said the father, looking at it all around. "But," cried the boy, "it's a magic table, and when I say 'Table, table, spread yourself,' it is at once covered with good things, which will make your mouth water. Invite all our friends in, and you will see what a feast there will be." When the guests had all arrived, he fetched his table, and placing it in the middle of the room, he commanded it to spread itself. But the table remained just like any other table, which takes no notice when you speak to it. And the poor lad saw at once that somebody had robbed him. Of course the guests thought he was an impostor and laughed at him, and went home without any feast, to the poor carpenter's shame. So the tailor had to take up his needle again and stitch away as fast as ever, and the boy had to leave home again and work for another carpenter. Meantime the second son had taken service with the miller, and when he learnt everything his master said, "Because you have worked for me faithfully, I will give you this ass, which, though it can neither draw nor carry, is a clever beast nevertheless." "What can it do then?" said the boy. "Why, if you only pat it and cry 'Brickle-a-bit,' gold will drop out of its mouth like potatoes into a sack," replied the miller. "That is grand," said the boy. So thanking his master, he started on his journey. Now he was rich, for he only had to say "Brickle-a-bit," and a torrent of gold pieces came out of the ass's mouth, and were there for the picking up. Wherever he went he ordered the best of everything, and the more he had to pay for it, the better he was pleased. Soon he got tired of wandering about the world, and thought he would like to go home and see his father, whose anger had, no doubt, died down by this time. Or if not, it certainly would when he saw what a rich ass he had brought home with him. Now it chanced that he came to the very same inn where his brother had lost his table. And when the landlord came out and offered to take the animal to the stable, he said, "No, I will take him myself, for I want to see where he goes." The landlord was surprised, but thought that one who would look after his own beast must be a poor man. But the boy, putting his hand in his pocket, drew out 2 gold pieces and ordered the best the house contained. The landlord was very much astonished indeed, and ran and fetched him the best of everything. When he had eaten his fill, the boy asked what more he owed, and the landlord, being a greedy man, said that 2 more gold pieces would pay the bill. The youth put his hand in his pocket and found it empty. "Wait a moment, my friend, and I will fetch some gold," he said carelessly, and picking up the tablecloth he went out. The landlord didn't at all understand what was going on, but being inquisitive he crept out after the youth, and as the stable door was bolted carefully, the landlord had to glue his eye to a hole in the wall. Then he saw the boy spread out the cloth and say "Brickle-a-bit," and immediately gold began to drop out of the ass's mouth in showers, as if it were hailing. "Thunder and lightning!" gasped the landlord, running back to the house. "Did one ever see the like of this? Why, that is the finest and fattest purse I ever set eyes on, and I must see what I can do to obtain it." Later in the evening the lad paid his bill and went to bed. But when he was well asleep, the wicked landlord crept into the stable and took away the ass and tied up an ordinary one in its stead. The next day the youth went on his way with the ass, which he never noticed had been changed, and arrived at midday at his father's house. His father was delighted to see him again, and asked what trade he had learnt. The boy told him that he was a miller. "And what have you brought home with you?" said the old man. "Only an ass," replied the boy. "Ah, my lad, you had better have brought a goat. We have asses enough about already." "Perhaps so," retorted the boy, "but wait till you see what this ass can do. I have only to say 'Bricklebrit' and gold drops out of his mouth in heaps. Just send for all your friends and we will make them rich in a trice." "Indeed," said the tailor, "that is not a bad idea. If what you say is true I shall never need to do any more tailoring," and he hurried out and gathered all his friends in. They arrived in high excitement, as you may be sure, and the youth bade them stand in a circle while he spread out a cloth under the ass's head. "Now," he said proudly, "listen to me," and he called "Bricklebrit." But nothing happened, and it seemed that the ass could not coin gold after all, for it is not an easy thing to do, as you will agree. The poor youth was very rueful, for he saw that some one had robbed him, and he was obliged to apologize to the guests, who only sneered and jeered at him and departed as poor as they came. So the tailor had to take up his needle once more and stitch away as fast as ever, and the boy had to go and work for another miller. Meantime the third son had apprenticed himself to a turner. But it takes a long time to learn to be a turner, and he was still with his master when his brother sent a message to tell him how they had fared, and all about the wicked landlord who had robbed them of their precious belongings. Time went on, and soon he had learnt everything, and he took leave of his master, who gave him a sack, saying, "In the sack lies a stick." "I will take the sack gladly," said the youth, "for it will be handy. But of what use is the stick, except to make the sack heavier?" "This is the use of the stick. If you want to punish anything at any time, you have only to say, 'Come forth, stick,' and the stick will slip out of the sack and lay about your enemy's shoulders in such a lively fashion that he will be as quiet as a tortoise for days afterwards, and it will not cease beating till you say, 'Stop, stick,' and into the sack." The youth thanked him and went on his way, and when any rouge interfered with him, he only had to cry, "Come forth, stick," and out it came and gave them a sound thrashing until he told it to stop, and then it slipped back so quickly that nobody saw where it went. One night he arrived at the very inn where his brothers had been deceived, and putting his sack on the table, he began to boast of all the curious things he had seen. "Yes," he said, "I have even known of a table which covers itself with food and wine in a twinkling. But that is not all, for I have seen an ass which coins gold and scores of other wonderful things besides. But when all is said and done, none have compared with what I carry in my sack." The landlord opened his round eyes, saying, "I wonder what it is," and he thought to himself, "The sack must be full of precious stones. I must get hold of it, for all good luck runs in threes, and there is no reason why I should not succeed this time as I have done before." As soon as it was time to go to bed, the youth lay down on a bench and pillowed his head on his sack, and when the landlord thought he was fast asleep, he came creeping softly to his side and pulled ever so gently at the sack to see if he could exchange it for another which he had already in his hand. However, the boy was only waiting for this, and suddenly he called out, "Come forth, stick." Immediately it sprang out and beat the landlord right merrily. The landlord howled for mercy, but the stick only hit the faster, till at last the rouge fell down exhausted. "Now," said the turner, ordering the stick to return to its bag, "if you do not deliver up to me the magic table and the lucky ass, the stick shall begin again." "No, no," gasped the wretched man. "I will give them up if you will only spare me." I will pardon you if you keep your word, said the youth, but beware if you try to deceive me. Early next morning the turner went on his way with the ass and the table to his father's house. When he arrived his father was overjoyed to see him and asked him what trade he had learnt. Dear father, he said, I have become a turner. That is a difficult trade. And what have you brought home with you? A sack and a stick, and a very valuable stick too, said the son. What? Cried the old man. A stick? Why, you can cut a stick off any tree. Not a stick like this, for I have only to say, come forth, stick, and it immediately slips out and lays about the shoulders of any one who would injure me, so that he has to cry for mercy. By the aid of my stick I have got back the magic table and lucky ass, which the thief of a landlord stole from my brothers. Now send for them, and call in all your friends, and I will give them a feast, and fill their pockets with money as well. The old tailor could scarcely believe him, but he did as he was told. Then the youth spread a cloth on the floor and brought in the ass, telling his brother to speak to it. The miller called out, "Bricklebit," and immediately the gold pieces began dropping out onto the floor in showers, till they all had as much as they could carry. Then the table was brought in, and the carpenter said, "Table, be spread," and at once it was covered with all sorts of dainties. Then they had such a feast as the tailor had never seen, and they all remained till late at night making merry. The next day the happy tailor gathered together all his needles and threads and measures and goose, and put them away, and he lived happily with his sons for ever after. Now we must see what became of the goat, whose fault it was that the brothers had been driven away. It was so ashamed of its shaven head that it crept into a fox's hole to hide itself. When the fox came home he saw two great eyes glittering out of the blackness, and he was so terrified that he ran away. Soon he met a bear, who, noticing how frightened he looked, said, "What has happened, brother fox, to make you look like that?" "Oh," he said, "in my lair is a fearful monster that rolled flaming eyes at me." "We will soon turn him out," said the brave bear. But when he looked in, he also was terrified at the glittering eyes and took to flight. He soon met a bee, and seeing that it was no good to sting him through his thick coat, she said in friendly fashion, "You look very sullen, Mr. Bear. What has come over you?" "Oh," said the bear, "in brother Fox's lair is a fearful monster which rolls flaming eyes at us, and we daren't drive him out." "Well, Mr. Bear," said the bee, "I'm sorry for you, and I believe I can help, though I'm such a little creature that nobody thinks I can do any good in the world." So he flew off to the fox's lair, and dropping on to his bald head, stung him so terribly that the poor goat rushed out madly, and he has never been heard of since. End of the Table, the Ass and the Stick. Read by Lars Rolander.
Story 40 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 40. The Little Brother and Sister. There was once a little brother who took his sister by the hand and said, "Since our own dear mother's death, we have not had one happy hour. Our stepmother beats us every day, and, if we come near her, kicks us away with her foot. Our food is the hard crusts of bread which are left, and even the dog under the table fares better than we. he often gets a nice morsel. Come, let us wander forth into the wide world." So the whole day long they travelled over meadows, fields, and stony roads, and when it rained the sister said, "It is heaven crying in sympathy." By evening they came into a large forest, and were so wearied with grief, hunger, and their long walk that they laid themselves down in a hollow tree and went to sleep. When they awoke the next morning the sun had already risen high in the heavens, and its beams made the tree so hot that the little boy said to his sister, "I am so thirsty. If I knew where there was a brook, I would go and drink. Ah, I think I hear one running." And so saying he got up, and taking his sister's hand they went in search of the brook. The wicked stepmother, however, was a witch, and had witnessed the departure of the two children, so sneaking after them secretly, as is the habit of witches, she had enchanted all the springs in the forest. Presently they found a brook which ran trippingly over the pebbles, and the brother would have drunk out of it, but the sister heard how it said as it ran along, "Who drinks of me will become a tiger." So the sister exclaimed, "I pray you, brother, drink not, or you will become a tiger and tear me to pieces." So the brother did not drink, although his thirst was so great, and he said, "I will wait till the next brook." As they came to the second, the sister heard it say, "Who drinks of me becomes a wolf." The sister ran up crying, "Brother, do not, pray do not drink, or you will become a wolf and eat me up." Then the brother did not drink, saying, "I will wait until we come to the next spring, but then I must drink. You may say what you will, my thirst is much too great." Just as they reached the third brook, the sister heard the voice saying, "Who drinks of me will become a fawn. Who drinks of me will become a fawn." So the sister said, "Oh, my brother, do not drink, or you will be changed to a fawn and run away from me." But he had already kneeled down and drunk of the water, and, as the first drops passed his lips, his shape became that of a fawn. At first the sister cried over her little changed brother, and he wept too, and knelt by her, very sorrowful. But at last the maiden said, "Be still, dear little fawn, and I will never forsake you." And, undoing her golden garter, she put it around his neck, and weaving rushes made a white girdle to lead him with. This she tied to him, and, taking the other end in her hand, she led him away, and they travelled deeper and deeper into the forest. After they had walked a long distance, they came to a little hut, and the maiden, peeping in, found it empty, and thought, "Here we can stay and dwell." Then she looked for leaves and moss to make a soft couch for the fawn, and every morning she went out and collected roots and berries and nuts for herself, and tender grass for the fawn, which he ate out of her hand, and played happily around her. In the evening, when the sister was tired and had said her prayers, she laid her head upon the back of the fawn, which served for a pillow, on which she slept soundly. Had but the brother regained his own proper form, their life would have been happy indeed. Thus they dwelt in this wilderness, and some time had elapsed, when it happened that the king of the country held a great hunt in the forest, and now resounded through the trees the blowing of horns, the barking of dogs, and the lusty cries of hunters, so that the little fawn heard them and wanted very much to join. Ah, said he to his sister, let me go to the hunt. I cannot restrain myself any longer. And he begged so hard that at last she consented. But, said she to him, return again in the evening, for I shall shut my door against the wild huntsman, and, that I may know you, do you knock and say, Sister, let me in, and if you do not, I shall not open the door. As soon as she had said this, the little fawn sprang off, quite glad and merry in the fresh breeze. The king and his huntsmen perceived the beautiful animal, and pursued him, but they could not catch him, and when they thought they had him for certain, he sprang away over the bushes and got out of sight. Just as it was getting dark, he ran up to the hut, and knocking, said, Sister mine, let me in. Then she undid the little door, and he went in and rested all night long upon his soft couch. The next morning the hunt was commenced again, and as soon as the little fawn heard the horns and the tally-ho of the sportsmen, he could not rest, and said, Sister dear, open the door, I must be off. The sister opened it, saying, Return at evening, mind, and say the words as before. When the king and his huntsmen saw again the fawn with the golden necklace, they followed him closely, but he was too nimble and quick for them. The whole day long they kept up with him, but toward evening the huntsmen made a circle around him. One wounded him slightly in the hind foot, so that he could only run slowly. Then one of them slipped after him to the little hut, and heard him say, Sister dear, open the door, and saw that the door was opened and immediately shut behind. The huntsman, having observed all this, went and told the king what he had seen and heard, and said, On the morrow I will once more pursue him. The sister, however, was terribly frightened when she saw that her fawn was wounded, and washing off the blood, put herbs upon the foot, and said, Go and rest upon your bed, dear fawn, that the wound may heal. It was so slight that the next morning he felt nothing of it, and when he heard the hunting cries outside, he exclaimed, I cannot stop away, I must be there, and none shall catch me so easily again. The sister wept very much and told him, Soon they will kill you, and I shall be here all alone in this forest, forsaken by all the world. I cannot let you go. I shall die here in vexation, answered the fawn, if you do not, for when I hear the horn, I think I shall jump out of my skin. The sister, finding she could not prevent him, opened the door with a heavy heart, and the fawn jumped out, quite delighted, into the forest. As soon as the king perceived him, he said to his huntsman, Follow him all day long till the evening, but let no one do him an injury. When the sun had set, the king asked his huntsman to show him the hut, and as they came to it, he knocked at the door and said, Let me in, dear sister. Then the door was opened, and stepping in the king saw a maiden more beautiful than he had ever before seen. She was frightened when she saw not her fawn, but a man stepped in who had a golden crown upon his head. But the king, looking at her with a friendly glance, reached her his hand, saying, Will you go with me to my castle and be my dear wife? Oh, yes, replied the maiden, but the fawn must go too. Him I will never forsake. The king replied, He shall remain with you as long as you live, and shall want for nothing. In the meantime the fawn had come in, and the sister, binding the girdle to him, again took it in her hand, and led him away with her out of the hut. The king took the beautiful maiden upon his horse, and rode to his castle, where the wedding was celebrated with great splendour, and she became queen, and they lived together a long time, while the fawn was taken care of and lived well, playing about the castle garden. The wicked stepmother, however, on whose account the children had wandered forth into the world, supposed that long ago the sister had been torn in pieces by the wild beasts, and the little brother hunted to death in his fawn's shape by the hunters. As soon, therefore, as she heard how happy they had become, and how everything prospered with them, envy and jealousy were roused in her heart, and left her no peace, and she was always thinking in what way she could work misfortune to them. Her own daughter, who was as ugly as night, and had but one eye, for which she was continually reproached, said, "The luck of being a queen has never yet happened to me." "Be quiet now," said the old woman, "and make yourself contented. When the time comes, I shall be at hand." As soon, then, as the time came when the queen brought into the world a beautiful little boy, which happened when the king was out hunting, the old witch took the form of a chambermaid, and got into the room where the queen was lying, and said to her, "The bath is ready which will restore you and give you fresh strength. Be quick, before it gets cold." Her daughter being at hand, they carried the weak queen between them into the room, and laid her in the bath, and then, shutting the door, they ran off. But first they had made an immense fire in the stove, which must soon suffocate the young queen. When this was done, the old woman took her daughter, and putting a cap on her, laid her in the bed in the queen's place. She gave her, too, the form and appearance of the real queen as far as she could, but she could not restore the lost eye, and so that the king might not notice it, she turned upon that side where there was no eye. When he came home at evening, and heard that a son was born to him, he was much delighted, and prepared to go to his wife's bedside to see how she did. So the old woman called out in a great hurry, "For your life, do not undraw the curtains. The queen must not yet see the light, and must be kept quiet." So the king went away, and did not discover that a false queen was laid in the bed. When midnight came and every one was asleep, the nurse, who sat by herself, wide awake near the cradle in the nursery, saw the door open and the true queen come in. She took the child in her arms and rocked it a while, and then, shaking up its pillow, laid it down in its cradle and covered it over again. She did not forget the fawn either, but going to the corner where he was, stroked his back, and then went silently out at the door. The nurse asked in the morning of the guards if anyone had passed into the castle during the night, but they answered, "No, we have seen nobody." For many nights afterwards she came constantly, and never spoke a word, and the nurse saw her always, but she would not trust herself to speak about it to anyone. When some time had passed away, the queen one night began to speak, and said, "How fares my child? How fares my fawn? Twice more will I come, but never again." The nurse made no reply, but, when she had disappeared, went to the king and told him all. The king exclaimed, "Oh, heavens! What does this mean? The next night I will watch myself by the child." In the evening he went into the nursery, and about midnight the Queen appeared and said, "How fares my child? How fares my fawn? Once more will I come, but never again." And she nursed the child as she was used to, and then disappeared. The King dared not speak, but he watched the following night, and this time she said, "How fares my child? How fares my fawn? This time have I come, but never again." At these words the King could hold back no longer, but sprang up and said, "You can be no other than my dear wife." Then she answered, "Yes, I am your dear wife." And at that moment her life was restored by God's mercy, and she was again as beautiful and charming as ever. She told the King the fraud which the witch and her daughter had practised upon him, and he had them both tried and sentence pronounced against them. The daughter was taken into the forest, where the wild beasts tore her in pieces, but the old witch was led to the fire and miserably burned. And as soon as she was reduced to ashes, the little fawn was unbewitched, and received again his human form, and the brother and sister lived happily together to the end of their days. End of The Little Brother and Sister.
Story 41 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MCY. The Fairy Ring, edited by K. Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 41. The Old Griffin. Here was once a king, but where he reigned and how he was called, I know nothing about. He had no son, only a daughter, who was always ill, and no doctor could cure her. But it was prophesied to the king that his daughter would eat herself well with an apple. So he made it known all over the kingdom that whoever brought his daughter some apples, with which she could eat herself well, should marry her and be king. Now a peasant who had 3 sons heard of it, and he said to the eldest, "Go to the garden, take a basketful of those beautiful apples with the red cheeks, and carry them to the court. Perhaps the king's daughter will be able to eat herself well with them, and then you can marry her and be king." The chap did as he was bid, and took to the road. When he had walked a little while, he met quite a little iron man, who asked him what he had in his basket. So Hilly, for that was his name, said, "Frog's legs." The little man then said, "Well, so it shall be and remain," and then went on. At last Hilly came to the castle, and had it announced that he had some apples, which would cure the princess if she ate them. At that the king was mightily pleased, and received Hilly in court. Oh dear! When he opened it, instead of apples he had frogs' legs in the basket, and they were kicking about still. The king flew into a great rage, and had him kicked out of the castle. When he got home he told his father how he had fared. Then the father sent his next son, whose name was Saimi, but it went just the same with him as with Hilly. The little iron man met him very soon, and asked him what he had in the basket, and Saimi said, "Sow thistles," and the little man said, "Well, so it shall be and remain." When he arrived at the king's castle, and said he had apples with which the king's daughter could eat herself well, they would not let him in, and told him there had already been one who had made fools of them. But Saimi insisted he had really such apples; they should only let him in. At last they believed him and took him before the king. But when he opened the basket he had nothing but sow thistles. That annoyed the king most dreadfully, so that he had Saimi whipped out of the castle. When he got home he told them what had happened to him, and then came the youngest boy, whom they had always called Stupid Jack, and asked the father whether he too might go with apples. "Yes," said the father, "you are just the right sort of fellow. If the clever ones can't succeed, what will you be able to do?" The boy did not believe it. "Well, father, I will go too." "Get away, you stupid chap," said the father. "You must wait till you grow wiser." And then he turned his back upon him, but the boy tugged at his smock from behind and said, "Now, father, I will go too." "Well, just as you like. Go. You will be sure to come back," he answered in a spiteful way. The boy was beyond measure delighted, and jumped for joy. "Aye there! Act like a fool. You get stupider from one day to the next," said the father. That did not affect Jack a bit, who would not be disturbed in his joy. As night soon came on, he thought he would wait till the next morning. Anyhow, he would not be able to get to court that day. He could not sleep that night in bed, and when he only slumbered a little, he dreamed of beautiful maidens, of castles, gold, silver, and all that sort of thing. Early next morning he went his way, and soon the little man in his iron dress met him, and asked him what he had in the basket. "Apples," he answered, "with which the king's daughter can eat herself well." "Well," said the little man, "such it shall be and remain." But at court they would not let Jack in at all, for that there had been two who had said they brought apples, and one had frogs' legs and the other sow thistles. But Jack insisted tremendously he had no frogs' legs, but the most beautiful apples that grew in the kingdom. As he spoke so nicely, the doorkeeper thought he could not be telling a lie, and let him in. And they did quite right too, for when Jack uncovered the basket before the king, apples as yellow as gold came tumbling out. The king was delighted, and had some of them taken to his daughter at once, and waited in anxious expectations until they should bring him word what effect they had. Not long after, news was brought him, but what think you it was? It was a daughter herself. As soon as she had eaten of those apples she had jumped out of bed quite well. What the king's delight was cannot be described. But now the king would not give Jack his daughter to marry, and said that he must first make him a boat that would seem better on land than in water. Jack agreed to the condition and went home and told his adventures. So the father sent Hilly into the wood to make such a boat. He worked away diligently and whistled the while. At midday, when the sun was at the highest, came the little iron man and asked what he was making. "Wooden bowls," answered he. The little man answered, "Well, so it shall be and remain." In the evening Hilly thought he had made the boat, but when he was going to get into it, it turned to wooden bowls. The next day Saimi went into the wood, but he met with exactly the same fate as his brother. On the third day, stupid Jack went. He worked very hard, so that the wood resounded all through with his heavy blows, and he sang and whistled besides right merrily. The little man came to him at midday when it was very warm, and asked him what he was making. "A boat that will swim better on dry land than in the water," he answered, and that when he had done it she should marry the king's daughter. "Well," said the little man, "such an one it shall be and remain." In the evening, when the sun was setting like a ball of gold, Jack made ready his boat and all things belonging to it, and rowed toward the castle. But the boat went as fast as the wind. The king saw it a long way off, but would not give Jack his daughter yet, and said he must first take 100 hares out grazing from early morning to late in the evening, and if one were missing he should not have his daughter. Jack was quite contented, and the next day went out with his herd to the meadow, and kept a sharp lookout that none should stray away. Not many hours had passed when a maid came from the castle and said Jack was to give her a hare directly, as some visitors had arrived. But Jack saw through that well enough, and said he would not give her one. The king might treat his visitors to hare pepper. But the maid would not heed him, and at last set to scolding. So Jack said that if the king's daughter came herself, he would give her a hare. The maid told them in the castle, and the king's daughter did go herself. But in the meantime the little man had come again to Jack, and asked him what he was doing there. Oh, he had to watch 100 hares so that none ran away, and then he might marry the king's daughter and be king. Good, said the little man. There's a whistle for you. And when one runs away, only just whistle, and he will come back again. When the king's daughter came, Jack put a hare into her apron. But when she had gone about 100 steps off, Jack whistled, and the hare jumped out of the cloth, and jump, jump, was back to the herd directly. In the evening the hare heard whistled again, and looked to see they were all right, and drove them to the castle. The king wondered how Jack had been able to take care of 100 hares, so that none should run off, but he would not yet give him his daughter so easily, but said he must first get him a feather from the old griffin's tail. Jack started at once, and marched right briskly on. In the evening he arrived at a castle, where he asked for a night's lodging, for at that time there were no such things as hotels, and the master of the castle greeted him very civilly, and asked him where he was going to. Jack answered, "To the old griffin." "Oh, indeed, to the old griffin. They say he knows everything, and I have lost the key to an iron money chest. Perhaps you would be good enough to ask him where it is." "Certainly," said Jack. "That I will." Early the next morning he started off again on his road, and arrived at another castle, where he again passed the night. When the people learned that he was going to the old griffin, they said a daughter was ill in the house. They had already tried every possible remedy, but without effect. Would he be kind enough to ask old Griffin what would cure her? Jack said he would do it with pleasure, and went on again. He arrived at a lake, and instead of a ferry boat there was a big man who had to carry everybody over. The man asked him where he was bound for. "To the old Griffin," said Jack. "When you get to him," said the man, "just ask him why I am obliged to carry everybody over the water." "Yes, to be sure," said Jack. "Goodness gracious, yes, willingly." The man then took him up on his shoulder and carried him over. At last Jack arrived at the old Griffin's house, and only found the wife at home, not old Griffin. The woman asked him what he wanted, so he told her he must have a feather from old Griffin's tail, and that in a castle they had lost the key to the money chest, and he was to ask the Griffin where he was. And then, in another castle, the daughter was ill, and he was to know what would make her well again. Then not far from there were the water and the man who was obliged to carry everybody over, and he should very much like to know why the man was obliged to carry everybody over. "But," said the woman, "look you, my good friend, no Christian can speak with a griffin. He eats them all up. But if you like, you can lie there under his bed, and at night, when he is fast asleep, you can reach up and pull a feather out of his tail. And as to those things that you want to know, I will ask him myself." Jack was quite satisfied with the arrangement, and got under the bed. In the evening old Griffin came home, and when he stepped into the room he said, "Wife, I smell a Christian." "Yes," said the wife, "there has been one here today, but he went away again." So old Griffin said no more. In the middle of the night, when Griffin was snoring away lustily, Jack reached up and pulled a feather out of his tail. The Griffin jumped up suddenly and cried, "Wife, I smell a Christian, and it was just as if some one had been plucking at my tail." The wife said, "You have no doubt been dreaming. I have told you already that one has been here today, but that he went away again. He told me all sorts of things. That in one castle they had lost the key of the money chest and could not find it." "Oh, the fools!" exclaimed the Griffin. "The key lies in the woodshed behind the door under a log of wood." And further he said that in another castle the daughter is ill, and they knew no means to cure her. "Oh, the fools!" said the Griffin. "Under the cellar stairs a toad has made its nest of her hair, and if she got the hair back again she would be well." And then again he said at a certain place there was a lake, and a man who was obliged to carry everybody over. "Oh, the fool!" said the old Griffin. "If he were only to put somebody in the middle, he need not carry any more over." Early next morning the old griffin got up and went out, and Jack crept from under the bed with a beautiful feather, having heard what the griffin had said about the key, the daughter, and the man. The wife repeated it all to him so that he should not forget, and then he started off toward home. He came to the man at the water first, and he asked him directly what the griffin had said. But Jack said he must carry him over first, and then he would tell him. So he carried him over, and when they got there Jack told him he had only to put somebody in the middle, and then he need carry no more. The man was delighted beyond measure, and told Jack that out of gratitude he should like to carry him over and back once more. But Jack said nay, he would save him the trouble. He was quite contented with him already, and then went on. Next he arrived at the castle where the daughter was ill. He took her on his shoulder, for she was not able to walk, and carried her down the cellar stairs, and then took the toad's nest from under the bottom step and put it into the daughter's hand, and all at once she jumped off his shoulder, up the stairs before him, strong and well. Now the father and mother were delighted indeed, and made Jack presents of gold and silver, and whatever he wanted they gave him. When Jack arrived at the other castle, he went straight to the woodshed, and found the key right behind the door under the log of wood, and took it to the master. He was not a little pleased, and gave Jack in return a great deal of gold there was in the box, and all sorts of things besides, such as cows and sheep and goats. When Jack returned to the king with all these things, with the money and gold and silver and the cows, sheep, and goats, the king asked him how he had come by it all. So Jack said the old griffin would give one as much as one liked. The king thought he could find a use for that kind of gifts himself, and so he started off to the griffin. But when he got to the water he happened to be the first who had crossed over since Jack, and the man put him in the middle of the stream and walked off, and the king was drowned. So Jack married the king's daughter and became king. End of the Old Griffin.
Story 42 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Cheng. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 42. The Three Feathers. Once upon a time there lived a king who had 3 sons, 2 of whom were bright youths, but the youngest never had anything to say for himself, so he was set down by everyone as a simpleton. Years went on, and the king felt himself growing old, and he thought it was time to decide which of his sons was to succeed him. This was not so easy, so he told the youths that whoever should bring him the most beautiful carpet should be his heir, and, lest they should all want to go in the same direction and quarrel, he went up to the roof of the palace and blew 3 feathers up into the air, saying, "As they fly, thither shall you follow." 1 feather flew east, another west, and the third went in a straight line between the 2 for a little way, and then fell suddenly to the ground. So one brother went east, and another west, and poor Dummling was left to follow the 3rd feather, which had gone no distance at all, whereat his brothers were much amused. Dummling sat down beside his feather, feeling very sad and doleful, and he was just thinking that all chance of the kingdom was at an end for him, when he discovered that all the time he was staring at a trapdoor in the ground. He lifted it, and found steps leading down into the earth, so he went down the stairs till he came to a door, and then he knocked. Immediately he heard a voice singing, "Little frog so green and cold, I prithee open and behold who it is that knocks so bold." And the door opened, and he saw a large frog squatting in the middle of a circle of little ones. The big one bowed to him as he entered, and asked him what he sought. "Please," said Dummling, taking off his cap and returning the bow, "I want to know if you can help me to get the most beautiful carpet in the world." The frog rolled her eyes for a minute, and then, turning to one of the little ones at her side, said, "Go bring me hither the big casket." And the little frog hopped away, and came back dragging a large box. Then the mother frog took a key that hung around her neck on a chain, and opened the box and drew forth the most beautiful carpet that was ever seen. Dumpling was delighted with it, and thanking her very heartily, he hurried up the steps, eager to take it to the palace. Meanwhile the two brothers, never thinking that Dumpling was clever enough to find any sort of carpet at all, said to each other, "Let us buy the shawl of the first peasant woman we meet. That should be good enough to win us the kingdom." So they bought a common old shawl at the first opportunity, and took it home to the palace, arriving just at the same moment as Dumpling. The king was astonished when the carpets were spread out before him, and he saw the lovely thing Dumpling had brought. "The prize," said he, "should by rights belong to my youngest son." But the others were so angry at this, and worried their father so much, that for very peace he had to consent to a new test. So the king gave out that whoever should bring him the most beautiful ring should be king when he died, and he blew up the feathers as before, and bade the youths follow them. The two eldest went east and west, but Dumpling's feather did as it did the first time, and fell to earth just by the trapdoor. So he pulled it up once again, and went down the steps. When the door was opened, he told the big frog that he wanted the most beautiful ring in the world. So she sent one of her little attendants hopping for her jewel casket, and when it was come, she took out of it a ring that fairly blazed with diamonds and other jewels, and finer than the finest workmanship that could be obtained. You may imagine Dumpling thanked her very warmly for the ring, and hurried off back to the palace as fast as his legs could carry him. He found his brothers had just arrived with rings they had taken no more pains to make than to beat 2 rusty nails into circlets. As soon as the king saw Dumpling's lovely jewel, he cried out, "The kingdom belongs to him!" But the brothers again flew into a passion at this, and said that a youth who had as little wit as Dumpling could not possibly reign over the land. So they worried the father at last to make just one more condition, and this time he said that whoever should bring home the most beautiful woman in the world should succeed to the throne. A third time he blew the feathers into the air, and the youths set out after them. Dumpling's feather floated and fell just as before, and again he pulled up his trapdoor, and went down into the presence of the old frog, and told her that this time he wanted the most beautiful maiden in all the world. Said the frog, "it is not everyone who gets that. Still, I will do my best for you nevertheless. But first take this," and she gave Dumpling a little toy cart made of a hollow carrot, to which were harnessed 6 beautiful white mice. The youth looked at this rather doubtfully, and asked the mother frog what he was to do with it. "I will tell you," she said. "Take one of my little frog attendants, and set her on the carrot." So Dumpling picked up the one that happened to be nearest him, and put her on the carrot, and lo and behold, no sooner was she seated than she changed into a beautiful maiden, and the carrot and the mice into a grand chariot drawn by 6 prancing horses. As soon as he could stop rubbing his eyes from wonder, Dumpling kissed the maiden, and drove off in triumph to the palace. Meanwhile the brothers, as usual, had taken no trouble whatever, and at the moment Dumpling drove up in his glory they appeared with 2 peasant girls, who were not even pretty. Of course the king had nothing for it but to award the kingdom to his youngest son, and of course the elder brothers still grumbled, and made such a fuss that at last the poor king had to consent to yet another trial. To prove which was the best wife of the 3, he decided that they should all jump through a hoop in the hall, and the one who did it most prettily was to be the winner. And now all the court was gathered together in the hall to see the contest. The country girls jumped, but were so plump that they fell heavily and broke their arms and legs. Then Dumpling's lovely maiden sprang lightly and gracefully through the ring, and landed safely on the other side. So at last the brothers had to be content, and in time Dumpling came to the throne, and ruled wisely and well for many, many years. End of The 3 Feathers.
Story 43 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Stripling. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 43. The House in the Wood. There was once a poor woodcutter who lived with his wife and 3 daughters in a little hut on the edge of a large forest. One morning, when he went out to his usual work, he said to his wife, "Let my dinner brought by our eldest daughter. I shall not be ready to come home, and that she may not lose her way, I will take with me a bag of seeds and strew them on my path." So when the sun was risen to the center of the heavens, the maiden set out on her way, carrying a jug of soup. But the field and wood sparrows, the larks, blackbirds, goldfinches, and greenfinches had many hours ago picked up the seeds, so that the maiden could find no trace of the way. So she walked on, trusting to fortune, till the sun set and night came. The trees soon began to rustle in the darkness, the owls to hoot, and the girl began to feel frightened. All at once perceived a light shining at a distance among the trees. "People must dwell there," she thought, "who will keep me during the night." And she walked toward the light. In a short time she came to a cottage where the windows were all lighted up, and when she knocked at the door, a hoarse voice called from within, "Come in." The girl opened the door and perceived a hoary old man sitting at a table with his face buried in his hands, and his white beard flowing down over the table onto the ground. On the hearth lay 3 animals, hen, a cock, and a brindled cow. The girl told the old man her adventures and begged for a night's lodging. The man said, "Pretty hen, pretty cock, and pretty brindled cow, what have you to say to that?" "Clark," said the animals, and as that meant they were satisfied, the old man said to the maiden, "Here is abundance, and to spare. Go now into the kitchen and cook some supper for us." The girl found plenty of everything in the kitchen, and cooked a good meal, but thought nothing about the animals. When she had finished, she carried a full dish into the room, and, sitting down opposite the old man, ate till she had satisfied her hunger. When she had done, she said, "I am very tired. Where is my bed, where I shall lie down and sleep?" The animals replied, "You have eaten with him, you have drunk too with him, and yet you have not thought of us. Still, you may pass the night here." Thereupon the old man said, "Step down yon stair, and you will come to a room containing 2 beds. Shake them up and cover them with white sheets, and then I will come and lie down to sleep myself." The maiden stepped down the stair, and as soon as she had shaken up the beds and covered them afresh, she laid herself down in one bed without waiting for the old man. But after some time the old man came, and, after looking at the girl with the light, shook his head when he saw she was fast asleep, and then, opening a trap door, dropped her down into the cellar below. Late in the evening the woodcutter arrived at home and scolded his wife because she had let him hunger all day long. "It's not my fault," she replied. "The girl was sent out with your dinner. She must have lost her way, but tomorrow she will return, no doubt." At daybreak the woodcutter got up to go into the forest and desired that the second daughter should bring him his meal this time. "I will take a bag of peas," he said. "They are larger than corn seed, and the girl will therefore see them better and not lose my track." At noonday, accordingly, the girl set out with her father's dinner, but the peas had all disappeared, for the wood birds had picked them all up as they had on the day before, and not one was left. So the poor girl wandered about in the forest till it was quite dark, and then she also arrived at the old man's hut, was invited in, and begged food and a night's lodging. The man of the white beard asked his animals again, Pretty hen and pretty cock and pretty brindled cow, what have you to say to that? They answered again, Quack, and everything thereupon occurred the same as on the previous day. The girl cooked a good meal, ate and drank with the old man, but never thought of the animals. And when she asked for her bed, they made answer, You have eaten with him, you have drunk too with him, and yet you have not thought of us. Still you may pass the night here. As soon as she was gone to sleep, the old man came, and after looking at her and shaking his head as before, dropped her into the cellar below. Meanwhile the third morning arrived, and the woodcutter told his wife to send their youngest child with his dinner. For, said he, she is always obedient and good. She will keep in the right path, and not run about like those idle hussies, her sisters. But the mother refused, and said, Shall I lose my youngest child too? Be not afraid of that, said her husband. The girl will not miss her way. She is too steady and prudent. But for more precaution I will take beans to strew. They are larger still peas, and will show her the way better. But by and by, when the girl went out with her basket on her arm, the wood pigeons had eaten up all the beans, and she knew not which way to turn. She was full of trouble, thought with grief how her father would want his dinner, and how her dear mother would grieve when she did not return. At length, when it became quite dark, she also perceived the lighted cottage, and, entering it, begged very politely to be allowed to pass the night there. The old man asked the animals a third time in the same words, Pretty hen, pretty cock, and pretty brindled cow, what have you to say to that? Cluck, cluck, said they. Thereupon the maiden stepped up to the fire near which they lay, and fondled the pretty hen and cock, smoothing their plumage down with her hands, while she stroked the cow between her horns. Afterwards, when she had got ready a good supper at the old man's request, and had placed the dishes on the table, she thought to herself, I must not appease my hunger till I have fed these good creatures. There is an abundance in the kitchen. I will serve them first. Thus thinking, she went and fetched some corn and strewed it before the fowls, and then she brought an armful of hay and gave it to the cow. Now eat away, you good creatures, said she to them, and when you are thirsty you shall have a nice fresh draught. So saying, she brought in a pail full of water, and the hen and cock perched themselves on its edge, put their beaks in, and then drew their heads up as birds do when drinking. The cow also took a hearty draught. When the animals were thus fed, the maiden sat down at table with the old man, and ate what was left for her. In a short while the hen and cock began to fold their wings over their heads, and the brindled cow blinked with both eyes. Then the maiden asked, Shall we not also take our rest? The old man replied as before, Pretty hen, pretty cock, and pretty brindled cow, what have you to say to that? Cluck, cluck, replied the animals, meaning, You have eaten with us, you have drunk too with us, you have thought of us kindly too, and we wish you a good night's rest. So the maiden went down the stairs and shook up the feather beds and laid on clean sheets, and when they were ready, the old man came and lay down in one, with his white beard stretching down to his feet. The girl then lay down in the other bed, first saying her prayers before she went to sleep. She slept quietly till midnight, and at that hour there began such a tumult in the house that it awakened her. Presently it began to crack and rumble in every corner of the room, and the doors were slammed back against the wall, and then beams groaned as if they were being riven away from their fastenings, and the stairs fell down, and at last it seemed if the whole roof fell in. Soon after that all was quiet, but the maiden took no harm and went quietly off again to sleep. When, however, the bright light of the morning sun awoke her, what a sight met her eyes! She found herself lying in a large chamber, with everything around belonging to regal pomp. On the walls were represented gold flowers growing on a green silk ground. The bed was of ivory, and the curtains of red velvet, and on a stool close by was placed a pair of slippers ornamented with pearls. The maiden thought it was all a dream, but presently in came 3 servants dressed in rich liveries, who asked her what were her commands. "Leave me," replied the maiden. "I will get up at once and cook some breakfast for the old man, and also feed the pretty hen, the pretty cock, and the brindled cow." She spoke thus because she thought the old man was already up, but when she looked round at his bed, a stranger to her lying asleep in it. While she was looking at him, and saw that he was both young and handsome, he awoke, and starting up said to the maiden, "I am a king's son, who was long ago changed by a wicked old witch into the form of an old man, and condemned to live alone in the wood, with nobody to bear me company but my 3 servants in the form of a hen, a cock, and a brindled cow, and the enchantment was not to end until a maiden should come so kind-hearted that she should behave as well to my animals as she did to me, and such a one you have been. And, therefore, this last midnight we were saved through you, and the old wooden hut has again become my royal palace." When he had thus spoken, the girl and he arose, and the prince told his 3 servants to fetch to the palace the father and mother of the maiden, that they might witness her marriage. "But where are my 2 sisters?" she asked. "I have put them in the cellar," replied the prince, "and there they must remain till tomorrow morning, when they shall be led into forest and bound as servants to a collier, until they have reformed their tempers and learned not to let poor animals suffer hunger." End of The House in the Wood.
Story 44 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Cheng. The Fairy Ring. Edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 44. Rapunzel. There was once a man and his wife who had long wished in vain for a child, when at last they had reason to hope that heaven would grant their wish. There was a little window at the back of their house, which overlooked a beautiful garden, full of lovely flowers and shrubs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and nobody dared to enter it, because it belonged to a powerful witch, who was feared by every one. One day the woman, standing at this window and looking into the garden, saw a bed planted with beautiful corn salad. It looked so fresh and green that it made her long to eat some of it. This longing increased every day, and as she knew it could never be satisfied, she began to look pale and miserable, and to pine away. Then her husband became alarmed, and said, "What ails you, my dear wife?" "Alas," she answered, "if I cannot get any of the corn salad from the garden behind our house to eat, I shall die." Her husband, who loved her, thought, "Before you let your wife die, you must fetch her some of that corn salad, cost what it may." So in the twilight he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, hastily picked a handful of corn salad, and took it back to his wife. She immediately dressed it and ate it up very eagerly. It was so very, very nice, that the next day her longing for it increased threefold. She could have no peace unless her husband fetched her some more. So in the twilight he set out again, but when he got over the wall he was terrified to see the witch before him. "How dare you come into my garden like a thief and steal my corn salad?" she said with angry looks. "It shall disagree with you." "Alas," he answered, "be merciful to me. I am only here from necessity. My wife sees your corn salad from the window, and she has such a longing for it that she would die if she could not get some of it." The anger of the witch abated, and she said to him, "If it is as you say, I will allow you to take away with you as much corn salad as you like, but on one condition. You must give me the child which your wife is about to bring into the world. I will care for it like a mother, and all will be well with it." In his fear the man consented to everything, and when the baby was born, the witch appeared, gave it the name of Rapunzel, corn salad, and took it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which stood in a wood. It had neither staircase nor doors, and only a little window quite high up in the wall. When the witch wanted to enter the tower, she stood at the foot of it and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel had splendid long hair, as fine as spun gold. As soon as she heard the voice of the witch, she unfastened her plaits and twisted them around a hook by the window. They fell 20 ells downward, and the witch climbed up by them. It happened a couple of years later that the king's son rode through the forest and came close to the tower. From thence he heard a song so lovely that he stopped to listen. It was Rapunzel, who in her loneliness made her sweet voice resound to pass away the time. The king's son wanted to join her, and he sought for the door of the tower, but there was none to find. He rode home, but the song had touched his heart so deeply that he went into the forest every day to listen to it. Once, when he was hidden behind a tree, he saw a witch come to the tower and call out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel lowered her plaits of hair, and the witch climbed up to her. "If that is the ladder by which one ascends, I will try my luck myself." And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The hair fell down at once, and the king's son climbed up by it. At first Rapunzel was terrified, for she had never set eyes on a man before, but the king's son talked to her in a friendly way, and told her that his heart had been so deeply touched by her song that he had no peace, and he was obliged to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked if she would have him for her husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, "He will love me better than old Mother Gothel." So she said, "Yes," and laid her hand in his. She said, "I will gladly go with you, but I do not know how I am to get down from this tower. When you come, will you bring a skein of silk with you every time? I will twist it into a ladder, and when it is long enough, I will descend by it, and you can take me away with you on your horse." She arranged with him that he should come and see her every evening, for the old witch came in the daytime. The witch discovered nothing, till suddenly Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Mother Gothel, how can it be that you are so much heavier to draw up than the young prince who will be here in a moment?" "Oh, you wicked child! What do you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her rage she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, twisted it twice around her left hand, snatched up a pair of shears, and cut off the plaits, which fell to the ground. She was so merciless that she took poor Rapunzel away into a wilderness, where she forced her to live in the greatest grief and misery. In the evening of the day on which she had banished Rapunzel, the witch fastened the plaits which she had cut off to the hook by the window, and when the prince came and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she lowered the hair. The prince climbed up, but there he found not his beloved Rapunzel, but the witch, who looked at him with angry and wicked eyes. "Ah!" she cried mockingly, "you have come to fetch your lady love, but the pretty bird is no longer in her nest, and she can sing no more, for the cat has seized her, and it will scratch your own eyes out too. Rapunzel is lost to you, you will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he sprang out of the window. He was not killed, but his eyes were scratched out by the thorns among which he fell. He wandered about blind in the wood, and had nothing but roots and berries to eat. He did nothing but weep and lament over the loss of his beloved wife Rapunzel. In this way he wandered about for some years, till at last he reached the wilderness where Rapunzel had been living in great poverty with the twins, a boy and a girl, who had been born to her. He heard a voice which seemed very familiar to him, and he went toward it. The voice was Rapunzel's, and she knew him at once and fell weeping upon his neck. 2 of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they immediately grew quite clear, and he could see as well as ever. He took her to his kingdom, where he was received with joy, and they lived long and happily together. End of Rapunzel.
Story 45 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 45. The Queen Bee. Once upon a time 2 princes started off in search of adventure, and falling into a wild, free mode of life, did not come home again. The third brother, who was called the Blockhead, set out to look for the other 2, but when at last he found them, they mocked him for thinking of making his way in the world with his simplicity, while they, who were so much cleverer, could not get on. They all went on together till they came to an ant heap. The 2 elder princes wanted to disturb it, to see how the little ants crept away, carrying their eggs, but the Blockhead said, "Leave the little creatures alone. I will not allow you to disturb them." Then they went on farther till they came to a lake in which a great many ducks were swimming about. The 2 wanted to catch and roast a pair, but the Blockhead would not allow it, and said, "Leave the creatures alone. You shall not kill them." At last they came to a bee's nest, containing such a quantity of honey that it flowed around the trunk of the tree. The 2 princes wanted to set fire to the tree and suffocate the bees, so as to remove the honey. But the Blockhead stopped them again, and said, "Leave the creatures alone. I will not let you burn them." At last the 3 brothers came to a castle, where the stables were full of stone horses, but not a soul was to be seen. They went through all the rooms till they came to a door quite at the end, fastened with 3 bolts. In the middle of the door was a lattice, through which one could see into the room. There they saw a little grey man sitting at a table. They called to him once, twice, but he did not hear them. Finally, when they had called him the 3rd time, he stood up and opened the door and came out. He said not a word, but led them to a richly spread table, and when they had eaten and drunk, he took them each to a bedroom. The next morning the little grey man came to the eldest prince, beckoned, and led him to a stone tablet, whereupon were inscribed 3 tasks by means of which the castle should be freed from enchantment. This was the first task. In the wood under the moss lay the princess's pearls, 1,000 in number. These had all to be found, and if at sunset a single one were missing, the seeker would be turned to stone. The eldest went away, and searched all day, but when evening came he had only found the first 100, and it happened as the inscription foretold, he was turned to stone. The next day the second brother undertook the quest, but he fared no better than the first, for he found only 200 pearls, and he too was turned to stone. At last came the Blockhead's turn. He searched in the moss, but the pearls were hard to find, and he got on but slowly. Then he sat down on a rock and cried, and as he was sitting there, the Ant King, whose life he had saved, came up with 5,000 ants, and it was not long before the little creatures had found all the pearls and laid them in a heap. Now the second task was to get the key of the Princess's room out of the lake. When the blockhead came to the lake, the ducks, which he had once saved, swam up, dived, and brought up the key from the depths. But the third task was the hardest. The Prince had to find out which was the youngest and prettiest of the princesses while they were asleep. They were exactly alike, and could not be distinguished in any way, except that before going to sleep each had eaten a different kind of sweet. The eldest a piece of sugar, the second a little syrup, and the third a spoonful of honey. Then the Queen of the Bees, whom the blockhead had saved from burning, came and tried the lips of all three. Finally she settled on the mouth of the one who had eaten the honey, and so the Prince recognised the right one. Then the charm was broken and everything in the castle was set free, and those who had been turned to stone took human form again. And the blockhead married the youngest and sweetest princess, and became king after her father's death, while his two brothers married the other sisters. End of story. The Queen Bee.
Story 46 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Cook. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 46, The Many-Furred Creature. There was once upon a time a king who had a wife with golden hair, and she was so beautiful that you couldn't find anyone like her in the world. It happened that she fell ill, and when she felt that she must soon die, she sent for the king and said, "If you want to marry after my death, make no one queen unless she is just as beautiful as I am and has just such golden hair as I have. Promise me this." After the king had promised her this, she closed her eyes and died. For a long time the king was not to be comforted, and he did not even think of taking a second wife. At last his counselors said, "The king must marry again so that we may have a queen." So messengers were sent far and wide to seek for a bride equal to the late queen in beauty. But there was no one in the wide world, and if there had been, she could not have had such golden hair. Then the messengers came home again, not having been able to find a queen. Now, the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her dead mother, and had just such golden hair. One day, when she had grown up, her father looked at her and saw that she was exactly like her mother. So he said to his counselors, "I will marry my daughter to one of you, and she shall be queen, for she is exactly like her dead mother, and when I die, her husband shall be king." But when the princess heard of her father's decision, she was not at all pleased, and said to him, "Before I do your bidding, I must have 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silver as the moon, and one as shining as the stars. Besides these, I want a cloak made of 1,000 different kinds of skin. Every animal in your kingdom must give a bit of its skin to it." But she thought to herself, "This will be quite impossible, and I shall not have to marry someone I do not care for." The king, however, was not to be turned from his purpose, and he commanded the most skilled maidens in his kingdom to weave the 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, and one as silver as the moon, and one as shining as the stars. And he gave orders to all his huntsmen to catch one of every kind of beast in the kingdom, and to get a bit of its skin to make the cloak of 1,000 pieces of fur. At last, when all was ready, the king commanded the cloak to be brought to him, and he spread it out before the princess and said, "Tomorrow shall be your wedding day." When the princess saw that there was no more hope of changing her father's resolution, she determined to flee away. In the night, when everyone else was sleeping, she got up, and took 3 things from her treasures, a gold ring, a little gold spinning wheel, and a gold reel. She put the sun, moon, and star dresses in a nutshell, drew on the cloak of many skins, and made her face and hands black with soot. Then she commended herself to God and went out and travelled the whole night till she came to a large forest, and she was very much tired, and she sat down inside a hollow tree and fell asleep. The sun rose, and still she slept on and on, although it was nearly noon. Now it happened that the king to whom this wood belonged was hunting in it. When his dogs came to the tree, they sniffed and ran round and round it, barking. The king said to his huntsman, "See what sort of a wild beast is in there." The huntsman went in, and then came back and said, "In the hollow tree there lies a wonderful animal that we don't know, and we have never seen one like it. Its skin is made of 1,000 pieces of fur, but it is lying down asleep." The king said, "See if you can catch it alive, and then fasten it to the cart, and we will take it with us." When the huntsman seized the maiden, she awoke and was frightened, and cried out to them, "I am a poor child, forsaken by father and mother. Take pity on me, and let me go with you." Then they said to her, "Many-furred creature, you can work in the kitchen. Come with us and sweep the ashes together." So they put her in the cart and went back to the palace. There they showed her a tiny room under the stairs, where no daylight came, and said to her, "Many-furred creature, you can live and sleep here." Then she was sent into the kitchen, where she carried wood and water, poked the fire, washed vegetables, plucked fowls, swept up the ashes, and did all the dirty work. So the many-furred creature lived for a long time in great poverty. Ah, beautiful king's daughter, what is going to befall you now? It happened once, when a great feast was being held in the palace, that she said to the cook, "Can I go upstairs for a little bit and look on? I will stand outside the doors." The cook replied, "Yes, you can go up, but in half an hour you must be back here to sweep up the ashes." Then she took her little oil lamp and went into her little room, drew off her fur cloak, and washed off the soot from her face and hands so that her beauty shone forth. And it was as if one sunbeam after another were coming out of a black cloud. Then she opened the nut and took out the dress as golden as the sun, and when she had done this, she went up to the feast, and everyone stepped out of her way, for nobody knew her, and they thought she must be a king's daughter. But the king came toward her and gave her his hand, and danced with her, thinking to himself, "My eyes have never beheld anyone so fair." When the dance was ended, she curtsied to him, and when the king looked around, she had disappeared. No one knew whither. The guards who were standing before the palace were called and questioned, but no one had seen her. She had run to her little room and had quickly taken off her dress, made her face and hands black, put on the fur cloak, and was once more the many-furred creature. When she came into the kitchen and was setting about her work of sweeping the ashes together, the cook said to her, "Let that wait till tomorrow, and just cook the king's soup for me. I want to have a little peep at the company upstairs, but be sure that you do not let a hair fall into it, otherwise you will get nothing to eat in the future." So the cook went away, and the many-furred creature cooked the soup for the king. She made a bread soup as well as she possibly could, and when it was done, she fetched her gold ring from her little room and laid it in the tureen in which the soup was to be served up. When the dance was ended, the king had his soup brought to him and ate it, and it was so good he had thought he'd never tasted such soup in his life. But when he came to the bottom of the dish, he saw a gold ring lying there. He could not imagine how it got in. Then he commanded the cook to be brought before him. The cook was terrified when he heard the command, and said to the many-furred creature, "You must have let a hair fall into the soup, and if you have, you deserve a good beating." When he came before the king asked who had cooked the soup. The cook answered, "I cooked it." But the king said, "That's not true, for it was quite different and much better soup than you have ever cooked." Then the cook said, "I must confess, I did not cook the soup. The many-furred creature did." "Let her be brought before me," said the king. When the many-furred creature came, the king asked her who she was. "I am a poor child without father or mother." Then he asked her, "What do you do in my palace?" "I am of no use except to have boots thrown at my head." "Then how did you get the ring which was in the soup?" he asked. "I know nothing at all about the ring," she answered. So the king could find out nothing, and was obliged to send her away. After a time there was another feast, and the many-furred creature begged the cook again to let her go and look on. He answered, "Yes, but come back in half an hour and cook the king the bread soup that he likes so much." So she ran away to her little room, washed herself quickly, took out of the nut the dress as silver as the moon, and put it on. Then she went upstairs, looking just like a king's daughter, and the king came toward her, delighted to see her again, and as the dance had just begun, they danced together. But when the dance was ended, she disappeared again so quickly that the king could not see which way she went. She ran to her little room and changed herself once more into the many-furred creature, and went into the kitchen to cook the bread soup. When the cook was upstairs, she fetched the golden spinning wheel and put it in the dish, so that the soup was poured over it. It was brought to the king, who ate it and liked it as much as the last time. He had the cook sent to him, and again he had to confess that the many-furred creature had cooked the soup. Then the many-furred creature came before the king, but she said again that she was of no use except to have boots thrown at her head, and that she knew nothing at all of the golden spinning wheel. When the king had a feast for the third time, things did not turn out quite the same as they had before. The cook said, "You must be a witch, many-furred creature, for you always put something in the soup, so that it is much better, and tastes nicer to the king than any that I cook." But because she begged hard, he let her go up for the third time. Now she put on the dress as shining as the stars, and stepped into the hall in it. The king danced again with the beautiful maiden, and thought she had never looked so beautiful. And while he was dancing, he put a gold ring on her finger without her seeing it, and he commanded that the dance should last longer than usual. When it was finished, he wanted to keep her hands in his, but she broke from him and sprang so quickly away among the people that she vanished from his sight. She ran as fast as she could to her little room under the stairs, but because she had stayed too long beyond the half-hour, she could not stop to take off the beautiful dress, but only threw the fur cloak over it, and in her haste did not make herself quite black with the soot. One finger remained white. The many-furred creature now ran into the kitchen, cooked the king's bread soup, and when the cook had gone, she laid the golden reel in the dish. When the king found the reel at the bottom, he had the many-furred creature brought to him, and then he saw the white finger and the ring which he had put on her hand in the dance. Then he took her hand and held her tightly, and as she was trying to get away, she undid the fur cloak a little bit, and the star dress shone out. The king seized the cloak and tore it off her. Her golden hair came down, and she stood there in her full splendor and could not hide herself away any more. And when the soot and ashes had been washed from her face, she looked more beautiful than anyone in the world. But the king said, "You are my dear bride, and we will never be separated from each other." So the wedding was celebrated, and they lived happily ever after. End of The Many-Furred Creature. Recording by Jonathan Cook.
Seven of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 47. Snow White and Rose Red. A poor widow once lived in a little cottage with a garden in front of it, in which grew 2 rose trees, one bearing white roses and the other red. She had 2 children, who were just like the 2 rose trees. One was called Snow White, and the other Rose Red. And they were the sweetest and best children in the world, always diligent and always cheerful. But Snow White was quieter and more gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red loved to run about the fields and meadows and to pick flowers and catch butterflies. But Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped in the household, or read aloud to her when there was no work to do. The 2 children loved each other so dearly that they always walked about hand in hand whenever they went out together. And when Snow White said, "We will never desert each other," Rose Red answered, "No, not as long as we live." And the mother added, "Whatever one gets she shall share with the other." They often roamed about in the woods gathering berries, and no beast offered to hurt them. On the contrary, they came up to them in the most confiding manner. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf from their hands. The deer grazed beside them. The stag would bound past them merrily, and the birds remained on the branches and sang to them with all their might. No evil ever befell them. If they tarried late in the wood and night overtook them, they lay down together on the moss and slept till morning, and their mother knew that they were quite safe and never felt anxious about them. Once, when they had slept in the night in the wood, and had been wakened by the morning sun, they perceived a beautiful child in a shining white robe sitting close to their resting place. The figure rose up, looked at them kindly, but said nothing, and vanished into the wood. and when they looked round about them they became aware that they had slept quite close to a precipice, over which they would certainly have fallen had they gone on a few steps further in the darkness. And when they told their mother of their adventure, she said what they had seen must have been the angel that guards good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so beautifully clean and neat that it was a pleasure to go into it. In summer Rose Red looked after the house, and every morning before her mother awoke she placed a bunch of flowers before the bed, and a rose from each tree. In winter Snow White lit the fire and put on the kettle, which was made of brass, but so beautifully polished that it shone like gold. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, their mother said, "Snow White, go and close the shutters." And they drew round the fire, while the mother put on her spectacles and read aloud from a big book, and the two girls listened and sat and spun. Beside them on the ground lay a little lamb, and behind them perched a little white dove with its head tucked under its wings. One evening, as they sat thus cosily together, someone knocked at the door as though he desired admittance. The mother said, "Rose Red, open the door quickly. It must be some traveller seeking shelter." Rose Red hastened to unbar the door, and thought she saw a poor man standing in the darkness outside. But it was no such thing, only a bear, who poked his thick black head through the door. Rose Red screamed aloud and sprang back in terror. The lamb began to bleat, the dove flapped its wings, and Snow White ran and hid behind her mother's bed. But the bear began to speak, and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I am half frozen, and only wish to warm myself a little." "My poor bear," said the mother, "lie down by the fire. Only take care you don't burn your fur." Then she called out, "Snow White and Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He is a good, honest creature." So they both came out of their hiding places, and gradually the lamb and dove drew near too, and they all forgot their fear. The bear asked the children to beat the snow a little out of his fur, and they fetched a brush and scrubbed him till he was dry. The beast stretched himself in front of the fire and growled quite happily and comfortably. The children soon grew quite at their ease with him, and led their hapless guest a fearful life. They tugged his fur with their hands, put their small feet on his back, and rolled him about here and there, or took a hazel wand and beat him with it, and if he growled they only laughed. The bear submitted to everything with the best possible good nature, only when they went too far he cried, "Oh, children, spare my life! Snow White and Rose Red, don't beat your lover dead." When it was time to retire for the night and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there on the hearth, in heaven's name, it will be shelter for you from the cold and wet." As soon as day dawned, the children let him out, and he trotted over the snow into the wood. From this time on, the bear came every evening at the same hour, and lay down by the hearth, and let the children play what pranks they liked with him, and they grew so accustomed to him that the door was never shut till their black friend had made his appearance. When spring came and all outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White, "Now I must go away, and not return the whole summer." "Where are you going to, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go to the wood and protect my treasure from the wicked dwarfs. In winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are obliged to remain underground, for they can't work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the ground, they break through and come up above to spy the land and steal what they can. What once falls into their hands and into their caves is not easily brought back to light." Snow White was quite sad over their friend's departure, and when she unbarred the door for him, the bear, stepping out, caught a piece of fur in the door knocker, and Snow White thought she caught sight of glittering gold beneath it, but she couldn't be certain of it, and the bear ran hastily away and soon disappeared behind the trees. A short time after this, the mother sent the children into the wood to collect faggots. They came in their wanderings upon a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and on the trunk among the long grass they noticed something jumping up and down, but what it was they couldn't distinguish. When they approached nearer, they perceived a dwarf with a wizened face and a beard a yard long. The end of the beard was jammed into a cleft of the tree, and the little man sprang about like a dog on a chain, and didn't seem to know what he was to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and screamed out, "What are you standing there for? Can't you come and help me?" "What were you doing, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid, inquisitive goose," replied the dwarf. I wanted to split the tree in order to get little chips of wood for our kitchen fire. Those thick logs that serve to make fires for coarse, greedy people like yourselves quite burn up all the little food we need. I had successfully driven in the wedge, and all was going well, but the horrid wood was so slippery that it suddenly sprang out, and the tree closed up so rapidly that I had no time to take my beautiful white beard out. So here I am stuck fast, and I can't get away, and you silly, smooth-faced milk-and-water girls just stand and laugh. Ugh, what wretches you are!" The children did all in their power, but they couldn't get the beard out. It was wedged in far too firmly. "I will run and fetch somebody," said Rose Red. "Crazy blockheads!" snapped the dwarf. "What's the good of calling anyone else? You're already too many for me. Does nothing better occur to you than that?" "Don't be so impatient," said Snow White. "I'll see you get help." And taking her scissors out of her pocket, she cut off the end of his beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he seized a bagful of gold which was hidden among the roots of the tree, lifted it up, and muttered aloud, "Curse these rude wretches, cutting off a piece of my splendid beard." With these words he swung the bag over his back and disappeared without as much as looking at the children again. Shortly after this, Snow White and Rose Red went out to get a dish of fish. As they approached the stream, they saw something which looked like an enormous grasshopper swinging toward the water as if it were going to jump. They ran forward and recognized their old friend, the dwarf. "Where are you going to?" asked Rose Red. "You're surely not going to jump into the water." "I am not such a fool," screamed the dwarf. "Don't you see that horrid fish is trying to drag me in?" The little man had been sitting on the bank fishing, when unfortunately the wind had entangled his beard in the line, and when immediately afterwards a big fish bit, the feeble little creature had no strength to pull it out. The fish had the upper fin, and dragged the dwarf toward him. He clung on with all his might to every rush and blade of grass, but it didn't help him much. He had to follow every movement of the fish, and was in great danger of being drawn into the water. The girls came up just at the right moment, held him firm, and did all they could to disentangle his beard from the line. But in vain. Beard and line were in a hopeless muddle. Nothing remained but to produce the scissors and cut the beard, by which a small part of it was sacrificed. When the dwarf perceived what they were about, he yelled to them, "Do you call that manners, you toadstools, to disfigure a fellow's face? It wasn't enough that you shortened my beard before, but you must now needs cut off the best of it. I can't appear like this before my own people. I wish you'd been at Jericho first." Then he fetched a sack of pearls that lay among the rushes, and without saying another word he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon after this the mother sent the two girls to the town to buy needles, thread, laces, and ribbon. Their road lay over a heath where huge boulders of rock lay scattered here and there. While trudging along they saw a big bird hovering in the air, circling slowly above them, but always descending lower, till at last it settled on a rock not far from them. Immediately afterwards they heard a sharp, piercing cry. They ran forward and saw with horror that the eagle had pounced on their old friend the dwarf and was about to carry him off. The tender-hearted children seized hold of the little man and struggled so long with the bird that at last he let go his prey. When the dwarf had recovered from the first shock, he screamed in his squeaking voice, "Couldn't you have treated me more carefully? You have torn my thin little coat all to shreds, useless, awkward hussies that you are." Then he took a bag of precious stones and vanished under the rocks into his cave. The girls were accustomed to his ingratitude, and went on their way and did their business in town. On their way home, as they were again passing the heath, they surprised the dwarf pouring out his precious stones on an open space, for he had thought no one would pass by at so late an hour. The evening sun shone on the glittering stones, and they glanced and gleamed so beautifully that the children stood still and gazed on them. "What are you standing there gaping for?" screamed the dwarf, and his ashen-grey face became scarlet with rage. He was about to go off with these angry words when a sudden growl was heard, and a black bear trotted out of the wood. The dwarf jumped up in a great fright, but he hadn't time to reach his place of retreat, for the bear was already close to him. Then he cried in terror, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me! I'll give you all my treasure. Look at these beautiful, precious stones lying there. Spare my life. What pleasure would you get from a poor, feeble little fellow like me? You won't feel me between your teeth. There, lay hold of these two wicked girls. They will be a tender morsel for you, as fat as young quails. Eat them up, for heaven's sake." But the bear, paying no attention to his words, gave the evil little creature one blow with his paw, and he never moved again. The girls had run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White and Rose Red, don't be afraid. Wait, and I'll come with you." Then they recognized his voice and stood still, and when the bear was quite close to them, his skin suddenly fell off, and a beautiful man stood beside them, all dressed in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and have been doomed by that unholy little dwarf, who had stolen my treasure, to roam about the woods as a wild bear, till his death should set me free. Now he has received his well-merited punishment." Snow White married him, and Rose Red his brother, and they divided the great treasure the dwarf had collected in his cave between them. The old mother lived for many years peacefully with her children, and she carried the 2 rose trees with her, and they stood in front of her window, and every year they bore the finest red and white roses. End of Snow White and Rose Red.
Of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 48. The Frog Prince. In times of yore, when wishes were both heard and granted, lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so lovely that the sun himself, who has seen so much, wondered at her beauty every time he looked in her face. Now near the king's castle was a large dark forest, and in the forest under an old linden tree was a deep well. When the day was very hot, the king's daughter used to go to the wood and seat herself at the edge of the cool well, and when she became wearied she would take a golden ball, throw it up in the air, and catch it again. This was her favorite amusement. Once it happened that her golden ball, instead of falling back into the little hand that she stretched out for it, dropped on the ground and immediately rolled away into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes, but the ball had vanished, and the well was so deep that no one could see down to the bottom. Then she began to weep, wept louder and louder every minute, and could not console herself at all. While she was thus lamenting, someone called to her. "What is the matter with you, king's daughter? You weep so bitterly that you would touch the heart of a stone." She looked around to see whence the voice came, and saw a frog stretching his thick, ugly head out of the water. "Ah, it is you, old water paddler," said she. "I am crying for my golden ball, which has fallen into the well." "Be content," answered the frog. "I dare say I can give you some good advice, but what will you give me if I bring back your plaything to you?" "Whatever you like, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown I wear." The frog answered, "Your clothes, your pearls and jewels, even your golden crown, I do not care for. But if you will love me, and let me be your companion and playfellow, sit near you at your little table, eat from your little golden plate, drink from your little cup, and sleep in your little bed, if you will promise me this, then I will bring you back your golden ball from the bottom of the well." "Oh, yes," said she, "I promise you everything if you will only bring me back my golden ball." She thought to herself meanwhile, "What nonsense the silly frog talks! He sits in the water with the other frogs and croaks, and cannot be anybody's playfellow." But the frog, as soon as he had received the promise, dipped its head under the water and sank down. In a little while up he came again with the ball in his mouth, and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was overjoyed when she beheld her pretty plaything, and picked it up and ran away with it. "Wait, wait!" cried the frog. "Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you." Alas! Of what use was it that he croaked after her as loud as he could? She would not listen to him, but hastened home, and soon forgot the poor frog, who was obliged to plunge again to the bottom of his well. The next day, when she was sitting at dinner with the king and all his courtiers, eating from her little golden plate, there came a sound of something creeping up the marble staircase. Splish, splash! And when it had reached the top, it knocked the door and cried, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me." She ran, wishing to see who was outside, but when she opened the door and there sat the frog, she flung it hastily to again, and sat down at table, feeling very, very uncomfortable. The king saw that her heart was beating violently, and said, "Well, my child, why are you afraid? Is a giant standing outside the door to carry you off?" "Oh no," answered she, "it is no giant, but a nasty frog, who yesterday, when I was playing in the wood near the well, fetched my golden ball out of the water. For this I promised him he should be my companion, but I never thought he could come out of his well. Now he is at the door and wants to come in." Again, the second time, there was a knock, and a voice cried, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me. Know you what yesterday you promised me by the cool water? Youngest king's daughter, open to me." Then said the king, "What you promised you must perform. Go and open the door." She went and opened the door. The frog hopped in, always following and following her till he came up to her chair. There he sat and cried out, "Lift me up to you on the table." She refused till the king, her father, commanded her to do it. When the frog was on the table, he said, "Now push your little golden plate near to me, that we may eat together." She did as he desired, but one could easily see that she did it unwillingly. The frog seemed to enjoy his dinner very much, but every morsel she ate stuck in the throat of the poor little princess. Then said the frog, "I have eaten enough, and I'm tired. Carry me to your little room, and make your little silken bed smooth, and we will lay ourselves down to sleep together." At this the daughter of the king began to weep, for she was afraid of the cold frog, who wanted to sleep in her pretty clean bed. But the king looked angrily at her and said again, "What you have promised you must perform. The frog is your companion." It was no use to complain. Whether she liked it or not, she was obliged to take the frog with her up to her little bed. So she picked him up with 2 fingers, hating him bitterly the while, and carried him upstairs. But when she got into bed, instead of lifting him up to her, she threw him with all her strength against the wall, saying, "Now, you nasty frog, there will be an end of you." But what fell down from the wall was not a dead frog, but a living young prince, with beautiful and loving eyes, who at once became, by her own promise and by her father's will, her dear companion and husband. He told her how he had been cursed by a wicked sorceress, and that no one but the king's youngest daughter could release him from his enchantment and take him out of the well. The next day a carriage drove up to the palace gates with 8 white horses, having white feathers on their heads and golden reins. Behind it stood the servant of the young prince, called the faithful Henry. This faithful Henry had been so grieved when his master was changed into a frog, that he had been compelled to have 3 iron bands fastened around his heart, lest it should break. Now the carriage came to convey the prince to his kingdom, So the faithful Henry lifted in the bride and bridegroom, and mounted behind, full of joy at his lord's release. But when they had gone a short distance, the prince heard behind him a noise as if something was breaking. He turned around and cried out, "Henry, the carriage is breaking!" But Henry replied, "No, sir, it is not the carriage, but one of the bands from my heart, with which I was forced to bind it up, or it would have broken with grief while you sat as a frog at the bottom of the well." Twice again this happened, and the prince always thought the carriage was breaking, but it was only the bands breaking off from the heart of the faithful Henry, out of joy that his lord the Frog Prince was a frog no more. End of the Frog Prince. Read by Lars Rolander.
Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 49, The Goose Girl. The king of a great land died, and left his queen to take care of their only child. This child was a daughter who was very beautiful, and her mother loved her dearly and who was very kind to her. And there was a good fairy, too, who was fond of the princess and helped her mother to watch over her. When she grew up, she was betrothed to a prince who lived a great way off, and as the time drew near for her to be married, she made ready to set off on her journey to this country. Then the queen, her mother, packed up a great many costly things, jewels and gold and silver, trinkets, fine dresses, and, in short, everything that became a royal bride. And she gave her a waiting maid to ride with her, and give her into the bridegroom's hands, and each had a horse for the journey. Now the princess's horse was the fairy's gift, and it was called Falada, and could speak. When the time came for them to set out, the fairy went into her bedchamber and took a little knife and cut off a lock of her hair and gave it to the princess and said, "Take care of it, dear child, for it is a charm that may be of use to you on the road." Then they all took a sorrowful leave of the princess, and she put the lock of hair into her bosom, got upon her horse, and set off on her journey to her bridegroom's kingdom. One day, as they were riding along by a brook, the princess began to feel very thirsty, and said to her maid, "Pray get down there and fetch me some water in my golden cup out of yonder brook, for I want to drink." "Nay," said the maid, "if you're thirsty, get off and stoop down by the water and drink. I shall not be your waiting maid any longer." Then she was so thirsty that she got down and knelt over the little brook and drank, for she was frightened and dared not bring out her golden cup, and she wept and said, "Alas, what will become of me?" And the lock of hair answered her and said, "Alas, alas, if thy mother knew it, sadly, sadly, she would rue it." But the princess was very gentle and meek, so she said nothing to her maid's ill behavior, but got upon her horse again. Then all rode farther on their journey till the day grew so warm and the sun so scorching that the bride began to feel very thirsty again, and at last, when they came to a river, she forgot her maid's rude speech, and said, "Pray get down and fetch me some water to drink in my golden cup." But the maid answered her and spoke even more haughtily than before, "Drink if you will, but I shall not be your waiting maid." Then the princess was so thirsty that she got off her horse and lay down, held her head over the running stream, and cried and said, "What will become of me?" And the lock of hair answered her again, "Alas, alas, if thy mother knew it, sadly, sadly, she would rue it." And as she leaned down to drink, the lock of hair fell from her bosom and floated away with the water. Now she was so frightened that she did not see it, but her maid saw it and was very glad, for she knew the charm, and she saw that the poor bride would be in her power, now that she had lost the hair. So when the bride had done drinking, and would get upon Falada again, the maid said, "I shall ride upon Falada, and you may have my horse instead." So she was forced to give up her horse, and soon afterwards to take off her royal clothes and put on her maid's shabby ones. At last, as they drew near to the end of their journey, this treacherous servant threatened to kill her mistress if she ever told anyone what happened. But Falada saw it all, and marked it well. The waiting maid got upon Falada, and the real bride rode upon the other horse, and they went on this way until at last they came to the royal court. There was great joy at their coming, and the prince flew to meet them and lifted the maid from her horse, thinking she was the one who was to be his wife, and she was led upstairs to the royal chamber, but the true princess was told to stay in the court below. Now the old king happened just then to have nothing else to do, so he amused himself by sitting at his kitchen window looking at what was going on, and he saw her in the courtyard. As she looked very pretty and too delicate for a waiting maid, he went up to the royal chamber to ask the bride who it was she had brought with her that was left standing in the court below. "I brought her with me for the sake of her company on the road," said she. "Pray give the girl some work to do, that she might not be idle." The old king could not for some time think of any work for her to do, but at last he said, "I have a lad who takes care of my geese. She may go and help him." Now the name of this lad that the real bride was helping watching the king's geese was Curdken. But the false bride said to the prince, "Dear husband, pray do me one act of kindness." "That I will," said the prince. "Then tell one of your slaughterers to cut off the head of the horse I rode upon, for it was very unruly and plagued me sadly on the road." But the truth was, she was very much afraid lest Falada should some day or other speak and tell what she had done to the princess. She carried her point, and was the faithful Falada killed. But when the true princess heard of it, she wept and begged the man to nail up Falada's head against the large dark gate of the city, through which she had to pass every morning and evening, that there she might still see him sometimes. Then the slaughterer said he would do as she wished, and cut off the head and nailed it up under the dark gate. Early the next morning, as she and Curdken went out through the gate, she cried sorrowfully, "Falada, Falada, there thou hangest!" And the head answered, "Bride, bride, there thou gangest! Alas, alas, if thy mother knew it, sadly, sadly, she would rue it." Then they went out of the city and drove the geese on, and when she came to the meadow she sat down upon a bank there, and let down her waving locks of hair, which were all pure silver. And when Curdken saw it glitter in the sun, ran up, and would have pulled some of the locks out, but she cried, "Blow, breezes, blow, let Curdken's hat go! Blow, breezes, blow, let him after it go! O'er hills, dales, and rocks, away be it whirled, till the silvery locks are all combed and curled." Then there came a wind so strong that it blew off Curdken's hat, and away it flew over the hills, and he was forced to turn and run after it. By the time he came back, she had done combing and curling her hair, and had put it up safe again. Then he was very angry and sulky, and would not speak to her at all, but they watched the geese until it grew dark in the evening, and then drove them homeward. The next morning, as they were going through the dark gate, the poor girl looked up at Falada's head and cried, "Falada, Falada, there thou hangest!" And it answered, "Bride, bride, there thou gangest! Alas, alas, if thy mother knew it, sadly, sadly, she would rue it." And she drove on the geese, and sat down again in the meadow, and began to comb out her hair as before, and Curdken ran up to her and wanted to take hold of it, but she cried out quickly, "Blow, breezes, blow, let Curdken's hat go! Blow, breezes, blow, let him after it go! O'er hills, dales, and rocks, away be it whirled, till the silvery locks are all combed and curled." Then a wind came and blew away his hat, and off it flew a great way over the hills and far away, so that he had to run after it, and when he came back she had bound up her hair again, and all was safe. So they watched the geese till it grew dark. In the evening, after they came home, Curdken went to the old king and said, "I cannot have that strange girl to help me with these geese any longer." "Why?" said the king. "Because, instead of doing any good, she does nothing but tease me all day long." Then the king made him tell what had happened, and Curdken said, "When we go in the morning through the dark gate with our flock of geese, she cries and talks with the head of a horse that hangs upon the wall, and says, 'Falada, Falada, there thou hangest!' And the head answers, 'Bride, bride, there thou gangest! Alas, alas, if thy mother knew it, sadly, sadly, she would rue it.'" And Curdken went on telling the king what had happened upon the meadow where the geese fed, how his hat was blown away, and how he was forced to run after it, and to leave his flock of geese to themselves. But the old king told the boy to go out again the next day. And when morning came, he placed himself behind the dark gate, and heard how she spoke to Falada, and how Falada answered. Then he went into the field, and hid himself in a bush by the meadow's side. And soon he saw with his own eyes how they drove the flock of geese, and how, after a little time, she sat down and let out her hair that glittered in the sun. Then he heard her say, "Blow, breezes, blow, let Curdken's hat go! Blow, breezes, blow, let him after it go! O'er hill, dales, and rocks, away be it whirled, till the silvery locks are all combed and curled." And soon came a gale of wind, and carried away Curdken's hat, and away went Curdken after it, while the girl went on combing and curling her hair. All this the old king saw, so he went home without being seen, and when the little goose girl came back in the evening, he called her aside and asked her why she did this, but she burst into tears and said, "That I must not tell you or any man, or I shall lose my life." But the king begged so hard that she had no peace till she had told him all the tale from beginning to end, word for word. And it was very lucky for her that she did so, for when she had done, the king ordered her royal clothes to be put upon her, and gazed on her with wonder, she was so beautiful. Then he called his son, and told him that he had only the false bride, for that she was merely a waiting maid, while the true bride stood by. And the young king rejoiced when he saw her beauty, and heard how meek and patient she had been, and without saying anything to the false bride, the king ordered a great feast to be made ready for all his court. The bridegroom sat at the head, with the false princess on one side and the true on the other, but nobody knew her again, for her beauty was quite dazzling to their eyes, and she did not seem at all like the little goose girl, now that she had her brilliant dress on. When they had all eaten and drunk, and were very merry, the old king said he would tell them a tale. So he began, and told all the story of the princess, as if it was one he had once heard, and he asked the true waiting maid what she thought ought to be done to any one who would behave thus. Nothing better, said this false bride, than that she should be banished to the depths of the dark wood, and live there forever. Thou art she, said the old king, and as thou hast judged thyself, so it shall be done to thee. And the young king was then married to his true wife, and they reigned over the kingdom in peace and happiness all their lives. And the good fairy came to see them, and restored the faithful Falada to life again. End of the Goose Girl.
Story 50 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurianne Walden. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 50, Briar Rose. A long time ago there lived a king and a queen who said every day, "If only we had a child," but for a long time they had none. It fell out once, as the queen was bathing, that a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has passed you shall bring a daughter into the world." The frog's words came true. The queen had a little girl who was so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and prepared a great feast. He invited not only his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but the fairies, in order that they might be favorably and kindly disposed toward the child. There were 13 of them in the kingdom, but as the king had only 12 golden plates for them to eat off, one of the fairies had to stay at home. The feast was held with all splendor, and when it came to an end, the fairies all presented the child with a magic gift. One gave her virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on with everything in the world that she could wish for. When 11 of the fairies had their say, the 13th suddenly appeared. She wanted to revenge herself for not having been invited. Without greeting anyone, or even glancing at the company, she called out in a loud voice, "The princess shall prick herself with a distaff in her 15th year, and shall fall down dead." And without another word she turned and left the hall. Everyone was terror-stricken, but the 12th fairy, whose wish was still unspoken, stepped forward. She could not cancel the curse, but could only soften it, so she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep lasting 100 years, into which your daughter shall fall." The king was so anxious to guard his dear child from the misfortune that he sent out a command that all the distaffs in the whole kingdom should be burned. All the promises of the fairies came true. The princess grew up so beautiful, modest, kind, and clever that everyone who saw her could not but love her. Now it happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were away from home, and the princess was left quite alone in the castle. She wandered about over the whole place, looking at rooms and halls as she pleased, and at last she came to an old tower. She ascended a narrow, winding staircase, and reached a little door. A rusty key was sticking in the lock, and when she turned it the door flew open. In a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, busily spinning her flax. "Good day, Granny," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What is the thing that whirls round so merrily?" asked the princess, and she took the spindle and tried to spin too. But she had scarcely touched it before the curse was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger upon the spindle. The instant she felt the prick, she fell upon the bed which was standing near, and lay still in a deep sleep which spread over the whole castle. The king and queen, who had just come home and had stepped into the hall, went to sleep, and all their courtiers with them. The horses went to sleep in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the doves on the roof, and the flies on the wall. Yes, even the fire flickering on the hearth grew still and went to sleep, and the roast meat stopped crackling, and the cook, who was pulling the scullion's hair because he had made some mistake, let him go and went to sleep. And the wind dropped, and on the trees in front of the castle not a leaf stirred. But round the castle a hedge of briar roses began to grow up. Every year it grew higher, till at last it surrounded the whole castle so that nothing could be seen of it, not even the flags on the roof. But there was a legend in the land about the lovely, sleeping Briar Rose, as the king's daughter was called, and from time to time princes came and tried to force a way through the hedge into the castle. But they found it impossible, for the thorns, as though they had hands, held them fast, and the princes remained caught in them without being able to free themselves, and so died a miserable death. After many, many years, a prince came again to the country, and heard an old man tell of the castle which stood behind the briar hedge, in which a most beautiful maiden called Briar Rose had been asleep for the last 100 years, and with her slept the king, queen, and all her courtiers. He knew also from his grandfather that many princes had already come and sought to pierce through the briar hedge, and had remained caught in it and died a sad death. Then the young prince said, "I am not afraid. I am determined to go and look upon the lovely Briar Rose." The good old man did all in his power to dissuade him, but the prince would not listen to his words. Now, however, the 100 years were just ended, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to wake up again. When the prince approached the briar hedge, it was in blossom, and was covered with beautiful large flowers which made way for him of their own accord, and let him pass unharmed, and then closed up again into a hedge behind him. In the courtyard he saw the horses and dappled hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the doves with their heads under their wings, and when he went into the house the flies were asleep on the walls, and near the throne lay the king and queen. In the kitchen was the cook, with his hand raised as though about to strike the scullion, and the maid sat with the black fowl before her which she was about to pluck. He went on farther, and all was so still that he could hear his own breathing. At last he reached the tower, and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was asleep. There she lay, looking so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. He bent down and gave her a kiss. As he touched her, Briar Rose opened her eyes, and looked quite sweetly at him. Then they went down together, and the king and the queen and all the courtiers woke up, and looked at each other with astonished eyes. The horses in the stable stood up and shook themselves, the hounds leaped about and wagged their tails. The doves on the roof lifted their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the fields. The flies on the walls began to crawl again. The fire in the kitchen roused itself, and blazed up and cooked the food. The meat began to crackle, and the cook boxed the scullion's ears so soundly that he screamed aloud, while the maid finished plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince and Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived happily till they died. End of Briar Rose.
Of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Cheng. The Fairy Ring. Edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 51. The Iron Stove. Once upon a time, when wishes came true, there was a king's son who was enchanted by an old witch, so that he was obliged to sit in a large iron stove in a wood. There he lived for many years, and no one could free him. At last a king's daughter came into the wood. She had lost her way, and could not find her father's kingdom again. She had been wandering round and round for 9 days, and she came at last to the iron stove. A voice came from within, and asked her, "Where do you come from, and where do you want to go?" She answered, "I have lost my way to my father's kingdom, and I shall never get home again." Then the voice from the iron stove said, "I will help you to find your home again, and that in a very short time, if you will promise to do what I ask you. I am a greater prince than you are a princess, and I will marry you." Then she grew frightened and thought, "What can a young lassie do with an iron stove?" But as she wanted very much to go home to her father, she promised to do what he wished. He said, "You must come again and bring a knife with you to scrape a hole in the iron." Then he gave her someone for a guide, who walked near her and said nothing, but he brought her in 2 hours to her house. There was great joy in the castle when the princess came back, and the old king fell on her neck and kissed her. But she was very much troubled, and said, "Dear father, listen to what has befallen me. I should never have come home again out of the great wild wood if I had not come to an iron stove, and I have had to promise that I will go back to free him and marry him." The old king was so frightened that he nearly fainted, for she was his only daughter. So they consulted together, and determined that the miller's daughter, who was very beautiful, should take her place. They took her there, gave her a knife, and said she must scrape at the iron stove. She scraped for 24 hours, but did not make the least impression. When the day broke, a voice called from the iron stove, "It seems to me that it is day outside." Then she answered, "It seems so to me. I think I hear my father's mill rattling." "So you are a miller's daughter? Then go away at once and tell the king's daughter to come." Then she went away and told the old king that the thing inside the iron stove would not have her, but wanted the princess. The old king was frightened, and his daughter wept. But they had a swineherd's daughter, who was even more beautiful than the miller's daughter, and they gave her a piece of gold to go to the iron stove instead of the princess. Then she was taken there and made to scrape for 24 hours, but she could make no impression. As soon as the day broke, the voice from the stove called out, "It seems to be daylight outside." Then she answered, "It seems so to me too. I think I hear my father blowing his horn." "So you are a swineherd's daughter? Go away at once and let the king's daughter come, and say to her that what I foretell shall come to pass, and if she does not come, everything in the kingdom shall fall into ruin, and not one stone shall be left upon another." When the princess heard this she began to cry, but it was no good. She had to keep her word. She took leave of her father, put a knife in her belt, and went to the iron stove in the wood. As soon as she reached it, she began to scrape, and the iron gave way, and before 2 hours had passed she had made a little hole. Then she peeped in, and saw such a beautiful youth, all shining with gold and precious stones, that she fell in love with him on the spot. So she scraped away harder than ever, and made the hole so large that he could get out. Then he said, "You are mine, and I am thine. You are my bride, and have set me free." He wanted to take her with him to his kingdom, but she begged him just to let her go once more to her father. And the prince let her go, but told her not to say more than 3 words to her father, then to come back again. So she went home, but alas! she said more than 3 words, and immediately the iron stove vanished and went away over a mountain of glass and sharp swords. But the prince was free, and was no longer shut up in it. Then she said good-bye to her father, and took a little money with her, and went again into the great wood to look for the iron stove, but she could not find it. She sought it for 9 days, and then her hunger became so great that she did not know how she could live any longer. And when it was evening, she climbed a little tree, and wished that the night would not come, because she was afraid of the wild beasts. When midnight came, she saw afar off a little light, and thought, "Ah, if only I could reach that!" Then she got down from the tree and went toward the light. She came to a little old house with a great deal of grass growing around, and stood in front of a little heap of wood. She thought, "Alas, what am I coming to?" and peeped through the window, but she saw nothing inside except big and little toads, and a table beautifully spread with roast meats and wine, and all the dishes and drinking cups were of silver. so she took heart and knocked. Then a fat toad called out, "Little green toad with leg like crook, open wide the door and look who it was the latch that shook." And a little toad came forward and let her in. When she entered, they all bade her welcome and made her sit down. They asked her how she came there and what she wanted. Then she told everything that had happened to her, and how, because she had exceeded her permission only to speak 3 words, the stove had disappeared with the prince, and how she had searched for a very long time, and must wander over mountain and valley till she found him. Then the old toad said, "Little green toad whose leg doth twist, go to the corner of which you wist, and bring to me the large old kist." And the little toad went and brought out a great chest. Then they gave her food and drink, and led her to a beautifully made bed of silk and samite, on which she lay down and slept soundly. When the day dawned she arose, and the old toad gave her 3 things out of the huge chest to take with her. She would have needed them, for she had to cross a high glass mountain, 3 cutting swords, and a great lake. When she had passed these, she would find her lover again. So she was given 3 large needles, a plough-wheel, and 3 nuts, which she was to take great care of. She set out with these things, and when she came to the glass mountain, which was so slippery, she stuck the 3 needles behind her feet and then in front, and so got over it, and when she was on the other side, put them carefully away. Then she reached the 3 cutting swords, and got on her plough-wheel and rolled over them. At last she came to a great lake, and when she had crossed that, arrived at a beautiful castle. She went in, and gave herself out as a servant, a poor maid who would gladly be engaged. But she knew that the prince whom she had freed from the iron stove in the great wood was in the castle. So she was taken on as a kitchen maid for very small wages. Now the prince was about to marry another princess, for he thought she was dead long ago. In the evening, when she had washed up and was ready, she felt in her pocket and found the 3 nuts which the old toad had given her. She cracked one, and was going to eat the kernel, when behold! There was a beautiful royal dress inside it. When the bride heard of this, she came and begged for the dress, and wanted to buy it, saying that it was not a dress for a serving maid. Then she said she would not sell it, unless she was granted one favour, namely to sleep by the prince's door. The bride granted her this, because the dress was so beautiful, and she had so few like it. When it was evening, she said to her bridegroom, "That stupid maid wants to sleep by your door." "If you are contented, I am," he said. But she gave him a glass of wine, in which she had poured a sleeping draught. Then they both went to their room, but he slept so soundly that she could not wake him. The maid wept all night long, and said, "I freed you in the wild wood out of the iron stove. I have sought you and have crossed a glassy mountain, 3 sharp swords and a great lake before I found you. And will you not hear me now?" The servants outside heard how she cried the whole night, and they told their master in the morning. When she had washed up the next evening, she bit the 2nd nut, and there was a still more beautiful dress inside. When the bride saw it, she wanted to buy it also, but the maid did not want money, and asked that she should sleep again by the prince's door. The bride, however, gave him a sleeping draught, and he slept so soundly that he heard nothing. But the kitchen maid wept the whole night long, and said, "I have freed you in a wood and from an iron stove. I sought you and have crossed a glassy mountain, 3 sharp swords, and a great lake to find you, and now you will not hear me." The servants outside heard how she cried the whole night, and in the morning they told their master. And when she had washed up on the 3rd night, she bit the 3rd nut, and there was a still more beautiful dress inside that was made of pure gold. When the bride saw it, she wanted to have it, but the maid would only give it her on condition that she should sleep for the 3rd time by the prince's door. But the prince took care not to drink the sleeping draught. When she began to weep and to say, Dearest sweetheart, I freed you in the horrible wild wood, and from an iron stove." He jumped up and said, "Thou art right, thou art mine, and I am thine." Though it was still night, he got into a carriage with her, and they took the false bride's clothes away, so that she could not follow them. When they came to the great lake they rowed across, and when they reached the 3 sharp swords they sat on the plough wheel, and on the glassy mountain they stuck the 3 needles in. So they arrived at last at the little old house, but when they stepped inside it turned into a large castle. The toads were all freed, and were beautiful king's children running about for joy. There they were married, and they remained in the castle, which was much larger than that of the princess's father. But because the old man did not like being left alone, they went and fetched him. So they had 2 kingdoms, and lived in great wealth. A mouse has run, my story's done. End of the Iron Stove.
Story 52 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 52. Rumpel-stilts-ken. By the side of a wood, in a country a long way off, ran a fine stream of water, and upon the stream there stood a mill. The miller's house was close by, and the miller, you must know, had a very beautiful daughter. She was, moreover, very shrewd and clever, and the miller was so proud of her that he one day told the king of the land, who used to come and hunt in the wood, that his daughter could spin gold out of straw. Now this king was very fond of money, and when he heard the miller's boast his greediness was roused, and he sent for the girl to be brought before him. Then he led her to a chamber in his palace where there was a great heap of straw, and gave her a spinning wheel, and said, "All this must be spun into gold before morning, as you love your life." It was in vain that the poor maiden said that it was only a silly boast of her father, for that she could do no such thing as spin straw into gold. The chamber door was locked, and she was left alone. She sat down in one corner of the room, and began to bewail her hard fate, when on a sudden the door opened and a droll-looking little man hobbled in and said, "Good morrow to you, my good lass. What are you weeping for?" "Alas!" said she, "I must spin this straw into gold, and I know not how." "What will you give me," said the hobgoblin, "to do it for you?" "My necklace," replied the maiden. He took her at her word and sat himself down to the wheel, and whistled and sang, "Round about, lo and behold, reel away, straw into gold." And round about the wheel went merrily. The work was quickly done, and the straw was all spun into gold. When the king came in and saw this, he was greatly astonished and pleased, but his heart grew still more greedy of gain, and he shut up the poor miller's daughter again with a fresh task. Then she knew not what to do, and sat down once more to weep, but the dwarf soon opened the door and said, "What will you give me to do your task?" "The ring on my finger," said she. So her little friend took the ring, and began to work at the wheel again, and whistled and sang, "Round about, lo and behold, reel away, straw into gold." Till, long before morning, all was done again. The King was greatly delighted to see all this glittering treasure, but still he had not enough, so he took the miller's daughter to a yet larger heap and said: "All this must be spun tonight, and if it is, you shall be my queen." As soon as she was alone, the dwarf came in and said: "What will you give me to spin gold for you this third time?" "I have nothing left," said she. "Then say you will give me," said the little man, "the first little child that you may have when you are queen." "That may never be," thought the miller's daughter, and as she knew no other way to get her task done, she said she would do what he asked. Round went the wheel again to the old song, and the manikin once more spun the heap into gold. The King came in the morning, and, finding all he wanted, was forced to keep his word, so he married the miller's daughter, and she really became queen. At the birth of her first little child she was very glad, and forgot the dwarf and what she had promised. But one day he came into her room where she was sitting playing with her baby, and put her in mind of it. Then she grieved sorely at her misfortune, and said she would give him all the wealth of the kingdom if he would let her off, but in vain, till at last her tears softened him, and he said: "I will give you 3 days' grace, and if during that time you tell me my name, you shall keep your child." Now the Queen lay awake all night, thinking of all the odd names that she had ever heard, and she sent messages all over the land to find out new ones. The next day the little man came, and she began with Timothy, Ichabod, Benjamin, Jeremiah, and all the names she could remember, but to all and each of them he said: "Madam, that is not my name." The second day she began with all the comical names she could hear of: Bandy-legs, Hunchback, Crookshanks, and so on, but the little gentleman still said to every one of them: "Madam, that is not my name." The third day one of the messengers came back and said: "I travelled 2 days without hearing of any other names, but yesterday, as I was climbing a high hill among the trees of the forest where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, I saw a little hut, and before the hut burned a fire, and round about the fire a funny little dwarf was dancing upon one leg and singing: "Merrily the feast I'll make, to-day I'll brew, to-morrow bake, merrily I'll dance and sing, for next day will a stranger bring. Little does my lady dream, Rumpel-stilts-ken is my name." When the Queen heard this she jumped for joy, and as soon as her little friend came she sat down upon her throne and called all her court around to enjoy the fun, and the nurse stood by her side with the baby in her arms, as if it was quite ready to be given up. Then the little man began to chuckle at the thoughts of having the poor child to take home with him to his hut in the woods, and he cried out: "Now, lady, what is my name?" "Is it John?" asked she. "No, madam." "Is it Tom?" "No, madam." "Is it Jemmy?" "It is not." "Can your name be Rumpel-stilts-ken?" said the lady slyly. "Some witch told you that! Some witch told you that!" cried the little man, and dashed his right foot in a rage so deep into the floor that he was forced to lay hold of it with both hands to pull it out. Then he made the best of his way off, while the nurse laughed and the baby crowed, and all the court jeered at him for having had so much trouble for nothing, and said: "We wish you a very good morning and a merry feast, Mr. Rumpel-stilts-ken." End of story. Rumpel-stilts-ken.
Story 53 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 53. Faithful John, the King's Servant. The old king lay dying and was very much worried in his mind, because he was leaving behind him as his heir his son, who was a headstrong and wilful youth, not yet come of years of wisdom. He called to his bedside faithful John, who had been his servant ever since he was a boy, and charged him with thus. I'm going to my last rest, and am sorrowful because my boy is left alone in a high position, and will have no other guidance but yours. Be his guardian and counsellor, and serve him faithfully, even as you have served me, or I cannot die happily. Master, I will, answered faithful John, even if it cost me my life. Now I can rest in peace, said the king. When I am dead, you must lead him all over the castle, and show him the halls and chambers and the walls and the treasures therein. But one room he must never enter, the last room in the long corridor, for there hangs the portrait of the daughter of the king of the Golden Palace. And she is so beautiful that whoever gazes upon her picture will fall down in a swoon for love of her, and will go through great perils for her sake. Therefore he must never enter that room. The trusty servant pressed his master's hand and promised to do his commands, and soon afterwards the king laid his head on the pillow and died. After the old king was laid in his grave, the faithful John told the young king of the commands his father had laid upon him, and swore to serve him faithfully, even unto death. When the days of mourning were over, he told the young king that it was now time for him to see his inheritance. So they went all over the castle, up into the towers and down into the vaults, and saw all the great treasure the old king had collected. And they went into the grand halls and splendid chambers, into all save one, the last room at the end of the long corridor, wherein hung the portrait. The king noticed that they always passed this door, and asked John why. "There is something there that is dangerous to see," said John. "But," answered the king, "I have seen everything else that I possess, and you must not imagine I am going away without seeing this." Faithful John tried to argue him out of it, but it was of no use, and the obstinate king even made an effort to force the door open, and declared that he would not leave the spot till he had seen the contents of the chamber. So John, seeing that there was nothing for it but to yield, sorrowfully took the key from the bunch and put it in lock. He turned it suddenly and hurried in, hoping to cover over the portrait before the king saw it. But he was close on his heels, and John was too late to prevent the catastrophe. For no sooner had his master set eyes on the wonderful painting, which appeared to be living, breathing flesh, than he fell on the floor in a swoon. Poor John carried him tenderly to his bed, deeply bewailing the misfortune that had come upon them, and by dint of forcing wine down his throat, he brought him round again. The first words that he uttered were, "Who is the lady of the beautiful picture?" "She is the daughter of the king of the Golden Palace," replied John. "Then," said the king, "we must seek her at once, for I am filled with so great a love for her, that if all the leaves of the trees had tongues, they should not gainsay it." Then Trusty John thought for a long, long time as how to set about the matter, for it was very difficult to reach the presence of the beautiful princess. At last he thought of a plan, and said to the king, "I have thought of a way by which you may achieve your end. All the things the princess uses, and all the things about her, are gold. Chairs, tables, dishes, pots and pans, all are fashioned of gold. There are 5 tons of gold bars in your cellars. You must have them wrought into articles of every kind, even into beasts and flowers, and then we will set out and seek her favour." So the king sent for all the goldsmiths in the kingdom, and they worked day and night till all the gold was made into most wonderful and beautiful forms of the finest workmanship. Then they took them all aboard a great ship and set sail. They sailed for many days till they came to the city where dwelt the daughter of the king of the golden palace. The faithful John had decided that it was better for him to go ashore, so he told the king to remain on board and have all things in readiness, the treasures displayed and all in order, lest he should bring the princess back with him. Then he tied up some of the smaller things in a handkerchief and rowed ashore. When he entered the courtyard of the palace, he saw a beautiful girl filling 2 golden pails at the well. When they were full she turned, and perceiving the stranger, demanded his business. So he untied the handkerchief and showed her the dainty trinkets. She was delighted with them, and at once said, "The princess must see these, for she has a passion for gold things, and will no doubt buy them all." So she took him by the hand and led him to the king's daughter. The princess was even more beautiful than report had made her, and John was dazzled. The lady was very gracious to him, and was charmed with his treasures, which she wished to purchase. But John said, "I am only a servant. My master is a rich merchant who has even more beautiful things than these aboard his ship." "Let them be brought hither," replied the princess. But he said, "That would take many days and nights, their number is so vast, and even if they were all brought hither, there is no room in the palace large enough to show them to advantage." The princess's curiosity was very much excited by this time, and she said, "Bring me to the ship and I will see them there." Faithful John was overjoyed at the success of his plans and conducted her thither immediately. When the king saw her, he was so overcome with her beauty that he could hardly help her aboard, but he managed to control the violent beatings of his heart and led her down into the cabin. John remained on deck and commanded the helmsman to steer out sea and put on all the sail he could, so that they might leave the land far behind. Down below the princess was enjoying herself immensely, looking at all the beautiful and curious things, and several hours passed before she bethought her that it was time to go ashore. So she went on deck prepared to land immediately, and behold, no land was to be seen, nothing but the wide sea all around her. "Ah!" she screamed in sudden terror, "I am entrapped by a strange merchant. I would rather die than remain in his power." The king reassured her, and taking her hand he said, "I am no merchant. I am a king of royal blood like yourself. I have carried you off because my love for you is so great that I cannot live without you. You must know that when I saw your portrait, I was so stricken with love for you that I fell in a swoon before it." When the king's daughter heard this, her fear disappeared and love grew in its place, and she was willing to be his bride. One day when John was sitting on deck, piping sweet music, 3 crows flew over the ship, talking hard all the time. John understood every word they said, and this is what he heard. "There he is, sailing home with the daughter of the king of the Golden Palace," said the first. "Ah, they are not home yet," said the second. "But she is with him in the ship," said the third. "What matters that?" began the first again. "When they land there will come a beautiful fox-coloured horse, and he will spring upon it, and the horse will bound away with him up into the air, and he will never be seen again." "But is there no way to save him?" the second one asked. "Yes, if one springs up quickly behind him and seizes the pistols which are in the holsters and shoots the fox-coloured horse, then the king will be saved. But nobody knows, and if one knew and told him, he would be turned into stone from toe to knee." Then the second crow spoke again. "I know still more, for even if the horse be shot he will not keep his lovely bride. When they arrive at the castle a bridal shirt will be brought to him on a dish, looking as though it were made of silver and gold. But it is only sulphur and pitch, and when he puts it on he will be burned to the marrow of his bones." "Is there no way to save him?" asked the third crow. "Oh yes, if one were to take up the shirt with his gloves on and throw it on the fire before the king touches it, he will be saved. But what matter? For no one knows that, and if one knew and were to tell, he would be turned into stone from his knee to his heart." Then the third crow spoke again. "I know even more. Even if the shirt be burned, the king will not keep his bride. After supper a dance will be held, and suddenly, when she is dancing, the queen will turn pale and fall in a faint, and if someone does not raise her up and take 3 drops of blood from her little finger and throw them away, she will die. But if anyone knows that and tells it, he will be turned into stone from the crown of his head to the toes of his feet." Then the crows flew away, leaving John very quiet and sad, for if he concealed what he knew, misfortune would fall upon his master, and if he told, he must lose his own life. But he decided that whatever happened to himself, he must save his master. When they landed it happened just as the crows had said, and a beautiful fox-coloured horse appeared in front of the king. He exclaimed with pleasure, "Splendid! This shall carry us to the castle," and he sprang into the saddle. But John sprang up after him, and finding the pistols, shot the horse dead. The other servants, who were jealous of John, began to grumble at this and said, "Shame to kill such a lovely animal, which was fit to bear the king." But the king said, "Peace, be silent. He is my faithful servant and I trust him. Who knows what he has saved us from?" Then they went on to the castle, and in the hall it happened just as it had been foretold. A beautiful bridal shirt was brought to the king. He was just about to pick it up and put it on, when John threw himself in front of him, and seizing the shirt, carried it to the fire and burnt it. Again the other servants set up a murmur. "What is he about? See, he has burned the bridal shirt." But the king silenced them and said, "He is my faithful John, and I trust him. Who wot danger he has averted?" After the wedding supper a grand ball was given, and John watched the queen very carefully while she danced. Suddenly he saw her turn pale and fall in a faint. He hurried toward her, and lifting her up he carried her away to her chamber. Then he knelt down, and drawing 3 drops of blood from her little finger, he threw them away. Soon the queen stirred, and then sat up, quite herself again. But the king had watched all this, and this time he was furiously angry with faithful John, and ordered him to be thrown into prison. Next day he was brought to trial and condemned to be hanged at the gallows. When he was about to be executed, he asked for the usual privilege of a condemned prisoner to speak once what was in his mind. The king granted it, and faithful John began. I am innocent of any crime against you, and have always served you faithfully. Then he told what he had heard the crows saying at sea, and how he had done all these things to save his master's life. Then the king cried, "Pardon, pardon, my faithful friend, you are innocent." But at the last word he had spoken, John had fallen down, turned into stone. After this there was great sorrow and lamentation in the palace, and they had the statue raised and taken to their chamber and placed near the bed, and often the king looked at it and said, "Ah, my trusty John, could I but bring you back to life again." Some time afterwards, to their great joy, twins were born to them, two healthy boys. One day the queen was at church, and the king was at home playing with his children, when he looked up at the statue and said, "Ah, my poor faithful John, what would I not do to bring you back to life?" To his surprise the statue answered him and said, "If you will sacrifice what is dearest to you, you can restore my life to me." "I will do anything in the world for you, only tell me what," answered the king. Then the statue spoke again. "Cut off the heads of your children and sprinkle me with their blood, and I will be restored to life." The poor king was horrified when he heard this, for how could he do such an awful deed as to kill his own children? But he thought of all John had done for him, and how much he had sacrificed, and without flinching he drew his sword to cut off their heads. But as he was about to kill the little princes, faithful John became alive again, crying, "Stop, stop, my master! Your faith in me is rewarded, and I am free." The king was now as happy as he could be, and he thought to give his wife a pleasant surprise. So when he heard her coming, he hid faithful John and the twins in a cupboard. When she came in, he asked her if she had prayed for all her friends. "Yes," she answered, "but I have been thinking of poor John, who is past our prayers." Then the king said, "We can restore him to life again, but we must sacrifice both our sons." The queen turned very pale at this and nearly fainted, but she thought of how it was their fault that John had suffered, and she said bravely that if it was to restore him to life, it must be done. The king was overjoyed to find that she thought as he did, and he threw open the cupboard door and disclosed not only the twins, but faithful John also. Then they all rejoiced and were happy together to the end of their days. End of Faithful John, the King's Servant. Read by Lars Rolander.
Story 54 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 54, Spindle, Shuttle and Needle. Once upon a time, there lived a girl who lost her father and mother when she was quite a tiny child. Her godmother lived all alone in a little cottage at the far of the village, and there she earned her living by spinning, weaving and sewing. The old woman took the little orphan home with her and brought her up in good, pious, industrious habits. When the girl was 15 years old, her godmother fell ill, and calling the child to her bedside, she said, "My daughter, I feel that my end is near. I leave you my cottage, which will, at least, shelter you, and also my spindle, my weaver's shuttle, and my needle, with which to earn your bread." Then she laid her hands on the girl's head, blessed her, and added, "Mind and be good, and then all will go well with you." With that she closed her eyes for the last time, and when she was carried to her grave, the girl walked behind her coffin, weeping bitterly, and paid her all the last honors. After this, the girl lived all alone in the little cottage. She worked hard, spinning, weaving, and sewing, and her old godmother's blessing seemed to prosper all she did. The flax seemed to spread and increase, and when she wove a carpet or a piece of linen, or made a shirt, she was sure to find a customer who paid her well, so that not only did she feel not want herself, but she was able to help those who did. Now it happened that about this time the king's son was making a tour through the entire country to look out for a bride. He could not marry a poor woman, and he did not wish for a rich one. "She shall be my wife," said he, "who is at once the poorest and the richest." When he reached the village where the girl lived, he inquired who was the richest and who the poorest woman in it. The richest was named first. The poorest, he was told, was a young girl who lived alone in a little cottage at the far end of the village. The rich girl sat at her door, dressed in all her best clothes, and when the king's son came near, she got up, went to meet him, and made him a low courtesy. He looked well at her, said nothing, but rode on farther. When he reached the poor girl's house, he did not find her at the door, for she was at work in her room. The prince reined in his horse, looked in at the window through which the sun was shining brightly, and saw the girl sitting at her wheel busily spinning away. She looked up, and when she saw the king's son gazing in at her, she blushed red all over, cast down her eyes, and spun on. Whether the thread was quite as even as usual, I really cannot say, but she went on spinning till the king's son had ridden off. Then she stepped to the window and opened the lattice, saying, "The room is so hot." But she looked after him as long as she could see the white plumes of his hat. Then she sat down to her work once more and spun on. As she did so, an old saying, which she had often heard her godmother repeat while at work, came into her head, and she began to sing, "Spindle, spindle, go and see if my love will come to me." Lo and behold, the spindle leaped from her hand and rushed out of the room, and when she had sufficiently recovered from her surprise to look after it, she saw it dancing merrily through the fields, dragging a long golden thread after it, and soon it was lost to sight. The girl, having lost her spindle, took up the shuttle, and, seating herself at her loom, began to weave. Meantime, the spindle danced on, and just as it had come to the end of the golden thread, it reached the king's son. "What do I see?" he cried. "The spindle seems to wish to point out the way to me." He turned his horse's head and rode back beside the golden thread. Meantime, the girl sat weaving and sang, Shuttle, weave both web and woof, bring my love beneath my roof. The shuttle instantly escaped from her hand, and with one bound was out at the door. On the threshold it began weaving the loveliest carpet that was ever seen. Roses and lilies bloomed on both sides, and in the center a thicket seemed to grow with rabbits and hares running through it, stags and fawns peeping through the branches, while on the topmost posts sat birds of brilliant plumage, and so lifelike one almost expected to hear them sing. The shuttle flew from side to side, and the carpet seemed almost to grow of itself. As the shuttle had run away, the girl sat down to sew. She took her needle and sang, "Needle, needle, stitch away, make my chamber bright and gay." And the needle promptly slipped from her fingers and flew about the room like lightning. You would have thought invisible spirits were at work, for in next to no time the table and benches were covered with green cloth, the chairs with velvet, the elegant silk curtains hung before the windows. The needle had barely put in his last stitch when the girl, glancing at the window, spied the white-plumed hat of the king's son, who was being led back by the spindle with a golden thread. He dismounted and walked over the carpet into the house, and when he entered the room there stood the girl blushing like any rose. "You are the poorest and yet the richest," said he. "Come with me, you shall be my bride." She said nothing, but she held out her hand. Then he kissed her and led her out, lifted her on his horse, and took her to his royal palace, where the wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. The spindle, the shuttle, and the needle were carefully placed in the treasury, and were always held in the very highest honor. End of Spindle, Shuttle, and the Needle. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joelle Peebles. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 55, The Magic Egg. There was once upon a time a lark who was the Czar among the birds, and he took unto himself as his Tsaritsa a little shrew mouse. They had a field all to themselves which they sowed their wheat, and when the wheat grew up they divided it between them. When they found that there was one grain over, the mouse said, "Let me have it." But the lark said, "No, let me have it." "What's to be done?" thought they. They would have liked to take counsel of someone, but they had no parents or kinsmen, nobody at all to whom they could go and ask advice in the matter. At last the mouse said, "At any rate let me have the first nibble." The lark Czar agreed to this, but the little mouse fastened her teeth in it and ran off into her hole with it, and there ate it all up. At this the lark Czar was wroth, and collected all the birds of the air to make war upon the mouse Tsaritsa, but the Tsaritsa called together all the beasts to defend her, and so the war began. Whenever the beasts came rushing out of the wood to tear the birds to pieces, the birds flew up into the trees, but the birds kept in the air and hacked and pecked the beasts wherever they could. Thus they fought the whole day, and in the evening they lay down to rest. Now when the Tsaritsa looked around upon her forces, she saw that the ant was taking no part in the war. She immediately went and commanded the ant to be there by evening, and when the ant came the Tsaritsa ordered her to climb up the trees with her kinsmen and bite off the feathers around the birds' wings. Next day, when there was light enough to see by, the mouse Tsaritsa cried, "Up, up, my warriors!" Thereupon the birds also rose up and immediately fell to the ground, where the beast tore them to bits. So the Tsaritsa overcame the Tsar. But there was one eagle who saw there was something wrong, so he did not try to fly, but remained sitting on the tree. And lo, there came an archer along that way, and seeing the eagle on the tree, he took aim at it. But the eagle besought him and said, "Do not kill me, and I'll be of great service to thee." The archer aimed a second time, but the eagle besought him still more, and said, "Take me down rather, and keep me, and thou shalt see that it will be to thy advantage." The archer, however, took aim a third time, but the eagle began to beg of him most piteously, "Nay, kill me not, but take me home with thee, and thou shalt see what great advantage it will be to thee." The archer believed the bird. He climbed up the tree, took the eagle down, and carried it home. Then the eagle said to him, "Put me in a hut, and feed me with flesh till my wings have grown again." Now this archer had 2 cows and a steer, and he at once killed and cut up one of the cows for the eagle. The eagle fed upon this cow for a full year, and then he said to the archer, "Let me go, that I may fly. I see that my wings have already grown again." Then the archer let him loose from the hut. The eagle flew around and around. He flew about for half a day, and then he returned to the archer and said, "I feel I have but little strength in me. Slay me another cow." And the archer obeyed him, and slew the second cow, and the eagle lived upon that for yet another year. Again the eagle flew around and around in the air. He flew around and about the whole day till evening, when he returned to the archer and said, "I am stronger than I was, but I have still but little strength in me. Slay me the steer also." Then the man thought to himself, "What shall I do? Shall I slay it, or shall I not slay it?" At last he said, "Well, I've sacrificed more than this before, so let this go too," and he took the steer and slaughtered it for the eagle. Then the eagle lived upon this for another whole year longer, and after that he took to flight, and flew high up right to the very clouds. Then he flew down again to the man, and said to him, "I thank thee, brother, for that thou hast been the saving of me. Come now and sit upon me." "Nay, but," said the man, "what if some evil befall me?" "Sit on me, I say," cried the eagle. So the archer sat down upon the bird. Then the eagle bore him nearly as high as the big clouds, and then let him fall. Down plumped the man, but the eagle did not let him fall to the earth, but swiftly flew beneath him and upheld him, and said to him, "How dost thou feel now?" "I feel," said the man, "as if I had no life in me." Then the eagle replied, "That was just how I felt when thou didst aim at me the first time." Then he said to him, "Sit on my back again." The man did not want to sit on him, but what could he do? Sit he must. Then the eagle flew with him quite as high as the big clouds, and shook him off, and down he fell headlong till he was about 2 fathoms from the ground, when the bird again flew beneath him and held him up. Again the eagle asked him, "How dost thou feel?" And the man replied, "I feel just as if all my bones were already broken to bits." "That is just how I felt when thou didst take aim at me the second time," replied the eagle. "But now sit on my back once more." The man did so, and the eagle flew with him as high as the small fleecy clouds, and then he shook him off, and down he fell headlong. But when he was but a hand's breadth from the earth, the eagle again flew beneath him and held him up, and said to him, "How dost thou feel now?" And he replied, "I feel as if I no longer belonged to this world." "That is just how I felt when thou didst aim at me the third time," replied the eagle. "But now," continued the bird, "thou art guilty no more. We are quits. I owe thee naught, and thou owest naught to me. So sit upon my back again, and I'll take thee to my master." They flew on and on. They flew till they came to the eagle's uncle, and the eagle said to the archer, "Go to my house, and when they ask thee, 'Hast thou not seen our poor child?' reply, 'Give me the magic egg, and I'll bring him before your eyes.'" So he went to the house, and there they said to him, "Hast thou heard of our poor child with thine ears, or seen him with thine eyes, and hast thou come hither willingly or unwillingly?" And he answered, "I have come hither willingly." Then they asked, "Hast thou smelt out anything of our poor youngster? For it is 3 years now since he went to the wars, and there's neither sight nor sound of him more." And he answered, "Give me the magic egg, and I'll bring him straightway before your eyes." Then they replied, 'Twere better we never saw him than that we should give thee the magic egg." Then he went back to the eagle and said to him, "They said 'twere better we never saw him than that we should give thee the magic egg." Then the eagle answered, "Let us fly on farther." They flew on till they came to the eagle's brother, and the archer said just the same to him as he had said to the eagle's uncle, and still he didn't get the egg. Then they flew to the eagle's father, and the eagle said to him, "Go up to the hut, and if they ask for me, say that thou hast seen me and will bring me before their eyes." So he went up to the hut, and they said to him, "O Tsarevich, we hear thee with our ears, and see thee with our eyes, but hast thou come hither of thine own free will, or by the will of another?" And the archer answered, "I have come hither of my own free will." Then they asked him, "Hast thou seen our son? Lo, these 4 years we have not had news of him. He went off to the wars, and perchance he has been slain there." And he answered them, "I have seen him, and if thou wilt give me the magic egg, I will bring him before your eyes." And the eagle's father said to him, "What good will such a thing do thee? We had better give thee the lucky penny." But he answered, "I don't want the lucky penny, give me the magic egg." "Come hither then," said he, "and thou shalt have it." So he went into the hut. Then the eagle's father rejoiced and gave him the egg, and said to him, "Take heed thou dost not break it anywhere on the road, and when thou gettest home, hedge it around, and build a strong fence about it, and it will do thee good." So he went homeward. He went on till a great thirst came upon him. So he stopped at the first spring he came to, and as he stooped to drink he stumbled, and the magic egg was broken. Then he perceived that an ox had come out of the egg and was rolling away. He gave chase to the ox, but whenever he was getting close to one side of it, the other side of it got farther away from him. Then the poor fellow cried, "I shall do nothing with it myself, I see." At that moment an old she-dragon came up to him and said, "What wilt thou give me, O man, if I chase this ox back again into the egg for thee?" And the archer replied, "What can I give?" The dragon said to him, "Give me what thou hast at home without thy will and wit." "Done," said the archer. Then the dragon chased the ox nicely into the egg again, patched it up prettily, and gave it into the man's hand. Then the archer went home, and when he got home he found a son had been born to him there, and his son said to him, "Why didst thou give me to the old she-dragon, Dad?" But never mind, all managed to live in spite of her. Then the father was very grieved for a time, but what could he do? Now the name of this son was Ivan. So Ivan lost no time in going to the dragon, and the dragon said to him, "Go to my house and do me 3 tasks, and if thou dost them not, I'll devour thee." Now around the dragon's house was a large meadow stretching as far as the eye could reach, and the dragon said to him, "Thou must in a single night weed out this field and sow wheat in it, and reap the wheat and store it, all in this very night, and thou must bake me a roll out of this self same wheat, and the roll must be lying ready for me on my table in the morning." Then Ivan went and leaned over the fence, and his heart within him was sore troubled. Now near to him there was a post, and on this post was the dragon's starveling daughter. So when he came thither and fell a-weeping, she asked him, "Wherefore dost thou weep?" And he said, "How can I help weeping? The dragon has bidden me do something I can never do, and what is more, she has bidden me do it in a single night." "What is it, pray?" asked the dragon's daughter. Then he told her. "Not every bush bears a berry," cried she. "Promise take me to wife, and I'll do all she has bidden thee do." He promised, and then she said to him again, "Now go and lie down, but see that thou art up early in the morning to bring her her roll." Then she went to the field, and before one could whistle she had cleaned it of weeds, and harrowed it, and sown it with wheat, and by dawn she had reaped the wheat, and cooked the roll, and brought it to him, and said, "Now take it to her hut, and put it on her table." Then the old she-dragon awoke and came to the door, and was amazed at the sight of the field, which was now all stubble, for the corn had been cut. Then she said to Ivan, "Yes, thou hast done the work well, but now see that thou doest my second task." Then she gave him her second command. "Dig up that mountain yonder, and let the Dnieper flow past the side of it, and there build a storehouse, and in the storehouse stack the wheat that thou hast reaped, and sell this wheat to the merchant barks that sail by, and everything must be done by the time I get up early next morning." Then again he went to the fence and wept, and the maiden said to him, "Why dost thou weep?" And he told her all that the she dragon had bidden him do. "There are lots of bushes, but where are the berries? Go and lie down, and I'll do it all for thee." Then she whistled, and the mountain was levelled, and the Dnieper flowed over the side of it, and round about the Dnieper storehouses rose up, and then she came and woke him that he might go and sell the wheat to the merchant barks that sailed by that way. And when the she dragon rose up early in the morning, she was amazed to see that everything had been done which she had commanded him. Then she gave him her third command: "This night thou must catch the golden hare, and bring it to me by the morning light." Again he went to the fence and fell a weeping, and the girl asked him, "Why art thou weeping?" He said to her, "She has ordered me to catch her the golden hare." "Oh, oh!" cried the she dragon's daughter, "the berries are ripening now. Only her father knows how to catch such a hare as that. Nevertheless, I'll go to a rocky place I know of, and there perchance we shall be able to catch it." So they went to this rocky place together, and she said to him, "Stand over that hole, I'll go in and chase him out of the hole, and thou catch him as he comes out. But mind, whatever comes out of the hole, seize it, for it will be the golden hare." So she went and began beating up, and all at once out came a snake and hissed, and he let it go. Then she came out of the hole and said to him, "What, has nothing come out?" "Well," said he, "only a snake, and I was afraid it would bite me, so I let it go." "What hast thou done?" she said. "That was the very hare itself. Look now," said she, "I'll go in again, and if any one comes out and tells you that the golden hare is not here, don't believe it, but hold him fast." So she crept into the hole again and began to beat for game, and out came an old woman, who said to the youth, "What art thou poking about here for?" And he said to her, "For the golden hare." She said to him, "It is not here, for this is a snake's hole." And when she had said this she went away. Presently the girl also came out and said to him, "What, hast thou not got the hare? Did nothing come out then?" "No," said he, "nothing but an old woman who asked me what I was seeking, and I told her the golden hare, and she said, 'It is not here,' so I let her go." Then the girl replied, "Why didst thou not lay hold of her? For she was the very golden hare itself, and now thou never wilt catch it, unless I turn myself into a hare, and thou take and lay me on the table, and give me into my mother's, the she dragon's, hands, and go away, for if she find out all about it she will tear the pair of us to pieces." So she changed herself into a hare, and he took and laid her on the table, and said to the she dragon, "There's thy hare for thee, and now let me go away." She said to him, "Very well, be off." Then he set off running, and he ran and ran as hard as he could. Soon after, the old she dragon discovered that it was not the golden hare, but her own daughter, so she set about chasing after them and destroying them both, for the daughter had made haste in the meantime to join Ivan. But as the she dragon couldn't run herself, she sent her husband, and he began chasing them, and they knew he was coming, for they felt the earth trembling beneath his tread. Then the dragon's daughter said to Ivan, "I hear him running after us. I'll turn myself into standing wheat, and thee into an old man guarding me, and if he ask thee, 'Hast thou seen a lad and a lass pass by this way?' say to him, 'Yes, they passed by this way while I was sowing this wheat.'" A little while afterwards the she dragon's husband came flying up. "Have a lad and a lass passed by this way?" said he. "Yes," replied the old man, "they have." "Was it long ago?" asked the she dragon's husband. "It was while this wheat was being sown," replied the old man. "Oh," thought the serpent, "this wheat is ready for the sickle, they couldn't have been this way yesterday." So he turned back. Then the she dragon's daughter turned herself back into a maiden, and the old man into a youth, and off they set again. But the dragon returned home, and the she dragon asked him, "What? Hast thou not caught them or met them on the road?" "Met them? No," said he. "I did indeed pass on the road some standing wheat and an old man watching it. I asked the old man if he had seen a lad and a lass pass by that way, and he said, 'Yes, while this wheat was being sown, but the wheat was quite ripe for the sickle, so I knew it was a long while ago, and turned back.'" "Why didst thou not tear that old man and the wheat pieces?" cried the she dragon. "It was they. Be off after them again, and mind, this time tear them to pieces without fail." So the dragon set off after them again, and they heard him coming from afar, for the earth trembled beneath him. So the damsel said to Ivan, "He is coming again, I hear him. Now I'll change myself into a monastery so old that it will be almost falling to pieces, and I'll change thee into an old black monk at the gate, and when he comes up and asks, 'Hast thou seen a lad and a lass pass this way?' say to him, 'Yes, they passed by this way when this monastery was being built.'" Soon afterwards the dragon came flying past and asked the monk, "Hast thou seen a lad and a lass pass by this way?" "Yes," he replied, "I saw them what time the Holy Father began to build this monastery." The dragon thought to himself, "That was not yesterday. This monastery has stood 100 years if it has stood a day, and won't stand much longer either." And with that he turned him back. When he got home he said to the she dragon, his wife, "I met a black monk who serves in a monastery, and I asked him about them, and he told me that a lad and a lass had run past that way when the monastery was being built, but that was not yesterday, for the monastery is 100 years old at the very least. Why didst thou not tear the black monk to pieces and pull down the monastery, for 'twas they? But I see I must go after them myself, thou art no good at all." So off she set and ran, and they knew she was coming, for the earth quaked and yawned beneath her. Then the damsel said to Ivan, "I fear me 'tis all over, for she is coming herself. Look now, I'll change thee into a stream and myself into a fish perch." Immediately after the she dragon came up and said to the perch, "Oh, oh, so thou wouldst run away from me, eh?" Then she turned herself into a pike and began chasing the perch, but every time she drew near to it the perch turned its prickly fins toward her, so that she could not catch hold of it. So she kept on chasing it, but finding she could not catch it, she tried to drink up the stream till she so much of it that she burst. Then the maiden who had become a fish said to the youth who had become a river, "Now that we are alive and not dead, go back to thy lord father and thy father's house, and see them, and kiss them all except the daughter of thy uncle, for if thou kiss that damsel thou wilt forget me, and I shall go to the land of nowhere." So he went home and greeted them all, and as he did so he thought to himself, "Why should I not greet my uncle's daughter like the rest of them? Why, they'll think me a mere pagan if I don't." So he kissed her, and the moment he did so he forgot all about the girl who had saved him. So he remained there half a year, and then bethought him of taking to himself a wife. So they betrothed him to a very pretty girl, and he accepted her and forgot all about the other girl who had saved him from the dragon, the one who herself was the she dragon's daughter. Now the evening before the wedding they heard a young damsel crying "Shishki" in the streets. They called to the young damsel to go away or say who she was, for nobody knew her, but the damsel answered never a word, but began to knead more cakes, and make a cock dove and a hen dove out of the dough, and put them down on the ground, and they became alive. And then the hen dove said to the cock dove, "Hast thou forgotten how I cleared the field for thee, and sowed it with wheat, and thou madest a roll from the corn which thou gavest to the she dragon?" But the cock dove answered, "Forgotten, forgotten." Then she said to him again, "And hast thou forgotten how I dug away the mountain for thee, and let the Dnieper flow by it, that the merchant barks might come to thy storehouses, and that thou mightest sell thy wheat to the merchant barks?" But the cock dove replied, "Forgotten, forgotten." Then the hen dove said to him again, "And hast thou forgotten how we two went together in search of the golden hair? Hast thou forgotten me then altogether?" And the cock dove answered again, "Forgotten, forgotten." Then the good youth Ivan bethought him who this damsel was that had made the doves, and he took her to his arms and made her his wife, and they lived happily ever afterwards. End of The Magic Egg. Recording by Joelle Peebles.
Story 56 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Fairy Ring. Edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 56. The Sparrow and the Bush. A sparrow once flew down upon a bush and said, "Little bush, give good little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the little bush. Then the sparrow was angry, and went to the goat and said, "Goat, goat, nibble bush. Bush won't give good little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the goat. Then the sparrow went to the wolf and said, "Wolf, wolf, eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the wolf. Then the sparrow went to the people and said, "Good people, kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give good little sparrow a swing." "We won't," said the people. Then the sparrow went to the Tartars. "Tartars, Tartars, slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give good little sparrow a swing." But the Tartars said, "We won't slay the people." And the people said, "We won't kill the wolf." And the wolf said, "I won't eat the goat." And the goat said, "I won't nibble the bush." And the bush said, "I won't give the good little sparrow a swing." "Go," said the bush, "to the fire, for the Tartars slay the people, and the people won't kill the wolf, and the wolf won't eat the goat, and the goat won't nibble the bush, and the bush won't give the dear little sparrow a swing." But the fire also said, "I won't." They were all alike. "Go to the water," said he. So the sparrow went to the water and said, "Come water, quench fire. Fire won't burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf, and wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush, and bush won't give good little sparrow a swing." But the water said, "I won't." So the sparrow went to the ox and said, "Ox, ox, drink water. Water won't quench fire. Fire we burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the ox. Then the sparrow went to the poleaxe and said, "Poleaxe, poleaxe, strike ox. Ox won't drink water. Water won't quench fire. Fire won't burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the poleaxe. So the sparrow went to the worms and said, "Worms, worms, no poleaxe. Poleaxe won't strike ox. Ox won't drink water. Water won't quench fire. Fire won't burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give little sparrow a swing." "We won't," said the worms. Then the sparrow went to the hen and said, "Hen, hen, peck worms. Worms won't gnaw poleaxe. Poleaxe won't strike ox. Ox won't drink water. Water won't quench fire. Fire won't burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. And bush won't give little sparrow a swing." "I won't," said the hen. "But go to the sparrow hawk. He ought to give the first push. Or why is he called the pusher?" So the sparrow went to the sparrow hawk and said, "Come pusher, seize hen. Hen won't pick worms. Worms won't gnaw poleaxe. Poleaxe won't strike ox. Ox won't drink water. Water won't quench fire. Fire won't burn Tartars. Tartars won't slay people. People won't kill wolf. Wolf won't eat goat. Goat won't nibble bush. Bush won't give the sparrow a swing. The sparrow hawk began to seize the hen. The hen began to peck the worms. The worms began to gnaw the poleaxe. The poleaxe began to hit the ox. The ox began to drink the water. The water began to quench the fire. The fire then began to burn the Tartars. The Tartars began to slay people. The people began to kill the wolf. The wolf began to eat the goat. The goat began to nibble the bush, and the bush cried out, "Swing away, swing away, swing, little daddy sparrow, have your fling." End of Sparrow and the Bush. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Story 57 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 57. The Iron Wolf. There was once upon a time a parson who had a servant, and when this servant had served him faithfully for 12 years and upward, he came to the parson and said, "Let us now settle our accounts, master, and pay me what thou owest me. I have now served long enough, and would fain have a little place in the wide world all to myself." "Good," said the parson. "I'll tell thee now what wage I'll give thee for thy faithful service. I'll give thee this egg. Take it home, and when thou gettest there, make to thyself a kettle pan, and make it strong. Then break the egg in the middle of thy kettle pan, and thou shalt see something. But whatever thou doest, don't break it on thy way home, or all thy luck will leave thee." So the servant departed on his homeward way. He went on, and at last he thought to himself, "Come now, I'll see what is inside this egg of mine." So he broke it, and out of it came all sorts of cattle, in such numbers that the open steppe became like a fair. The servant stood there in amazement, and he thought to himself, "However in this world shall I be able to drive all these cattle back again?" He had scarcely uttered the words when the Iron Wolf came running up and said to him, "I'll collect and drive back all these cattle back into the egg again, and I'll patch the egg up so that it will become quite whole. But in return for that," continued the Iron Wolf, "whenever thou dost sit down on the bridal bench, I'll come and eat thee." "Well," thought the servant to himself, "a lot of things may happen before I sit down on the bridal bench and he comes to eat me, and in the meantime I shall get all these cattle." "Agreed, then," said he. So the Iron Wolf immediately collected all the cattle and drove them back into the egg, and patched up the egg and made it whole just as it was before. The servant went home to the village where he lived, made him a cattle pan stronger than strong, went inside it and broke the egg, and immediately the cattle pan was as full of cattle as it could hold. Then he took to farming and cattle breeding, and he became so rich that in the whole wide world there was none richer than he. He kept to himself, and his goods increased and multiplied exceedingly. The only thing wanting to his happiness was a wife, but a wife he was afraid to take. Now near to where he lived was a general who had a lovely daughter, and this daughter fell in love with the rich man. So the general went and said to him, "Come, Why don't you marry? I'll give you my daughter and lots of money with her." "How is it possible for me to marry?" replied the man. "As soon as I ever sit down on the bridal bench, the Iron Wolf will come and eat me up." And he told the general all that had happened. "Oh, nonsense!" said the general. "Don't be afraid. I have a mighty host, and when the time comes for you to sit down on the bridal bench, we'll surround your house with 3 strong rows of soldiers, and they won't let the Iron Wolf get at you, I can tell you." So they talked the matter over till he let himself be persuaded, and then they began to make great preparations for the bridal banquet. Everything went off exceedingly well, and they made merry till the time came when the bride and the bridegroom were to sit down together on the bridal bench. Then the general placed his men in 3 strong rows all around the house, so as not to let the Iron Wolf get in. And no sooner had the young people sat down upon the bridal bench than, sure enough, the Iron Wolf came running up. He saw the host standing around the house in 3 strong rows, but through all 3 rows he leaped and made straight for the house. But the man, as soon as he saw the Iron Wolf, leaped out of the window, mounted his horse, and galloped off with the wolf after him. Away and away he galloped, and after him came the wolf, but try as it would, it could not catch him up anyhow. At last, toward evening, the man stopped and looked about him, and saw that he was in a lone forest, and before him stood a hut. He went up to this hut, and saw an old man and an old woman sitting in front of it, and said to them, "Would you let me rest a little while with you, good people?" "By all means," they said. "There is one thing, however, good people," said he. "Don't let the Iron Wolf catch me while I'm resting with you." "Have no fear of that," replied the old couple. "We have a dog called Chatty, who can hear a wolf coming a mile off, and he'll be sure to let us know." So he laid him down to sleep, and was just dropping off when Chatty began to bark. Then the old people awoke him and said, be off, for the Iron Wolf is coming." And they gave him the dog and a wheaten half cake as provision by the way. So he went on, and the dog followed after him till it began to grow dark, and then he perceived another hut in another forest. He went up to that hut, and in front of it were sitting an old man and an old woman. He asked them for a night's lodging. "Only," said he, "take care that the Iron Wolf doesn't catch me." "Have no fear of that," said they. "We have a dog here called Vasco, who can hear a wolf 9 miles off." So he laid him down and slept. Just before dawn, Vasco began to bark. Immediately they awoke him. "Run!" cried they, "the Iron Wolf is coming!" And they gave him the dog and a barley hearth cake as provision by the way. So he took the hearth cake, set him on his horse, and off he went, and his 2 dogs followed after him. He went on and on he went till evening, when again he stopped and looked about him, and he saw that he was in another forest, and another little hut stood before him. He went into the hut, and there was sitting an old man and an old woman. "Will you let me pass the night here, good people?" said he. "Only take care that the Iron Wolf does not get hold of me." "Have no fear," said they. "We have a dog called Barry, who can hear a wolf coming 12 miles off. He'll let us know." So he lay down to sleep, and early in the morning Barry let them know that the Iron Wolf was drawing nigh. Immediately they awoke him. "'Tis high time for you to be off," said they. Then they gave him the dog and a buckwheat hearth cake as provision by the way. He took the hearth cake, set him on his horse, and off he went. So now he had 3 dogs, and they all 3 followed him. He went on, and toward evening he found himself in front of another hut. He went into it, and there was nobody there. He went and lay down, and his dogs lay down also. Chatty on the threshold of the room door, Vasco at the threshold of the house door, and Barry at the threshold of the outer gate. Presently the Iron Wolf came trotting up. Immediately Chutko gave the alarm, Vasco nailed him to the earth, and Barry tore him to pieces. Then the man gathered his faithful dogs around him, mounted his horse, and went back to his home. End of The Iron Wolf. Recording by Ezwa in Belgium in May 2008.
Of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 58. The Grateful Cobra. Once upon a time there was a Rajah and Rani, who were much grieved because they had no children, and the little dog in the palace had also no puppies. At last the Rajah and Rani had some children, and it also happened that the pet dog in the palace had some puppies. But unfortunately the Rani's 2 children were 2 puppies, and the dog's 2 puppies were 2 pretty little girls. This vexed Her Majesty very much, and sometimes when the dog had gone away to its dinner, the Ranee used to put the 2 puppies, her children, into the kennel, and carry away the dog's 2 little girls to the palace. Then the poor dog grew very unhappy and said, "They never will leave my 2 little children alone. I must take them away into the jungle, or their lives will be worried sour." So one night she took the little girls in her mouth and ran with them to the jungle, and there made them a home in a gritty cave in the rock, besides a clear stream. And every day she would go into the towns and carry away some nice curry and rice to give her little daughters. And if she found any pretty clothes or jewels that she could bring away in her mouth, she used to take them also for the children. Now it happened some time after this, one day when the dog had gone to fetch her daughter's dinner, 2 young princes, a Rajah and his brother, came to hunt in the jungle, and they hunted all day and found nothing. It had been very hot, and they were thirsty, so they went to a tree which grew on a little piece of high ground, and sent their attendants to search all around for water, but no one could find any. At last one of the hunting dogs came to the foot of the tree, quite muddy, and the Rajah said, "Look, the dog is muddy. He must have found water. Follow him and see where he goes." The attendants followed the dog, and saw him go to the stream at the mouth of the cave where the 2 children were. And the 2 children also saw them, and were very much frightened, and ran inside the cave. Then the attendants returned to the 2 princes and said, "We have found clear sparkling water flowing past a cave, and, what is more, within the cave are 2 of the most lovely young ladies that I ever beheld, clothed in fine dresses and covered with jewels. But when they saw us they were frightened and ran away." On hearing this the princes bade their servants lead them to the place, and when they saw the 2 young girls they were quite charmed with them, and asked them to go to their kingdom and become their wives. The maidens were frightened, but at last the Rajah and his brother persuaded them, and they went. And the Rajah married the elder sister, and his brother married the younger. When the dog returned, she was grieved to find her children gone, and for 12 long years the poor thing ran many, many miles to find them, but in vain. At last one day she came to the place where the 2 princesses lived. Now it chanced that the elder, the wife of the Rajah, was looking out of the window, and seeing the dog run down the street, she said, "That must be my dear, long lost mother." So she ran into the street as fast as possible, and took the tired dog in her arms, and brought her into her own room, and made her a nice, comfortable bed on the floor, and bathed her feet, and was very kind to her. Then the dog said to her: "My daughter, you are good and kind, and it is a great joy to me to see you again, but I must not stay. I will first go and see your younger sister, and then return." The Ranee answered: "Do not do so, dear mother. Rest here today. Tomorrow I will send and let my sister know, and she too will come and see you." But the poor, silly dog would not stay, but ran to the house of her second daughter. Now the second daughter was looking out of the window when the unfortunate creature came to the door. And seeing the dog, she said to herself: "That must be my mother. What will my husband think if he learns that this wretched, ugly, miserable looking dog is my mother?" So she ordered her servants to go and throw stones at it, and drive it away. And they did so, and one large stone hit the dog's head, and she ran back, very much hurt, to her elder daughter's house. The Ranee saw her coming, and ran out into the street and brought her in her arms, and did all she could to make her well, saying: "Ah, mother, mother, why did you ever leave my house?" But all her care was in vain. The poor dog died. Then the Ranee thought her husband might be vexed if he found a dead dog, an unclean animal, in the palace. So she put the body in a small room into which the Rajah hardly ever went, intending to have it reverently buried, and over it she placed a basket turned topsy turvy. It so happened, however, that when the Rajah came to visit his wife, as chance would have it, he went through this very room, and tripping over the upturned basket, called for a light to see what it was. Then, lo and behold! There lay the statue of a dog, life size, composed entirely of diamonds, emeralds, and other precious stones, set in gold. So he called out to his wife and said: "Where did you get this beautiful dog?" And when the Ranee saw the golden dog, she was very much frightened, and, I am sorry to say, instead of telling her husband the truth, she told a story and said: "Oh, it is only a present my parents sent me." Now see what trouble she got into for not telling the truth. "Only," said the Rajah, "why, this is valuable enough to buy the whole of my kingdom. Your parents must be very rich people to be able to send you such presents as this. How is it you never told me of them? Where do they live?" Now she had to tell another story to cover the first. She said: "In the jungle." He replied: "I will go and see them. You must take me and show me where they live." Then the Ranee thought: "What will the Rajah say when he finds I have been telling him such stories? He will order my head to be cut off." So she said: "You must first give me a palanquin, and I will go into the jungle and tell them you are coming." But really she had determined to kill herself, and so get out of her difficulties. Away she went, and when she had gone some distance in her palanquin, she saw a large white ant's nest, over which hung a cobra, with his mouth wide open. Then the Ranee thought: "I will go to that cobra and put my finger in his mouth, that he may bite me, and so I shall die." So she ordered the palanquin bearers to wait, and said she would be back in a while, and got out and ran to the ant's nest, and put her finger in the cobra's mouth. Now a large thorn had run a short time before into the cobra's throat, and hurt him very much. And the Ranee, by putting her finger into his mouth, pushed out this thorn. Then the cobra, feeling much better, turned to her and said: "My dear daughter, you have done me a great kindness. What return can I make you?" The Ranee told him all her story, and begged him to bite her, that she might die. But the cobra said: "You certainly did very wrong to tell the Rajah that story. Nevertheless, you have been very kind to me. I will help you in your difficulty. Send your husband here. I will provide you with a father and mother of whom you need not be ashamed." So the Ranee returned joyfully to the palace, and invited her husband to come and see her parents. When they reached the spot near where the cobra was, what a wonderful sight awaited them! There, in the place which had before been thick jungle, stood a splendid palace, 24 miles long and 24 miles broad, with gardens and trees and fountains all around, and the light shining from it was to be seen 100 miles off. The walls were made of gold and precious stones, and the carpets cloth of gold. Hundreds of servants, in rich dresses, stood waiting in the long, lofty rooms, and in the last room of all, upon golden thrones, sat a magnificent old Rajah and Ranee, who introduced themselves to the young Rajah as his papa and mamma in law. The Rajah and Ranee stayed at the palace 6 months, and were entertained the whole of that time with feasting and music, and they left for their own home loaded with presents. Before they started, however, the Ranee went to her friend the cobra and said: "You have conjured up all these beautiful things to get me out of my difficulties. But my husband, the Rajah, has enjoyed his visit so much that he will certainly want to come here again. Then, if he returns and finds nothing at all, he will be very angry with me." The friendly cobra answered: "Do not fear. When you have gone 24 miles on your journey, look back and see what you will see." So they started, and on looking back at the end of 24 miles, saw the whole of the splendid palace in flames, the fire reaching up to heaven. The Rajah returned to see if he could help anybody to escape, or invite them in their distress to his court. But he found that all was burnt down. Not a stone nor a living creature remained. Then he grieved much over the sad fate of his parents in law. When the party returned home, the Rajah's brother said to him: "Where did you get these magnificent presents?" He replied: "They are gifts from my father and mother in law." At this news the Rajah's brother went home to his wife very discontented, and asked her why she had never told him of her parents, and taken him to see them, whereby he might have received rich gifts as well as his brother. His wife then went to her sister, and asked how she had managed to get all the things. But the Ranee said: "Go away, you wicked woman! I will not speak to you. You killed the poor dog, our mother." But afterwards she told her all about it. The sister then said: "I shall go and see the cobra and get presents too." The Ranee then answered: "You can go if you like." So the sister ordered her palanquin, and told her husband that she was going to see her parents, and prepare them for a visit from him. When she reached the ants' nest, she saw the cobra there, and she went and put her finger in his mouth, and the cobra bit her, and she died. End of the story The Grateful Cobra, from the Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Read by Lars Rolander.
59 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 59, The Magic Ring. Once upon a time, there lived an old couple who had one son, called Martin. Now when the old man's time had come, he stretched himself out on his bed and died. Though all his life long he had toiled and moiled, he only left his widow and son 200 florins. The old woman determined to put by the money for a rainy day. But alas, the rainy day was close at hand, for their meal was all consumed, and who is prepared to face starvation with 200 florins at their disposal? So the old woman counted out 100 florins, and giving them to Martin, told him to go into the town and lay in a store of meal for a year. So Martin started off for the town. When he reached the meat market, he found the whole place in turmoil, and a great noise of angry voices and barking of dogs. Mixing in the crowd, he noticed a staghound which the butchers had caught and tied to a post, and which was being flogged in a merciless manner. Overcome with pity, Martin spoke to the butchers, saying, "Friends, why are you beating the poor dog so cruelly?" "We have every right to beat him," they replied. "He has just devoured a newly killed pig." "Leave off beating him," said Martin, "and sell him to me instead." "If you choose to buy him," answered the butchers derisively, "but for such a treasure we won't take a penny less than 100 florins." "100!" exclaimed Martin. "Well, so be it, if you will not take less." And taking the money out of his pocket, he handed it over in exchange for the dog, whose name was Schurka. When Martin got home, his mother met him with the question, "Well, what have you bought?" "Schurka, the dog," replied Martin, pointing to his new possession. Whereupon his mother became very angry, and abused him roundly. He ought to be ashamed of himself, when there was scarcely a handful of meal in the house, to have spent the money on a useless brute like that. On the following day she sent him back to the town, saying, "Here, take our last 100 florins and buy provisions with them. I have just emptied the last grains of meal out of the chest and baked a bannock, but it won't last over tomorrow." Just as Martin was entering the town, he met a rough-looking peasant, who was dragging a cat after him by a string which was fastened around the poor beast's neck. "Stop!" cried Martin. "Where are you dragging that poor cat?" "I mean to drown it," was the answer. "What harm has the poor beast done?" said Martin. "It has just killed a goose," replied the peasant. "Don't drown it, sell it to me instead," begged Martin. "Not for 100 florins," was the answer. "Surely for 100 florins you'll sell it," said Martin. "See, here is the money." And so saying, he handed him the 100 florins, which the peasant pocketed, and Martin took possession of the cat, which was called Waska. When he reached home, his mother greeted him with the question, "Well, what have you brought back?" "I have brought this cat, Waska," answered Martin. "And what besides?" "I had no money over to buy anything else with," replied Martin. "You useless ne'er-do-well!" exclaimed his mother in a great passion. "Leave the house at once, and go and beg your bread amongst strangers." And as Martin did not dare to contradict her, he called Schurka and Waska, and started off with them to the nearest village in search of work. On the way he met a rich peasant, who asked him where he was going. "I want to get work as a day labourer," he answered. "Come along with me, then, but I must tell you I engage my labourers without wages. If you serve me faithfully for a year, I promise you it shall be to your advantage." So Martin consented, and for a year he worked diligently, and served his master faithfully, and not sparing himself in any way. When the day of reckoning had come, the peasant led him into a barn, and pointing to 2 full sacks, said, "Take whichever of these you choose." Martin examined the contents of the sacks, and seeing that one was full of silver, and the other of sand, he said to himself, "There must be some trick about this. I had better take the sand." And throwing the sack over his shoulders, he started out into the world in search of fresh work. On and on he walked, and at last he reached a great gloomy wood. In the middle of the wood he came upon a meadow where a fire was burning, and in the midst of the fire, surrounded by flames, was a lovely damsel, more beautiful than anything that Martin had ever seen, and when she saw him, she called to him: "Martin, if you would win happiness, save my life. Extinguish the flames with the sand that you earned in payment of your faithful service." "Truly," thought Martin to himself, "it would be more sensible to save a fellow being's life with this sand than to drag it about on one's back, seeing what a weight it is." And forthwith he lowered the sack from his shoulders and emptied its contents on the flames, and instantly the fire was extinguished. But at the same moment, lo and behold! the lovely damsel turned into a serpent, and darting upon him, coiled itself around his neck, and whispered lovingly in his ear: "Do not be afraid of me, Martin. I love you, and I will go with you through the world. But first you must follow me boldly into my father's kingdom, underneath the earth, and when we get there, remember this: he will offer you gold and silver and dazzling gems, but do not touch them. Ask him instead for the ring which he wears on his little finger, for in that ring lies a magic power. You have only to throw it from one hand to the other, and at once 12 young men will appear, who will do your bidding, no matter how difficult it is, in a single night." So they started on their way, and after much wandering they reached a spot where a great rock rose straight up in the middle of the road. Instantly the serpent uncoiled itself from his neck, and as it touched the damp earth it resumed the shape of the lovely damsel. Pointing to the rock, she showed him an opening just big enough for a man to wriggle through. Passing into it, they entered a long underground passage, which led out on to a wide field above which spread a blue sky. In the middle of the field stood a magnificent castle, built out of porphyry, with a roof of gold, and with glittering battlements. And his beautiful guide told him that this was the palace in which her father lived and reigned over his kingdom in the underworld. Together they entered the palace, and were received by the king with great kindness. Turning to his daughter, he said: "My child, I had almost given up the hope of ever seeing you again. Where have you been all these years?" "My father," she replied, "I owe my life to this youth, who saved me from a terrible death." Upon which the king turned to Martin with a gracious smile, saying: "I will reward your courage by granting you whatever your heart desires. Take as much gold, silver, and precious stones as you choose." "I thank you, mighty king, for your gracious offer," answered Martin, "but I do not covet either gold, silver, or precious stones. Yet if you will grant me a favour, give me, I beg, the ring from off of the little finger of your royal hand. Every time my eye falls on it, I shall think of your gracious majesty, and when I marry, I shall present it to my bride." So the king took the ring from his finger and gave it to Martin, saying: "Take it, good youth, but with it I make one condition. You are never to confide to any one that this is a magic ring. If you do, you will straightway bring misfortune on yourself." Martin took the ring, and having thanked the king, he set out on the same road by which he had come down into the underworld. When he had regained the upper air, he started for his old home, and having found his mother still living in the old house where he had left her, they settled down together very happily. So uneventful was their life, that it almost seemed as if it would go on in this way, always, without let or hindrance. But one day it suddenly came into his mind that he would like to get married, and moreover that he would choose a very grand wife, a king's daughter, in short. But as he did not trust himself as a wooer, he determined to send his old mother on the mission. "You must go to the king," he said to her, "and demand the hand of his lovely daughter in marriage for me." "What are you thinking of, my son?" answered the old woman, aghast at the idea. "Why cannot you marry someone in your own rank? That would be far more fitting than to send a poor old woman like me a-wooing to the king's court for the hand of a princess. Why, it is as much as our heads are worth. Neither my life nor yours would be worth anything if I went on such a fool's errand." "Never fear, little mother," answered Martin. "Trust me, all will be well. But see that you do not come back without an answer of some kind." And so, obedient to her son's behest, the old woman hobbled off to the palace, and without being hindered, reached the courtyard, and began to mount the flight of steps leading to the royal presence chamber. At the head of the landing rows of courtiers were collected in magnificent attire, who stared at the queer old figure, and called to her, and explained to her with every kind of sign that it was strictly forbidden to mount those steps, But their stern words and forbidding gestures made no impression whatever on the old woman, and she resolutely continued to climb the stairs, bent on carrying out her son's orders. Upon this, some of the courtiers seized her by the arms and held her back by sheer force, at which she set up such a yell that the king himself heard it, and stepped out on the balcony to see what was the matter. When he beheld the old woman flinging her arms wildly about, and heard her scream that she would not leave the place till she had laid her case before the king, he ordered that she should be brought into his presence. And forthwith she was conducted into the golden presence chamber, where, leaning back among cushions of royal purple, the king sat, surrounded by his counsellors and courtiers. Curtsying low, the old woman stood silent before him. "Well, my good dame, what can I do for you?" asked the king. "I have come," replied Martin's mother, "and your Majesty must not be angry with me. I have come a-wooing." "Is the woman out of her mind?" said the king, with an angry frown. But Martin's mother answered boldly, "If the king will only listen patiently to me, and give me a straightforward answer, he will see that I am not out of my mind. You, O king, have a lovely daughter to give in marriage. I have a son, a wooer, as clever a youth and as good a son-in-law as you will find in your whole kingdom. There is nothing that he cannot do. Now tell me, O king, plump and plain, will you give your daughter to my son as wife?" The king listened to the end of the old woman's strange request, but every moment his face grew blacker and his features sterner, till at once he thought to himself, "Is it worth while that I, the king, should be angry with this poor fool?" And all the courtiers and counsellors were amazed when they saw the hard lines around his mouth and the frown on his brow grow smooth, and heard the mild but mocking tones in which he answered the old woman, saying, "If your son is as wonderfully clever as you say, and if there is nothing in the world that he cannot do, let him build a magnificent castle just opposite my palace windows, in 24 hours. The palaces must be joined together by bridge of pure crystal. On each side of the bridge there must be growing trees, having golden and silver apples, and with birds of paradise among the branches. At the right of the bridge there must be a church with 5 golden cupolas. In this church your son shall be wedded to my daughter, and we will keep the wedding festivities in the new castle. But if he fails to execute this my royal command, then, as a just but mild monarch, I shall give orders that you and he be taken, and first dipped in tar, and then in feathers, and you shall be executed in the market-place for the entertainment of my courtiers." And a smile played around the king's lips as he finished speaking, and his courtiers and counsellors shook with laughter when they thought of the old woman's folly, and praised the king's wise device, and said to each other, "What a joke it will be when we see the pair of them tarred and feathered! The son is just as able to grow a beard on the palm of his hand as to execute such a task in 24 hours." Now the poor old woman was mortally afraid, and in a trembling voice she asked, "Is that really your royal will, O king? Must I take this order to my poor son?" "Yes, old dame, such is my command. If your son carries out my order he shall be rewarded with my daughter, but if he fails, away to the tar barrel and the stake with both of you." On her way home, the poor old woman shed bitter tears, and when she saw Martin she told him what the king had said, and sobbed out, "Didn't I tell you, my son, that you should marry someone of your own rank? It would have been better for us this day if you had. As I told you, my going to court has been as much as our lives are worth, and now we will both be tarred and feathered and burned in the public market-place. It's terrible!" And she moaned and cried. "Never fear, little mother," answered Martin. "Trust me, and you will see all will be well. You may go to sleep with a quiet mind." And stepping to the front of the hut, Martin threw his ring from the palm of one hand into the other, upon which 12 youths instantly appeared and demanded what he wanted them to do. Then he told them the king's commands, and they answered that by next morning all should be accomplished exactly as the king had ordered. Next morning when the king awoke and looked out of his window, to his amazement he beheld a magnificent castle just opposite his own palace, and joined to it by a bridge of pure crystal. At each side of the bridge trees were growing, from whose branches hung golden and silver apples, among which birds of paradise perched. At the right, gleaming in the sun, were the 5 golden cupolas of a splendid church, whose bells rang out as if they would summon the people from all corners of the earth to come and behold the wonder. Now, though the king would much rather have seen his future son-in-law tarred, feathered, and burned at the stake, he remembered his royal oath, and had to make the best of a bad business. So he took heart of grace and made Martin a duke, and gave his daughter a rich dowry, and prepared the grandest wedding feast that had ever been seen, so that to this day the old people in the country still talk of it. After the wedding, Martin and his royal bride went to dwell in the magnificent new palace, and here Martin lived in the greatest comfort and luxury, such luxury as he had never imagined. But though he was as happy as the day was long, and as merry as a grig, the king's daughter fretted all day, thinking of the indignity that had been done to her, in making her marry Martin, the poor widow's son, instead of a rich young prince from a foreign country. So unhappy was she that she spent all her time wondering how she should get rid of her undesirable husband. And first she determined to learn the secret of his power, and with flattering, caressing words she tried to coax him to tell her how he was so clever that there was nothing in the world that he could not do. At first he would tell her nothing, but once, when he was in a yielding mood, she approached him with a winning smile on her lovely face, and speaking flattering words to him, she gave him a potion to drink, with a sweet, strong taste. And when he had drunk it, Martin's lips were unsealed, and he told her that all his power lay in the magic ring that he wore on his finger, and he described to her how to use it, and still speaking he fell into a deep sleep. And when she saw that the potion had worked and that he was sound asleep, the princess took the magic ring from his finger, and going into the courtyard, she threw it from the palm of one hand into the other. On the instant the 12 youths appeared, and asked her what she commanded them to do. Then she told them that by the next morning they were to do away with the castle, and the bridge, and the church, and put in their stead the humble hut in which Martin used to live with his mother, and that while he slept her husband was to be carried to his old lowly room, and that they were to bear her away to the utmost ends of the earth, where an old king lived who would make her welcome in his palace, and surround her with the state that befitted a royal princess. "You shall be obeyed," answered the 12 youths at the same moment. And lo and behold! The following morning, when the king woke and looked out of his window, he beheld to his amazement that the palace, bridge, church, and trees had all vanished, and there was nothing in their place but a bare, miserable-looking hut. Immediately the king sent for his son-in-law, and commanded him to explain what had happened. But Martin looked at his royal father-in-law, and answered never a word. Then the king was very angry, and calling a council together, he charged Martin with having been guilty of witchcraft, and of having deceived the king, and of having made away with the princess, and he was condemned to imprisonment in a high stone tower, with neither meat nor drink, till he should die of starvation. Then, in the hour of his dire necessity, his old friends Shurka, the dog, and Waska, the cat, remembered how Martin had once saved them from a cruel death, and they took counsel together as to how they should help him. And Shurka growled, and was of the opinion that he would like to tear everyone in pieces. But Waska purred meditatively, scratched the back of her ear with a velvet paw, and remained lost in thought. At the end of a few minutes she had made up her mind, and turning to Shurka, said, "Let us go together into the town, and the moment we meet a baker, you must make a rush between his legs, and upset the tray from off his head. I will lay hold of the rolls, and will carry them off to our master." No sooner said than done. Together the 2 faithful creatures trotted off into the town, and very soon they met a baker bearing a tray on his head, and looking around on all sides while he cried, "Fresh roll, sweet cake, fancy bread of every kind, come and buy, come and take, sure you'll find it to your mind." At that moment Shurka made a rush between his legs. The baker stumbled, the tray was upset, the rolls fell to the ground, and while the man angrily pursued Shurka, Waska managed to drag the rolls out of sight behind a bush. And when, a moment later, Shurka joined her, they set out at a full tilt to the stone tower where Martin was a prisoner, taking the rolls with them. Waska, being very agile, climbed up by the outside to the grated window, and called in an anxious voice, "Are you alive, master?" "Scarcely alive, almost starved to death," answered Martin in a weak voice. "I little thought it would come to this, that I should die of hunger." "Never fear, dear master, Shurka and I will look after you," said Waska, and in another moment she had climbed down and brought him back a roll, and then another and another, till she had brought him the whole tray-load. Upon which she said, "Dear master, Shurka and I are going off to a distant kingdom at the utmost ends of the earth, to fetch you back your magic ring. You must be careful that the rolls last till our return." And Waska took leave of her beloved master, and set off with Shurka on their journey. On and on they travelled, looking always to right and left for traces of the Princess, following up every track, making inquiries of every cat and dog they met, listening to the talk of every wayfarer they passed, and at last they heard that the kingdom at the utmost ends of the earth, where the 12 youths had borne the Princess, was not very far off. And one day they reached that distant kingdom, and going at once into the palace, they began to make friends with all the dogs and cats in the place, and to question them about the Princess and the magic ring. But no one could tell them much about either. Now, one day it chanced that Waska had gone down to the palace cellar to hunt for mice and rats, and seeing an especially fat, well-fed mouse, she pounced upon it, buried her claws in its soft fur, and was just going to gobble it up, when she was stopped by the pleading tones of the little creature, saying, "If you will only spare my life, I will be of great service to you. I will do everything in my power for you, for I am the king of the mice, and if I perish, the whole race will die out." "So be it," said Waska. "I will spare your life, but in return you must do something for me. In this castle there lives a princess, the wicked wife of my dear master. She has stolen away his magic ring. You must get it away from her at whatever cost, do you hear? Till you have done this, I won't take my claws out of your fur." "Good," replied the mouse. "I will do what you ask." And so saying, he summoned all the mice in his kingdom together. A countless number of mice, small and big, brown and grey, assembled and formed a circle around their king, who was a prisoner under Waska's claws. Turning to them, he said, "Dear and faithful subjects, whoever among you will steal the magic ring from the strange princess will release me from a cruel death, and I shall honour him above all the other mice in the kingdom." Instantly a tiny mouse stepped forward and said, "I often creep about the princess's bedroom at night, and I have noticed that she has a ring which she treasures as the apple of her eye. All day she wears it on her finger, and at night she keeps it in her mouth. I will undertake, sire, to steal away the ring for you." And the tiny mouse tripped away into the bedroom of the princess, and waited for nightfall. Then, when the princess had fallen asleep, it crept up onto her bed and gnawed a hole in the pillow, through which it dragged, one by one, little down feathers, and threw them under the princess's nose. And the fluff flew into the princess's nose and into her mouth, and starting up she sneezed and coughed, and the ring fell out of her mouth onto the coverlet. In a flash the tiny mouse had seized it and brought it to Waska as a ransom for the king of the mice. Thereupon Waska and Shurka started off and travelled night and day till they reached the stone tower where Martin was imprisoned, and the cat climbed up the window and called out to him, "Martin, dear master, are you still alive?" "Ah, Waska, my faithful little cat, is that you?" replied a weak voice. "I am dying of hunger. For 3 days I have not tasted food." "Be of good heart, dear master," replied Waska. "From this day forth you will know nothing but happiness and prosperity. If this were a moment to trouble you with riddles, I would make you guess what Shurka and I have brought you back. Only think, we have found you your ring." At these words Martin's joy knew no bounds, and he stroked her fondly, and she rubbed up against him and purred happily, while below Shurka bounded in the air and barked joyfully. Then Martin took the ring, and threw it from one hand into the other, and instantly the 12 youths appeared, and asked what they were to do. "Fetch me something to eat and drink as quickly as possible, and after that bring musicians hither, and let us have music all day long." Now, when the people in the town and palace heard music coming from the tower, they were filled with amazement, and came to the king with the news that witchcraft must be going on in Martin's tower, for instead of dying of starvation he was seemingly making merry to the sound of music, and to the clatter of plates and glass and knives and forks, and the music was so enchantingly sweet that all the passer-by stood still to listen to it. On this the king sent at once a messenger to Starvation Tower, and he was so astonished with what he saw that he remained rooted to the spot. Then the king sent his chief counsellors, and they too were transfixed with wonder. At last the king came himself, and he likewise was spellbound by the beauty of the music. Then Martin summoned the 12 youths, and said to them, "Build up my castle again, and join it to the king's palace with a crystal bridge. Do not forget the trees with the golden and silver apples, and with the birds of paradise in the branches. And put back the church with the 5 cupolas, and let the bells ring out, summoning the people from the 4 corners of the kingdom. And one thing more, bring back my faithless wife, and lead her into the women's chambers." And it was all done as he commanded. and leaving Starvation Tower, he took the king, his father-in-law, by the arm, and led him into the new palace, where the Princess sat in fear and trembling, awaiting her death. And Martin spoke to the king, saying: "King and royal father, I have suffered much at the hands of your daughter. What punishment shall be dealt to her?" Then the mild king answered: "Beloved prince and son-in-law, if you love me, let your anger be turned to grace, forgive my daughter, and restore her to your heart and favour." And Martin's heart was softened, and he forgave his wife, and they lived happily together ever after. And his old mother came and lived with them, and he never parted with Shorka and Waska, and I need hardly tell you that he never again let the ring out of his possession. End of the Magic Ring. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany on March 10th, 2009.
Story 60 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas WIGGIN and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 60. Tit for Tat. There once lived a camel and a jackal who were great friends. One day the jackal said to the camel, "I know that there is a fine field of sugar-cane on the other side of the river. If you'll take me across, I'll show you the place. This plan will suit me as well as you. You will enjoy eating the sugar-cane, and I'm sure to find many crabs, bones, and bits of fish by riverside, on which to make a good dinner." The camel consented and swam across the river, taking the jackal, who could not swim, on his back. When they reached the other side, the camel went to eating the sugar-cane, and the jackal ran up and down the river bank, devouring all the crabs, bits of fish, and bones he could find. But being so much smaller an animal, he had made an excellent meal before the camel had eaten more than 2 or 3 mouthfuls. And no sooner had he finished his dinner than he ran round and round the sugar-cane field, yelping and howling with all his might. The villagers heard him and thought, "There is a jackal among the sugar-canes. He will be scratching holes in the ground and spoiling the roots of the plants." And they all went down to the place to drive him away. But when they got there, they found to their surprise not only a jackal, but a camel who was eating their sugar canes. This made them very angry, and they caught the poor camel and drove him from the field and beat him until he was nearly dead. When they had gone, the jackal said to the camel, "We had better go home." And the camel said, "Very well, then jump upon my back as you did before." So the jackal jumped upon the camel's back, and the camel began to cross the river. When they had got well into the water, the camel said, "This is a gritty way in which you have treated me, friend jackal. No sooner had you finished your own dinner than you must go yelping about the place loud enough to arouse the whole village, and bring all the villagers down to beat me black and blue, and turn me out of the field before I had eaten 2 mouthfuls. What in the world did you make such a noise for?" "I don't know," said the jackal. "It is a habit I have. I always like to sing a little after dinner." The camel waded on to the river. The water reached up to his knees. Then above them, up, 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 higher and higher, until he was obliged to swim, Then turning to the jackal, he said, "I feel very anxious to roll." "Oh, pray, don't." "Why do you wish to do so?" asked the jackal. "I don't know," answered the camel. "It is a habit I have. I always like to have a little roll after dinner." So saying, he rolled over in the river, shaking the jackal off as he did so, and the jackal was drowned. The camel swam safely ashore. End of Tit for Tat. Recording by Ashwin Jain. Story 61 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin Jain. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 61. The Brahmin, the Tiger, and the 6 Judges. Once upon a time, a Brahmin, who was walking along the road, came upon an iron cage, in which a great tiger had been shut up by the villagers who caught him. As the Brahmin passed by, the tiger called out and said to him, Brother Brahmin, have pity on me, and let me out of this cage for 1 minute, only to drink a little water, for I am dying of thirst." The Brahmin answered, "No, I will not, for if I let you out of the cage, you will eat me." "O Father of Mercy," answered the tiger, "in truth that I will not. I will never be so ungrateful. Only let me out, that I may drink some water and return." Then the Brahmin took pity on him and opened the cage door. But no sooner had he done so, that the tiger, jumping out, said, "Now I will eat you first and drink the water afterwards." But the Brahmin said, "Only do not kill me hastily. Let us first ask the opinion of 6, and if all of them say it is just and fair that you should put me to death, then I am willing to die." "Very well," answered the tiger, "it shall be as you say. We will first ask the opinion of 6. So the Brahmin and the tiger walked on till they came to a banyan tree, and the Brahmin said to it, Banyan tree, hear and give judgment." "On what must I give judgment?" asked the banyan tree. "This tiger," said the Brahmin, "begged me to let him out of his cage to drink a little water, and he promised not to hurt me if I did so. But now that I have left him out, he wishes to eat me. Is it just that he should do so, or no?" The banyan tree answered, "Men often come to take shelter in the cool shade under my boughs from the scorching rays of the sun, but when they have rested, they cut and break my pretty branches and wantonly scatter my leaves. Let the tiger eat the man, for men are an ungrateful race." At these words, the tiger would have instantly killed the Brahmin, but the Brahmin said, Tiger, you must not kill me yet, for you promised that we should first hear the judgment of 6. "Very well," said the tiger, and they went on their way. After a little while, they met a camel. Sir Camel, cried the Brahmin, "hear and give judgment." "On what shall I give judgment?" asked the camel. And the Brahmin related how the tiger had begged him to open the cage door and promised not to hit him if he did so, and how he had afterwards determined to break his word, and asked if that were just or not. The camel replied, "When I was young and strong, and could do much work, my master took care of me and gave me good food. But now that I am old, and have lost all my strength in his service, he overloads me, and starves me, and beats me without mercy. Let the tiger eat the man, for men are an unjust and cruel race." The tiger would have then killed the Brahmin, but the latter said, "Stop, tiger, we must first hear the judgment of 6. So they both went on their way. At a little distance they found a bullock lying by the roadside. The Brahmin said to him, Brother Bullock, hear and give judgment." "On what must I give judgment?" asked the bullock. The Brahmin answered, "I found this tiger in a cage, and he prayed me to open the door and let him out to drink a little water, and promised not to kill me if I did so. But when I had let him out, he resolved to put me to death. Is it fair that he should do so or not?" The bullock said, "When I was able to work, my master fed me well and tended me carefully. But now I am old, and he has forgotten all I did for him, and left me by the roadside to die. Let the tiger eat the man, for men have no pity." 3 out of the 6 had given judgment against the Brahmin, but still he did not lose all hope, and determined to ask the other 3. They next met an eagle flying through the air, to whom the Brahmin said, "O eagle, great eagle, hear and give judgment." "On what must I give judgment?" asked the eagle. The Brahmin stated the case, and the eagle answered, "Whenever men see me, they try to shoot me. They climb the rocks and steal away my little ones. Let the tiger eat the man, for men are the persecutors of the earth." Then the tiger began to roar and said, "Judgment of all is against you, O Brahmin." But the Brahmin answered, "Stay yet a little longer, for 2 others must first be asked." After this they saw an alligator, and the Brahmin related the matter to him, hoping for a more favorable verdict. But the alligator said, "Whenever I put my nose out of the water, men torment me and try to kill me. Let the tiger eat the man, for as long as men live, we shall have no rest." The Brahmin gave himself up as lost, but again he prayed the tiger to have patience, and let him ask the opinion of the 6th judge. Now the 6th was a jackal. The Brahmin told his story, and said to him, Uncle Jackal, say, what is your judgment?" The jackal answered, "It is impossible for me to decide who is in the right and who is in the wrong unless I see the exact position in which you were when the dispute began. Show me the place." So the Brahmin and the tiger returned to the place where they first met, and the jackal went with them. When they got there, the jackal said, "Now, Brahmin, show me exactly where you stood." "Here," said the Brahmin, "standing by the iron tiger's cage." "Exactly there, was it?" asked the jackal. "Exactly here," replied the Brahmin. "Where was the tiger, then?" asked the jackal. "In the cage," answered the tiger. "How do you mean?" said the jackal. "How were you within the cage? Which way were you looking?" "Why, I stood so," said the tiger, jumping into the cage, "and my head was on this side." "Very good," said the jackal, "but I cannot judge without understanding the whole matter exactly. Was the cage door open or shut?" "Shut and bolted," said the Brahmin. "Then shut and bolted," said the Jackal. When the Brahmin had done this, the Jackal said, "Oh, you wicked and ungrateful tiger! When a good Brahmin opened your cage door, is to eat him the only return you would make? Stay there, then, for the rest of your days, for no one will ever let you out again. Proceed on your journey, friend Brahmin. Your road lies that way, and mine this." So saying, the Jackal ran off in one direction, and the Brahmin went rejoicing on his way in the other. End of The Brahmin, the Tiger, and the Six Judges. Recording by Ashwin. Story 62 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwin. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas WIGGIN and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 62. Machilal. Once upon a time there were a Raja and Rani who had no children. Long had they wished and prayed that the gods would send them a son, but it was all in vain. Their prayers were not granted. One day a number of fish were brought into the royal kitchen to be cooked for the Raja's dinner, and among them was one little fish that was not dead, though all the rest were dead. One of the palace maid servants, seeing this, took the little fish and put him in a basin of water. Shortly afterwards the Rani saw him, and, thinking him very pretty, kept him as a pet. And because she had no children, she lavished all her affection on the fish, and loved him as a son. And the people called him Machi Raja, the Fish Prince. In a little while, Machi Raja had grown too long to live in the small basin, so they put him in a larger one. And then, when he grew too long for that, into a big tub. In time, however, Machi Raja became too large for even the big tub to hold him. So the Rani had a tank made for him in which he lived very happily, and twice a day she fed him with boiled rice. Now, though the people fancied Machi Raja was only a fish, this was not the case. He was, in truth, a young Raja who had angered the gods and been turned by them into a fish and thrown into the river as a punishment. One morning, when the Rani brought him his daily meal of boiled rice, Machi Raja called out to her and said, Queen Mother, I am so lonely here all by myself. Cannot you get me a wife?" The Rani promised to try, and sent messengers to all the people she knew to ask if they would allow one of their children to marry her son, the Fish Prince. But they all answered, "We cannot give one of our dear little daughters to be devoured by a great fish, even though he is the Machi Raja and so high in your Majesty's favour." At news of this, the Rani did not know what to do. She was so foolishly fond of Machi Raja, however, that she resolved to get him a wife at any cost. Again she sent out messengers, but this time she gave them a great bag containing 1,00,000 of gold mohurs, and said to them, "Go into every land until you find a wife for my Machi Raja, and to whoever will give you a child to be the Machi Rani, you shall give this bag of gold mohurs." The messengers started on their search, but for some time they were unsuccessful. Not even the beggars were to be tempted to sell their children, fearing the great fish would devour them. At last one day, the messengers came to a village where there lived a fakir, who had lost his first wife and married again. His first wife had one little daughter, and his second wife also had a daughter. As it happened, the fakir's second wife hated the little stepdaughter, always gave her the hardest work to do and the least food to eat, and tried by every means in her power to get her out of the way in order that the child might not rival her own daughter. When she heard of the errand on which the messengers had come, she sent for them when the fakir was out, and said to them, "Give me the bag of gold mohurs, and you shall take my little daughter to marry the Machi Raja." For she thought to herself, "The great fish will certainly eat the girl, and she will thus trouble us no more." Then turning to her stepdaughter, she said, "Go down to the river and wash your sari, that you may be fit to go with these people who will take you to the Rani's court." At these words, the poor girl went down to the river very sorrowful, for she saw no hope of escape, as her father was from home. As she knelt by the riverside, washing her sari and crying bitterly, some of her tears fell into the hole of an old seven-headed cobra who lived on the river bank. This cobra was a very wise animal, and seeing the maiden, he put his hand out of his hole and said to her, "Little girl, why do you cry?" "Oh, sir," she answered, "I am very unhappy, for my father is from home, and my stepmother has sold me to the Rani's people to be the wife of the Machi Raja, that great fish, and I know he will eat me up." "Do not be afraid, my daughter," said the cobra, "but take with you these 3 stones, and tie them up in the corner of your sari." And so saying, he gave her 3 little round pebbles. "The Machi Raja, whose wife you are to be, is not really a fish, but a Raja who had been enchanted. Your home will be a little room which the Rani has had built in the tank wall. When you are taken there, wait, and be sure you don't go to sleep, or the Machi Raja will certainly come and eat you up. But as you hear him coming rushing through the water, be prepared, and as soon as you see him throw his first stone at him, he will then sink to the bottom of the tank. The second time he comes, throw the second stone, when the same thing will happen. The third time he comes, throw this third stone, and he will immediately resume his human shape." So saying, the old cobra dived down again into his hole. The fakir's daughter took the stones, and determined to do as the cobra had told her, though she hardly believed it would have the desired effect. When she reached the palace, the Rani spoke kindly to her, and said to the messengers, "You have done your errand well. This is a dear little girl." Then she ordered that she should be let down the side of the tank in a basket to a little room which had been prepared for her. When the fakir's daughter got there, she thought she had never seen such a pretty place in her life, for the Rani and caused the little room to be very nicely decorated for the wife of her favorite, and she would have felt very happy away from her cruel stepmother and all the hard work she had been made to do, had it not been for the dark water that lay black and unfathomable below the door, and the fear of the terrible Machi Raja. After waiting some time, she heard a rushing sound. The little waves came dashing against the threshold. Fast they came and faster, and the noise got louder and louder, until she saw a great fish's head above the water. Machiraja was coming toward her open mouth. The fakir's daughter seized one of the stones that the cobra had given her and threw at him, and down he sank to the bottom of the tank. A second time he rose and came toward her, and she threw the second stone at him, and he sank down again. A third time he came more fiercely than before. When seizing the third stone, she threw it with all her force. No sooner did it touch him than the spell was broken, and there, instead of a fish, stood a handsome young prince. The poor little fakir's daughter was so startled that she began to cry. But the prince said to her, "Pretty maiden, do not be frightened. You have rescued me from a horrible thraldom, and I can never thank you enough. But if you will be the Machirani, we will be married tomorrow." Then he sat down on the doorstep, thinking over his strange fate and watching for the dawn. Next morning, early, several inquisitive people came to see if the Machiraja had eaten up his poor little wife, as they feared he would. What was their astonishment, on looking over the tank wall, to see not the Machiraja, but a magnificent prince. The news soon spread to the palace. Down came the Raja, down came the Rani, down came all the attendants, and dragged Machiraja and the fakir's daughter up the side of the tank in a basket. And when they heard their story, there were great and unparalleled rejoicings. The Rani said, "So I have indeed found a son at last." And the people were so delighted, so happy, and so proud of the new prince and princess, that they covered all their paths with damask from the town to the palace, and cried to their fellows, "Come and see our new prince and princess. Wherever any is so divinely beautiful, come see a right royal couple, a pair of mortals like the gods." And when they reached the palace, the prince was married to the fakir's daughter. There they lived very happily for some time. The Machirani's stepmother, hearing what had happened, came often to see her stepdaughter, and pretended to be delighted at her good fortune. And the Rani was so good that she quite forgave all her stepmother's former cruelty, and always received her very kindly. At last, one day, the Machirani said to her husband, "It is a very while since I saw my father. If you will give me a loan, I should much like to visit my native village and see him again." "Very well," he replied, "you may go, but do not stay away long, for there can be no happiness for me till you return." So she went, and her father was delighted to see her. But her stepmother, though she pretended to be very kind, was in reality only glad to think she had got the Rani into her power, and determined, if possible, never to allow her to return to the palace again. One day, therefore, she said to her own daughter, "It is hard that your stepsister should have become Rani of all the land instead of being eaten up by the great fish, while we gain no more than a lac of gold mohurs. Do now as I bid you, that you may become Rani in her stead." Then she went on to instruct her how she must invite the Rani down to the river bank, and there beg her to let her try on her jewels, and while putting them on, give her a push and drown her in the river. The girl consented, and standing by the river bank, said to her stepsister, "Sister, may I try on your jewels? How pretty they are!" "Yes," said the Rani, "and we shall be able to see in the river how they look." So, undoing her necklaces, she clasped them around the other's neck. But while she was doing so, her stepsister gave her a push, and she fell backward into the river. The girl watched to see that the body did not rise, and then, running back, said to her mother, "Mother, here are all the jewels, and she will trouble us no more." But it happened that just when her stepsister pushed the Rani into the river, her old friend, the seven-headed cobra, chanced to be swimming across it, and seeing the little Rani likely to be drowned, he carried her on his back until they reached his hold, into which he took her safely. Now this hole, in which the cobra and his wife and all his little ones lived, had two entrances, the one under the water and leading to the river, and the other above water, leading out into the open fields. To this upper end of his hold, the cobra took the Muchi Rani, where he and his wife took care of her, and there she lived with them for some time. Meanwhile, the wicked fakir's wife, having dressed up her own daughter in all the Rani's jewels, took her to the palace and said to the Machiraja, "See, I have brought your wife, my dear daughter, back safe and well." The Raja looked at her and thought, "This does not look like my wife." However, the room was dark, and the girl was cleverly disguised, and he thought he might be mistaken. Next day he said again, "My wife must be sadly changed, or this cannot be she, for she was always bright and cheerful. She had pretty loving ways and merry words, while this woman never opens her lips." Still, he did not like to seem to mistrust his wife, and comforted himself by saying, "Perhaps she is tired with the long journey." On the third day, however, he could bear the uncertainty no longer, and tearing off her jewels saw, not the face of his own little wife, but another woman. Then he was very angry, and turned her out of doors, saying, "Begone, since you are but the wretched tool of others, I'll spare your life." But of the fakir's wife he said to his guards, "Fetch that woman here instantly, for unless she can tell me where my wife is, I will have her hanged." It chanced, however, that the fakir's wife had heard of the Machi Raja having turned her daughter out of doors. So, fearing his anger, she hid herself, and was not to be found. Meantime, the Machi Rani, not knowing how to get home, continued to live in the great seven-headed cobra's hole, and he and his wife and all his family were very kind to her, and loved her as if she had been one of them. And there her little son was born, and she called him Machilal, after the Machi Raja, his father. Machilal was a lovely child, merry and brave, and his playmates all day long were the young cobras. When he was about 3 years old, a bangle seller came by that way, and the Machi Rani bought some bangles from him and put them on her boy's wrists and ankles. But by the next day, in playing, he had broken them all. Then, seeing the bangle seller, the Rani called him again and bought some more, and so on every day until the bangle seller got quite rich from selling so many bangles for the Machilal. For the cobra's hole was full of treasure, and he gave the Machi Rani as much money to spend every day as she liked. There was nothing she wished, for he did not give her, only he would not let her try to get home to her husband, which she wished more than all. When she asked him, he would say, "No, I will not let you go. If your husband comes here and fetches you, it is well, but I will not allow you to wander in search of him to the land alone." And so she was obliged to stay where she was. All this time the poor Machi Raja was hunting in every part of the country for his wife, but he could learn no tidings of her. For grief and sorrow at losing her, he had gone well nigh distracted, and did nothing but wander from place to place, crying, "She's gone, she's gone." Then, when he had long inquired without avail of all the people in a native village about her, he one day met a bangle seller, and said to him, "Whence do you come?" The bangle seller answered, "I have just been selling bangles to some people who live in a cobra's hole in the river bank." "People? What people?" asked the Raja. "Why," answered the bangle seller, "a woman and a child. The child is the most beautiful I ever saw. He is about 3 years old, and of course, running about, is always breaking his bangles, and his mother buys him new ones every day." "Do you know what the child's name is?" said the Raja. "Yes," answered the bangle seller carelessly, "for the lady always calls him her Machilal." "Ah," thought the Machi Raja, "this must be my wife." Then he said to him again, "Good bangle seller, I would see these strange people of whom you speak. Cannot you take me there?" "Not tonight," replied the bangle seller. "Daylight has gone, and we should only frighten them. But I shall be going there again tomorrow, and then you may come too. Meanwhile, come and rest at my house for the night, for you look faint and weary." The Raja consented. Next morning, however, very early, he woke the bangle seller, saying, "Pray let us go now and see the people you spoke about yesterday." "Stay," said the bangle seller. "It is much too early. I never go till after breakfast." So the Raja had to wait till the bangle seller was ready to go. At last they started off, and when they reached the cobra's hold, the first thing the Raja saw was a fine little boy playing with the young cobras. As the bangle seller came along, jiggling his bangles, a gentle voice from inside the hold called out, "Come here, my Machilal, and try on your bangles." Then the Machi Raja, kneeling down at the mouth of the hole, said, "O lady, show your beautiful face to me." At the sound of his voice, the Rani ran out crying, "Husband, husband, have you found me again?" And she told him how her sister had tried to drown her, and how the good cobra had saved her life and taken care of her and her child. Then he said, "And will you now come home with me?" And she told him how the cobra would never let her go, and said, "I will first tell him of your coming, for he has been as a father to me." So she called out, "Father Cobra, Father Cobra, my husband has come to fetch me. Will you let me go?" "Yes," he said, "if your husband has come to fetch you, you may go." And his wife said, "Farewell, dear lady. We are loth to lose you, for we have loved you as a daughter." And all the little cobras were very sorrowful to think that they must lose their playfellow, the young prince. Then the cobra gave the Machi Raja and the Machi Rani and Machilal all the most costly gifts he could find in his treasure house. And so they went home, where they lived very happy ever after. End of Machilal. Recording by Ashwin Jain.
Story 63 of the Fairy Ring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Story 63. The Valiant Chatty Maker. Once upon a time, in a violent storm of thunder, lightning, wind, and rain, a tiger crept for shelter close to the wall of an old woman's hut. This old woman was very poor, and her hut was but a tumble-down place, through the roof of which the rain came drip, 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 on more sides than one. This troubled her much, and she went running about from side to side, dragging first one thing and then another out of the way of the leaky places in the roof. And as she did so, she kept saying to herself, oh dear, how tiresome this is. I'm sure the roof will come down. If an elephant or a lion or a tiger were to walk in, he wouldn't frighten me half so much as this perpetual dripping." And then she would begin dragging the bed and all the other things in the room about again, to get them out of the way of the wet. The tiger, who was crouching down just outside, heard all that she said, and thought to himself, "This old woman says she would not be afraid of an elephant or a lion or a tiger, but that this perpetual dripping frightens her more than all. What can this perpetual dripping be? It must be something very dreadful." And hearing her immediately afterwards dragging all the things about the room again, he said to himself, "What a terrible noise! Surely that must be the perpetual dripping." At this moment a Chatty maker, who was in search of his donkey, which had strayed away, came down the road. The night being very cold, he had, truth to say, taken a little more toddy than was good for him, and seeing by the glare of a flash of lightning a large animal lying down close to the old woman's hut, he mistook it for the donkey he was looking for. So, running up to the tiger, he seized hold of it by one ear and commenced beating, kicking, and abusing it with all his might and main. "You wretched creature!" he cried. "Is this the way you serve me, obliging me to come out and look for you in such pouring rain and on such a dark night as this? Get up instantly, or I'll break every bone in your body." So he went on scolding and thumping the tiger with his utmost power, for he had worked himself up into a terrible rage. The tiger did not know what to make of it all, but he began to feel quite frightened, and said to himself, "Why, this must be the perpetual dripping. No wonder the old woman said she was more afraid of it than of an elephant or a lion or a tiger, for it gives most dreadfully hard blows." The Chatty maker, having made the tiger get up, got on his back and forced him to carry him home, kicking and beating him the whole way. For all this time he fancied he was on his donkey, and then he tied his 4 feet and his head firmly together, and fastened him to a post in front of his house, and when he had done this he went to bed. Next morning, when the Chatty maker's wife got up and looked out of the window, what did she see but a great big tiger tied up in front of their house, to the post to which they usually fastened the donkey. She was very much surprised, and running to her husband awoke him, saying, "Do you know what animal you fetched home last night?" "Yes, the donkey, to be sure," he answered. "Come and see," said she, and she showed him the great tiger tied to the post. The Chatty maker at this was no less astonished than his wife, and felt himself all over to find if the tiger had not wounded him. But no, he was safe and sound, and there was the tiger, tied to the post, just as he had fastened it up the night before. News of the Chatty maker's exploit soon spread through the village, and all the people came to see him and hear him tell how he had caught the tiger and tied it to the post. And this they thought so wonderful that they sent a deputation to the Rajah with a letter to tell him how a man of their village had, alone and unarmed, caught a great tiger and tied it to a post. When the Rajah read the letter, he also was much surprised, and determined to go in person to see this astonishing sight. So he sent for his horses and carriages, his lords and attendants, and they all set off together to look at the Chatty maker and the tiger he had caught. Now the tiger was a very large one, and had long been a terror of the whole country around, which made the whole matter still more extraordinary. And all this being represented to the Rajah, he determined to confer all possible honour on the valiant Chatty maker. So he gave him houses and lands, and as much money as would fill a well, made him a lord of his court, and conferred on him the command of 10,000 horse. It came to pass shortly after this, that a neighbouring Rajah, who had long had a quarrel with this one, sent to announce his intention of going instantly to war with him, and tidings were brought at the same time that the Rajah who sent the challenge had gathered a great army together on the borders, and was prepared at a moment's notice to invade the country. In this dilemma no one knew what to do. The Rajah sent for all his generals, and inquired of them which would be willing to take command of his forces and oppose the enemy. They all replied that the country was so ill prepared for the emergency, and the case was apparently so hopeless that they would rather not take the responsibility of the chief command. The Rajah knew not whom to appoint in their stead. Then some of his people said to him: "You have lately given the command of 10,000 horse to the valiant Chatty maker who caught the tiger. Why not make him commander in chief? A man who could catch a tiger and tie him to a post must surely be more courageous and clever than most." "Very well," said the Rajah. "I will make him commander in chief." So he sent for the Chatty maker and said to him: "In your hands I place all the power of the kingdom, and you must put our enemies to flight for us." "So be it," answered the Chatty maker. "But before I lead the whole army against the enemy, suffer me to go by myself and examine their position, and, if possible, find out their numbers and strength." The Rajah consented, and the Chatty maker returned home to his wife and said: "They have made me commander in chief, which is a very difficult post for me to fill, because I shall have to ride at the head of all the army, and you know I never was on a horse in my life. But I have succeeded in gaining a little delay, as the Rajah has given me permission to go first alone and reconnoitre the enemy's camp. Do you therefore provide a very quiet pony, for you know I cannot ride, and I will start to morrow morning." But before the Chatty maker had started, the Rajah sent over to him a most magnificent charger, richly caparisoned, which he begged he would ride when going to see the enemy's camp. The Chatty maker was frightened almost out of his life, for the charger that the Rajah had sent him was very powerful and spirited, and he felt sure that even if he ever got on it, he should very soon tumble off. However, he did not dare to refuse it, for fear of offending the Rajah by not accepting his present. So he sent back to him a message of thanks, and said to his wife: "I cannot go on the pony, now that the Rajah has sent me this fine horse. But how am I ever to ride it?" "Oh, don't be frightened," she answered. "You've only to get upon it, and I will tie you firmly on so that you cannot tumble off. And if you start at night, no one will see that you are tied on." "Very well," he said. So that night his wife brought the horse that the Rajah had sent him to the door. "Indeed," said the Chatty maker, "I can never get into that saddle, it's so high up." "You must jump," said his wife. So he tried to jump several times, but each time he jumped he tumbled down again. "I always forget when I am jumping," said he, "which way I ought to turn." "Your face must be toward the horse's head," she answered. "To be sure, of course!" he cried, and giving one great jump, he jumped into the saddle, but with his face toward the horse's tail. "This won't do at all," said his wife, as she helped him down again. "Try getting on without jumping." "I never can remember," he continued, "when I have got my left foot in the stirrup, what to do with my right foot, or where to put it." "That must go in the other stirrup," she answered. "Let me help you." So after many trials, in which he tumbled down very often, for the horse was fresh and did not like standing still, the Chatty maker got into the saddle. But no sooner had he got there than he cried: oh wife, tie me very firmly as quickly as possible, for I know I shall jump down if I can." Then she fetched some strong rope and tied his feet firmly into the stirrups, fastened one stirrup to the other, and put another rope around his waist and another around his neck, and fastened them to the horse's body and neck and tail. When the horse felt all these ropes about him, he could not imagine what queer creature had got upon his back, and he began rearing and kicking and prancing, and at last set off full gallop, as fast as he could tear, right across country. "Wife, wife!" cried the Chatty maker, "you forgot to tie my hands." "Never mind," said she, "hold on by the mane." So he caught hold of the horse's mane as firmly as he could. Then away went horse, away went Chatty maker, away, away, away over hedges, over ditches, over rivers, over plains, away, away like a flash of lightning. Now this way, now that, on, gallop, 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 until they came in sight of the enemy's camp. The Chatty maker did not like his ride at all, and when he saw where it was leading him, he liked it still less, for he thought the enemy would catch him and very likely kill him. So he determined to make one desperate effort to be free, and stretching out his hand as the horse shot past a young banyan tree, seized hold of it with all his might, hoping that the resistance it offered might cause the ropes that tied him to break. But the horse was going at his utmost speed, and the soil in which the banyan tree grew was loose, so that when the Chatty maker caught hold of it and gave it such a violent pull, it came up by the roots, and on he rode as fast as before, with the tree in his hand. All the soldiers in the camp saw him coming, and having heard that an army was to be sent against them, made sure that the Chatty maker was one of the vanguard. "See!" cried they. "Here comes a man of gigantic stature on a mighty horse. He rides at full speed across the country, tearing up the very trees in his rage. He is one of the opposing force. The whole army must be close at hand. If they are such as he, we are all dead men." Then, running to their Rajah, some of them cried again, "Here comes the whole force of the enemy!" For the story had by this time become exaggerated. "They are men of gigantic stature, mounted on mighty horses. As they come, they tear up the very trees in their rage. We can oppose men, but not monsters such as these." These were followed by others, who said, "It is all true," for by this time the Chatty maker had got pretty near the camp. "They're coming! They're coming! Let us fly! Let us fly! Fly! Fly for our lives!" And the whole panic stricken multitude fled from the camp, those who had seen no cause for alarm going because the others did, or because they did not care to stay by themselves, after having obliged their Rajah to write a letter to the one whose country he was about to invade, to say that he would not do so, and so propose terms of peace, and to sign it and seal it with his seal. Scarcely had all the people fled from the camp, when the horse on which the Chatty maker was, came galloping into it, and on his back rode the Chatty maker, almost dead from fatigue, with the banyan tree in his hand. Just as he reached the camp, the ropes by which he was tied broke, and he fell to the ground. The horse stood still, too tired with his long run to go farther. On recovering his senses, the Chatty maker found, to his surprise, that the whole camp, full of rich arms, clothes, and trappings, was entirely deserted. In the principal tent, moreover, he found a letter addressed to his Rajah, announcing the retreat of the invading army and proposing terms of peace. So he took the letter and returned home with it as fast as he could, leading his horse all the way, for he was afraid to mount him again. It did not take him long to reach his house by the direct road, for while riding he had gone a more circuitous journey than was necessary, and he reached there just at nightfall. His wife ran out to meet him, overjoyed at his speedy return. As soon as he saw her, he said, "Ah, wife, since I saw you last, I've been all around the world. and had many wonderful and terrible adventures. But never mind that now. Send this letter quickly to the Rajah by a messenger, and send the horse also that he sent for me to ride. He will then see by the horse looking so tired what a long ride I've had. And if he is sent on beforehand, I shall not be obliged to ride him up to the palace door tomorrow morning, as I otherwise should, and that would be very tiresome, for most likely I should tumble off." So his wife sent the horse and the letter to the Rajah, and a message that her husband would be at the palace early next morning, as it was then late at night. And next day he went down there, as he had said he would, and when the people saw him coming, they said, "This man is as modest as he is brave. After having put our enemies to flight, he walks quite simply to the door, instead of riding there in state, as another man would." For they did not know that the Chatty maker walked because he was afraid to ride. The Rajah came to the palace door to meet him, and paid him all possible honour. Terms of peace were agreed upon between the two countries, and the Chatty maker was rewarded for all he had done by being given twice as much rank and wealth as he had before. And he lived very happily all the rest of his life. End of the story The Valiant Chatty Maker, from the Fairy Ring, edited by Kate Douglas Wiggin and Nora Archibald Smith. Read by Lars Rolander.